Part 1, Chapters 22 and 23 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 22. Over the Edge. Marshalled by Mrs. Briggs, the Priory servants brought them luncheon, laying a table at one side of the great entrance hall, for all the lower rooms were shuttered and closed. Violet, with the great dog Cork vigilant and silent beside her, sat before it as one wrapped in reverie. Now and then she roused herself to answer at random some remark from Nick, but for the most part she sat mutely brooding. The meal was but a dreadful farce to Olga. She was waiting, she was listening, she was watching. It seemed ludicrous to her stretched nerves to be seated there with food before her, when every instant she expected the devastating power that lurked behind the stillness to burst forth and engulf them. It was like sitting at the very mouth of hell, feeling the blistering heat and yet pretending that they felt it not. Darker and darker grew the day. They sat in a close unearthly twilight. Though the huge entrance door was flung wide, no breath of air reached them, no song of birds or sound of moving leaf. Once Olga turned her eyes to the far glimmer of the east window, but she turned them instantly away again, and looked no more. For it was as though a hand were holding up a dim lantern on the other side, to show her the dreadful scene, casting a stain of crimson across the space where once had stood the altar. Looking back later, she realized that it was only Nick's presence that gave her strength to endure that awful suspense. She had never admired him more than she did then, his shrewdness, his cheeriness, his strength. There was not the faintest suggestion of strain in his attitude. With absolute ease he talked or he was silent. Only in the deepening gloom she caught now and then the quick glitter of his eyes, and knew that like herself he was watching. Slowly the minutes wore away, the darkness grew darker. From far away there came a low, surging sound. The storm wind was rising over the sea. Nick turned his head to listen. "Now for one of our patent storms," he said. "Bredhaven always catches it pretty strong. Remember that night you developed scarlet fever at Redlands, Olga mia, and your devoted servant went down to a certain cottage on the shore to fetch a certain lady to nurse you?" Olga did remember. It was one of the cherished memories of her childhood. "I told Muriel the secret about you that night, Nick," she said, responding with an effort. He nodded. "For which act of treachery you possess my undying gratitude. Did you ever hear that story, Miss Campion?" He offered her his cigarette case with the words, and she turned her brooding eyes upon him. "Thanks," she said. "I will have one of my own. Yes, I know that story. Your wife must be a very brave woman." "She had me to take care of her," pointed out Nick. Violet laughed with a touch of scorn. "Oh, quite so," he said. "But I bear a charmed life, you should remember. No one ever drowns in my boat." She leaned her chin upon her hand and surveyed him through the weird twilight. "You are a strong man," she said slowly, "and you don't think much of death." "Not much," said Nick, striking a match on the heel of his boot. The flame flared yellow on his face, emphasizing its many lines. His eyelids flickered rapidly, never wholly revealing the eyes behind. "You wouldn't be afraid to die?" she pursued, still watching him. His cigarette glowed, and he removed the match. But the flame remained, burning with absolute steadiness between his fingers. "I certainly shan't be afraid when my turn comes," he said with confidence. "Tell me," she said suddenly, "your idea of death." His look flashed over her, and back to the match he still held. The flame had nearly reached his fingers. "Death," he said, "is the opening and the closing of a door." She leaned eagerly forward. "You think that?" "Just that," said Nick. He smiled and blew out the match just in time. "But, as you perceive, I am afraid of pain. That is, when I think about it." She scarcely seemed to hear. "And have you ever seen anyone die?" "Plenty," said Nick. "Ah, I forgot. You've killed men, haven't you?" There was suppressed excitement in her voice. Nick threw up his head and smoked towards the oak-beamed roof. "When I had to," he said with brevity. "Ah!" The word leaped from her like a cry of triumph. "Did you ever kill anyone with a knife? What did it feel like?" "I shan't tell you," said Nick rudely. "It isn't good for anyone to know too much." An abrupt silence followed his refusal. The surging of the sea had risen to a continuous low roar, and from the garden came the sound of trembling leaves. The storm was at hand. "Do you think I don't know?" said Violet, and laughed. Quickly Olga rose, as if her nerves were on edge, and went towards the open door. As she did so, a violet glare lit the hall from end to end, quivered, and was gone. She stopped dead, and in the awful silence that succeeded she heard the wild beat of her heart, rising, rising, rising in a tumult of sudden fear. Violet remained at the table, staring as one transfixed. She was gazing at the open door. Nick leaned swiftly forward and took her hand. So much Olga saw in the dimness, before the thunder with a fierce crash burst forth overhead. Ere it died away there came a shriek, wild, horrible, unearthly. It pierced Olga through and through, turning her cold from head to foot. Another shriek followed it, and yet another; and then came a dreadful sobbing utterance in which words and moans were terribly mingled. Olga caught at her self-control, as it were, with both hands, and went swiftly back to the table. Violet was on her feet. She had wrenched herself free, and was wildly pointing. "No, no, no!" she cried. "Take him away!" Mortal terror was in her starting eyes. Suddenly perceiving Olga, she turned and clung to her. "Allegro! You promised! You promised!" Then it was that Olga realized that someone had entered during that awful peal of thunder, and was even then advancing quietly down the hall. It needed not a second flickering flash to reveal him. Her heart told her who it was. With Violet pressed close in her arms, she spoke. "Max, stop!" She never knew whether it was the note of authority or of desperation in her voice that induced him to comply, but he stopped on the instant a full 20 feet from where they stood. "What's the matter?" he said. Brief, matter of fact, almost contemptuous came his query. Yet Olga thrilled at the sound of it, feeling strengthened, reassured, strangely unembarrassed. "It's this horrid storm," she said. "Violet's upset. Ah, here is Mrs. Briggs. Darling, wouldn't you like to go upstairs and lie down again till it's over? Do, dearie. I'll look after Nick and Max." But Violet's straining arms clung faster. "He'll follow me," she whispered. "No, indeed he won't, dear. I won't allow it," said Olga, and she spoke with absolute confidence born of this new strange feeling of power. "You needn't be afraid of that," she said with motherly, shielding arms about her. "Won't you go with Mrs. Briggs? I will come up presently. Really, there's nothing to be afraid of. The storm won't hurt you." "And you won't let Max come?" Violet was suffering herself to be led towards the further door. She was shivering violently and moied spasmodically, as though the impulse to escape strongly urged her. "I promise," Olga said. She passed under the archway with her, paused there while another furious burst of thunder rolled above them; then gently surrendered her to Mrs. Briggs, and turned back herself into the hall. She found Max and Nick standing together in the gloom. "I came up here on the chance," the former was saying, "and got here just in time. Hello! Is that a wolf?" It was Cork, who crouched bristling against the table with bared fangs, watching him. Olga went to him and took him by the collar. "He's all right," she said. "I think he doesn't like strangers." She led him also across the hall, took him to the foot of the stairs, and returned. She felt Max's eyes upon her as she came up. He seemed to be regarding her in a new light. "Well," he said, "why this hysteria? Is it due to the storm, or some other cause?" She hesitated, finding it somehow difficult to give an answer to his cool questioning. "I'll tell him, shall I?" said Nick. She came and slipped her hand into his. "Yes, Nick." He squeezed her fingers hard. "Our friend Hunt-Goring has been sticking his oar in," he said. "This hysteria has been caused by him." "You mean he has told her the whole story?" said Max. "Yes," said Olga. He considered the matter for a few seconds in silence. "And how long has this sort of thing been going on?" he asked then. Again she hesitated. He looked at her. "It's no good trying to keep anything from me," he observed. "I have seen it coming for a long while." "Oh, Max!" she burst forth involuntarily. "Then it really is?" A vivid flash of lightning and instant crashing thunder drowned her words. Instinctively she drew nearer to Nick. On many a previous occasion they had watched a storm together with delight. But to-day her nerves were all a-quiver, and its violence appalled her. As the noise died away, Max looked about the shadowy place. "Is there any means of lighting this tomb?" he asked. Apparently there was not. Olga believed there were some electric switches somewhere, but she had forgotten where. Max began to stroll about in search of them. "Here comes the rain," said Nick. "It will be lighter directly." The rain came quite suddenly in an immense volume that beat with deafening force upon the roof, drowning all but the loudest crashes of thunder. For a few seconds the darkness was like night. Then, swift and awful, there came a flash that was brighter than the noonday sun. It streaked through the stained glass window, showing the dreadful picture like a vision to those below it, throwing a stream of vivid crimson upon the floor, then glanced away into the dark. There came a sound like the bursting of shell that shook the very walls to their foundation. And through it and above it, high and horrible as the laughter of storm fiends, there came a woman's laugh. In that instant Nick's hand suddenly left Olga's. He leaped from her side with the agility of a panther, and hurled himself into the darkness of the archway that led to the inner hall. Something dreadful was happening there, she knew not what, and her heart stood still in terror while peal after peal of that awful laughter rang through the pealing thunder. There came another flash of lightning, keen as the blade of a sword, and she saw. There, outlined against the darkness of the archway, red-robed and terrible, stood Violet. Her right hand was flung up above her head, and in her grasp was a knife that she must have taken from the table. She was laughing still, with white teeth gleaming, but in her eyes shone the glare of madness and the red, red lust of blood. The picture flashed away, and the thunder broke forth again, but the fiendish laughter continued for seconds till suddenly it turned to a piercing scream and ceased. Only the echoes of the thunder remained, and a dreadful sound of struggling on the further side of the archway, together with a choking sound near at hand as of some animal striving against restraint. Olga stumbled blindly forward. "Nick, Nick, where are you? What has happened?" she cried in agony. Instantly his voice came to her. "Here, child. Don't be scared. I'm holding the dog." She groped her way to him, nearly falling over Cork, who was dragging against his hand. The great dog, turned to her whining, and reassured by her presence, ceased to resist. "That's better," said Nick with relief. "Can you hold him?" She slipped her hand inside his collar. "Nick, what has happened?" she whispered, for her voice was gone. Dimly she discerned figures in the inner hall, but there was no longer any sound of struggling. And then, quite suddenly, Max came back through the archway. "Lend me a hand, Ratcliffe," he said. "I'm bleeding like a pig." 23. As good as dead. So cool was his utterance, so perfectly free from agitation his demeanor, that Olga wondered if she could have heard aright. Then she saw him go to the table and prepare to remove his coat, and she knew that there could be no mistake. The frozen horror of the past few seconds fell from her, and strength came in its place. The strength born of emergency. "I shall help you better than Nick," she said. "If you don't faint," said Max. She spoke a reassuring word to Cork, and let him go. He moved away at once in uneasy search for his mistress, and she turned round to Max. Nick was already helping him out of his coat. The storm had lulled somewhat, and the gloom had begun to lighten. As she drew near him she saw his right arm emerge from the coat. The shirt sleeve was soaked with blood from shoulder to cuff. "It's the top of the shoulder," said Max. "Only a flesh wound. Make a wet pad of one of those table napkins, and bind it up tight. I'll go back to the cottage hospital presently and get it dressed." With the utmost calmness he issued his directions, and Olga found herself obeying almost mechanically. Nick helped her to cut away the shirt and expose the wound. It was a deep one, and had been inflicted from the back. "Quite a near shave," said Max, with composure. "That flash of lightning came just in time. I saw the reflection in one of those oak panels." "Will this stop the bleeding?" asked Olga doubtfully. "Yes, if you get the pressure on the right place. Pull it hard. That's the way. Don't mind me." He was speaking through clenched teeth. "I dare say Nick knows all about first aid." Nick did, and under his supervision the injury was bandaged at length with success. "First rate," said Max approvingly. "I congratulate the pair of you. Now I will have a brandy and soda, if you have no objection. Olga must have one, too. I'm never anxious about Nick. He always comes out on top." He watched Olga pour him out a drink according to instructions. The storm was passing, and every instant the gloomy place grew lighter. Glancing at him, as she placed the tumbler before him, she saw his face fully for the first time, and noted how drawn and grey it was. He smiled at her abruptly. "All right, Olga. You must drink the first quarter." "Oh, no," said Olga quickly. "Oh, yes," he rejoined imperturbably. "Tell her to, Nick. I know your word is law." Nick had strolled across the hall to pick up something that lay on the floor. As he returned, Olga was hastily gulping the prescribed dose. Max turned towards him. "Yes, take care of that," he said. "It's done enough damage." He took the glass that Olga held out to him, and deliberately drained it. Then he rose and took up his coat. "I must get into this if possible," he said. Silently, with infinite care, Olga helped him. Nick stood with the knife in his hand. "What are you going to do now?" he said. Max's brows went up. "My dear fellow, what do you suppose? I am going to attend to my patient." "Where is she?" said Nick. "Upstairs. Mrs. Briggs went to look after her. I'm going to give her a composing draught," said Max, plunging his hand into a side pocket. "Oh, Max!" exclaimed Olga. He turned to her. "There will be no repetition of this," he said grimly. "Miss Campion is exhausted, and probably more or less in her right mind by now." "But she won't be if you go to her," Olga said, and in her eagerness she drew near to him and laid a light hand on his sleeve. "Max, you mustn't go to her. Indeed, indeed. I have promised her that you shall not. As you have seen for yourself, the very sight of you is enough to send her demented." "Oh, it's for her sake, is it?" said Max, but he stood still, suffering her hand on his arm. Her eyes were raised to his very earnestly, beseeching him. "Yes, for her sake," she said. "You would do her much more harm than good. Let me take the composing draught to her. Oh, Max, really it is the only way. Please be reasonable." Her voice trembled a little. She knew well that where his patients were concerned he would endure no interference. Again and again he had made this clear to her. But this was an exceptional case, and she prayed that as such he might view it. She wondered a little that Nick did not come to her aid, but he stood aloof as if unwilling to be drawn into the discussion. Max seemed to have completely forgotten his existence. "Look here," he said finally. "The matter isn't so desperate as you seem to think, but if I give in, so must you. There are several questions I shall have to ask, and I must have a clear answer." "I will tell you anything in my power," she said. "Very well," he said. "Tell me first, if you can, why Miss Campion hates me so violently." His manner was curtly professional. He looked straight into her eyes, with cool determination in his own. She answered him, but her answer did not come very easily. I think she feels that you have had her under supervision all along, and she resents it." "Quite true," he said. "I have. Is that why she wants to kill me?" "Not entirely." Olga was plainly speaking against her will. But Max was merciless. "And the other reason?" She locked her fingers very tightly together. It would be a breach of confidence to tell you that," she said. "I see," said Max. "She was annoyed because I didn't fulfill expectations by falling in love with her. She misunderstood my attitude. Was that it? You did so yourself at one time, if I remember aright." "Yes," admitted Olga reluctantly. "I don't know quite how you managed it," he commented. "However, we are none of us infallible. Now tell me, without reservation, exactly what passed this morning between you two girls and Hunt-Goring." With quivering lips she began to tell him. There were certain items of that conversation with Hunt-Goring, of which, though they were branded deep upon her mind, she could not bring herself to speak. It was a difficult recital in any case, and the grim silence with which he listened did not make it any easier. "Have you told me everything?" he asked at last. She answered steadily. "Everything that concerns Violet." He looked at her very closely for a few moments, and she saw his mouth take a cynical downward curve. "Hunt-Goring has my sympathy," he observed enigmatically. "Well, I think you are right. I had better keep out of the way for the present. I shall know better what course to take in the morning. Her state of mind just now is quite abnormal, but she may very well have settled down a little by that time. She will probably go through a stage of lethargy and depression after this. Her brother should be back again in a week's time. We may manage to ward off another outbreak till then. But mind, you are not to be left alone with her during any part of that week. There must always be someone within call." "I shall be within call," said Nick. Max glanced at him. "Yes, you will be quite useful, no doubt. But I must have a nurse as well." "A nurse?" exclaimed Olga. He looked back at her. "You don't seriously suppose I am going to leave you and Mrs. Briggs and Nick in sole charge?" "But, Max," she protested, almost incoherent in her dismay, "she will be herself again to morrow, or the next day. This isn't going to last." "What do you mean?" he said. She controlled herself with a sharp effort, warned of the necessity to do so by his tone. "I mean that hysteria isn't a thing that lasts long, as a rule." "It isn't hysteria," he said. She flinched in spite of herself. "But you think she will get better?" she urged. He was silent a moment, looking at her. "I will tell you exactly what I think, Olga," he said then, in a tone that was utterly different from any he had used to her before. "For you certainly ought to know now. The tale you heard this morning was true. Every word of it. I heard it myself from Bruce Campion and also from Kersley Whitton. Kersley was engaged to marry her mother when he detected in her a tendency to madness, which he afterwards discovered to be a hereditary taint in her family. It is a disease of the brain which is absolutely incurable. It is, in fact, a peculiarly rapid decay caused by a kind of leprous growth which nothing can arrest. In some cases it causes total paralysis of every faculty almost at the outset. In others, there may be years of violent mania before the inevitable paralysis sets in. Either way, it is quite incurable, and if it takes the form of madness it is only intermittent for the first few weeks. There are no lucid intervals after that." He paused. Olga was listening with white face upturned. She spoke no word. Only the agony in her eyes spoke for her. He went on very quietly, with a gentleness to which she was wholly unaccustomed. "It has been coming on for some little time now. I hoped at first it would be slow in developing, and so at first it appeared to be. Sometimes, at the very beginning, it is not possible to detect it with any certainty. It is only when the disease has begun to manifest itself unmistakably that it moves so rapidly. It was because I feared a sudden development that I asked Sir Kersley to come down. He was of the opinion that that was not imminent, that 3 months or even 6 might intervene. I feared he was mistaken, but I hoped for the best. Of course, a sudden shock was more than sufficient to precipitate matters. But I knew that she was less likely to encounter any in your society than anywhere else. Nick wanted me to warn you, but, rightly or wrongly, I wouldn't. I thought you would know soon enough." He paused again, as if to give her time to blame him. But still she spoke no word. Still she waited with face upturned. He went on gravely and steadily. "I knew that opium was a very dangerous drug for her to take in however minute a quantity, but I hoped I had put a stop to that. I could not foresee today's events. Hunt-Goring is no favorite of mine, but I never anticipated his taking such a step. I did not so much as know that he was in a position to do so. He suppressed that fact on the sole occasion on which Miss Campion's name was mentioned between us." Olga spoke for the first time, her stiff lips scarcely moving. "I think he is a devil," she said slowly. Max made a gesture expressive of indifference on that point. "People who form the drug habit are seldom over squeamish in other respects," he said. "He has certainly hastened matters, but he is not responsible for the evil itself. That has been germinating during the whole of her life." "And that was why Sir Kersley jilted her mother?" Olga spoke in a low, detached voice. She seemed to be trying to grasp a situation that eluded her. "It was," Max answered, with a return to his customary brevity. His tone was not without bitterness. "Kersley was merciful enough to think of the next generation. He was a doctor, and he knew that hereditary madness is the greatest evil, save one, in the world. Therefore he sacrificed his happiness." "What is the greatest evil?" she asked, still with the air of bringing herself painfully back, as it were, from a long distance. He was watching her shrewdly as he answered. "Hereditary vice. Crime." "Is crime hereditary?" "In 9 cases out of 10, yes." "And that is worse than madness?" "I should say much worse." "I see." She passed a hand across her eyes, and very suddenly she shivered, and seemed to awake. "Oh, is it quite hopeless?" she asked him piteously. "Are you sure?" "It is quite hopeless," he said. "She can never be herself again? Not even by a miracle?" "Such miracles don't happen," said Max with grim decision. "It is much the same as a person going blind. There are occasional gleams for a little while, but the end is total darkness. That is all that can be expected now." He added, a hint of compassion mingling with the repression of his voice. "It is better that you should know the whole truth. It's not fair to bolster you up with false hopes. You can help now, if you have the strength. You won't be able to help later." "But I will never leave her," Olga said. "My dear child," he made answer, "in a very little while she won't even know you. She will be as good as dead." "Surely she would be better dead," she cried passionately. "God knows," said Max. He spoke with more feeling than he usually permitted himself, and at once changed the subject. "What we are at present concerned in is to make her temporarily better. Now, you know this stuff." He took a bottle from his pocket. "I am going to put it in your charge. Give her a teaspoonful now, in a wine glass of water, as you did before. I hope it will make her sleep. If it doesn't, give her a second dose in half an hour. But if she goes off without that second dose, all the better. Remember it is rank poison. She ought to sleep for some hours then, and when she wakes I think she will probably be herself for a little. That's quite clear, is it?" He was looking at her closely as he handed her the bottle, but she met the look with absolute steadiness. She had plainly recovered her self-control, and was ready to shoulder her burden once more. "I quite understand," she said. He laid his hand for a moment on her arm, and smiled at her with abrupt kindliness. "Stick to it, Olga," he said. "I am counting on you." She smiled back bravely, though her lips quivered. She did not say a word. But Nick answered for her, his arm thrust suddenly about her waist. "And so you can, my son," he said. "She is the pluckiest kid I know." End of chapters 22 and 23. Part 1, Chapter 24 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 24. The Opening of the Door. "Allegro." The utterance was very faint, yet it reached Olga, sitting as she had sat for hours by her friend's side, watching the long, still slumber that had followed Max's draught. She bent instantly over the girl upon the bed, and warmly clasped her hand. "I am here, darling." The shadows were lengthening. Evening was drawing on. Very soon it would be dark. "Allegro," the low voice said again. It held a note of unutterable weariness, yet there was pleading in it, too. The hand Olga had taken closed with a faint answering pressure. "Are you wanting anything?" whispered Olga, her face close to the face upon the pillow, the beautiful face she had watched with what a passion of devotion during the long, long afternoon. "Have you been here all the time?" murmured Violet. "Yes, dear." "How sweet of you, Allegro." The dark eyes opened wider. They seemed to be watching something very intently, something that Olga could not see. "I suppose you thought I was asleep," she said. "Yes, dear." "I wasn't," said Violet. "I was just away." Olga was silent. The clasp of her hand was very close. "My dear," Violet said, "I've been there again." "Where, dearest?" "I've been right up to the gate of heaven," she said. "It's very lovely up there, Allegro. I wanted to stay." "Did you, dear?" "Yes. I didn't mean to come back again. I didn't want to come back." A sudden spasm contracted her brows. "What happened before I went, Allegro? I'm sure something happened." Very tenderly Olga sought to reassure her. "You were ill, dear. You were upset. But you are better now. Don't let us think about it." "Ah, I remember." Violet raised herself abruptly. Her eyes shone wide with terror in the failing light. "Allegro," she said, "I killed him." "No, no, dear." Olga's hand tenderly pressed her down again. "He is only a little hurt. You didn't know what you were doing." But recollection was dawning in the seething brain. One memory after another pierced through the turmoil. "I had to do it," she whispered. "He is so cruel. He keeps me back. He holds the door when I want to get away. Allegro, why won't he let me go? I'm nothing to him. He doesn't love me. He doesn't even hate me." A great shudder ran through her. She fell back upon the pillow as though her strength were gone. "Oh, why won't he open the door and let me go?" she moaned piteously. "Why does he keep bringing me back? I know I shall kill him. I shall be driven to it. And it's such a horrible thing to do. That dreadful soft feeling under the knife, and the blood. The blood. Oh, Allegro." She tried to raise herself again, and was caught into Olga's arms. She turned her face into her neck and shuddered. "I'm not mad now," she whispered. "Really, I'm not mad now. But I soon shall be. I can feel it coming back. My brain is like a fiery wheel. Oh, don't let it come again, Allegro. Help me to get away, before it comes again." Olga strained her to her heart, saying no word. "They'll shut me up," the broken whisper continued. "I shall never find my soul again. I shan't even have you, and there's no one else I love. All the rest are strangers. Only he will come and look at me with his cruel, cold green eyes, and I shall kill him. I know I shall kill him. Unless they bind me hand and foot. Allegro! Allegro! She was shivering violently now. Perhaps they will do that. It's happened before, hasn't it? Bound hand and foot, and cast into outer darkness. That's hell, isn't it? Oh, Olga, shall I be sent to hell if I kill him? My darling, hush, hush. Olga's arms held her faster still. There is no such place, she said, at least not in the sense you mean. You are torturing yourself, dear one, and you mustn't. Don't dwell on these dreadful things. You are quite safe here in my arms, with the love of God around us. Think of that, and don't be afraid. But I am afraid, moaned Violet. It's the outer darkness, Allegro, and you won't be there. And the door will be shut. Always shut. Oh, can't you do anything to save me? You're not like Max. You're not paid to keep people back. Can't you find a way out for me? Couldn't you open the prison door before he comes again, and let me slip through? I've never been a prisoner before. I've always come and gone as I liked. And now, twice over, he has dragged me back from the gate of paradise. Oh, Allegro, I shall never get there unless you help me. Quick, dear, quick, help me now. She had turned in Olga's arms. She raised an imploring face. She clung about her neck. Isn't there a way of escape? She urged feverishly. Can't you think of one? But Olga looked back in silence, white and still. Allegro, don't you love me? Don't you want me to be happy? Incredulity, despair were in the pleading voice. Don't you believe in paradise either, Allegro? Do you want me to be shut away in the dark, buried alive, buried alive? There was suddenly a note of anguish in the appeal. Violet drew herself slowly away as though her friend's arms had ceased to be a haven to her. But instantly, with a swiftness that was passionate, Olga caught her back. I would die for you, my darling. I would sell my soul for you, she said, and fierce mother love throbbed in her voice. But what can I do? Oh, God, what can I do? Her voice broke, and she stilled it sharply, as if taken off her guard. Can't you open the door for me? Violet begged again. Don't you know how? But still Olga had no answer for the cry. Only she held her fast. There followed a long, long pause. Then again Violet spoke, more collectedly than she had spoken at all. Do you know what that man said to me this morning? He told me I should be a homicidal maniac, like my mother. I didn't realize at the time what that meant. I was too horrified. I know now. And it was the truth. That's what I want you to save me from. Allegro, won't you save me? My darling, how can I? The words were spoken below Olga's breath. The gathering darkness was closing upon them both. Violet freed a hand and softly stroked her cheek. Don't be afraid, dear. No one, but I, will ever know. And Allegro, I shall bless you forever and ever. Wait. She suddenly started with caught breath. Are we alone? Mrs. Briggs is outside, dear, Olga told her gently. Oh, dear old Nanny. She would never hold me back. She would understand. Do you remember how she told us, that afternoon, about her mother? Yes, well Olga remembered. She had never forgotten. Back upon her mind flashed that vivid memory, and with it the memory of Max's eyes, green and intent, searching her face on the night that he had asked, "What do you know about the painkiller?" Violet's voice brought her back. "Where is he, Allegro? Is he still here?" "No." Almost unconsciously Olga also spoke in a whisper. "He has gone back to Weir," she said. "He had to go, but he will come back?" gasped Violet. "Yes." "Ah, And he may be here at any time." The words came quick and feverish, again that painful trembling seized her. "He won't come in here," Olga said steadfastly. "He will, breathed Violet. "I know him. There is nothing he will not do for the sake of his profession." She broke off, gripping Olga with tense strength. "And I have nothing to defend myself with," she panted. "They have taken the knife away." Tenderly Olga soothed her panic. "It will be all right, dear. I can take care of you. I can keep him away." Violet relaxed against her again, exhausted rather than reassured. "And where is Nick?" she murmured presently. "Downstairs, darling. In the hall." "On guard," said Violet quickly. "What shall I do? Oh, what shall I do?" "My dearest, no. Only he wouldn't leave me. You know what pals we are," urged Olga. "Besides, you like Nick." "Oh, yes, he amuses me. He is clever, isn't he? What was that he said about the opening and the shutting of a door?" Spasmodically the words fell. The failing brain was making desperate efforts against the gathering dark. "He was speaking of death," said Olga, her voice very low. "Yes, yes. He said he wouldn't be afraid. And I'm sure he knew. He must have seen death very often." "I don't know, darling." "Of course, the opening of the door is to let us escape," ran on the feverish whisper. "And then it shuts, and we can't get back. But no one ever wants to get back, Allegro. Who ever wanted to go back into the prison house, and the dreadful, dreadful dark?" But Olga made no answer. With set face and quiet eyes she was waiting. And already at the heart of her she knew that when the moment came she would not flinch. "And how lovely to be free, to be free!" Soft and eager came the whisper from her breast. "Never to be dragged back any more. To leave the dark behind for ever and ever. For it isn't dark up there, you know. It's never dark up there. You can see the light shining even through the gates. And God couldn't be angry, Allegro. Do you think he could? Not with you, my darling. Not with you." "So you'll let me go," said Violet with growing earnestness. "You'll help me to go, Allegro. You will. You will." "My darling, I will." Quick and passionate came the answer. The time had come. For a few moments the arms that held her tightened to an almost fierce embrace, then slowly relaxed. "Dear heart, I knew you would," said Violet. She leaned back upon her pillow as Olga gently let her go, and through the deepening dusk she watched her with eyes of perfect trust. There followed a pause, the tinkle of glass, the sound of liquid being poured out. Then Olga was with her again, very still and quiet. Softly the door opened. "Anything I can do, Miss Olga?" murmured Mrs. Briggs. "Nothing, thank you," said Olga. "That young Dr. Wyndham, he's just come back," said Mrs. Briggs. Olga turned for a moment from the bed. The glass was in her hand. "Go down to him, Mrs. Briggs," she said. "Ask him to wait 5 minutes." "Allegro!" There was agonized appeal in the cry. She turned back instantly. "It's all right, dearest. It's all right. Mind how you take it. There, let me. Your hand is trembling." She leaned over her friend, supporting her, holding the glass to her lips. "Drink it slowly," she whispered to the quivering girl. "You are quite safe, quite safe." And Violet drank. At first feverishly, then more steadily, and at last she took the glass into her own hand and slowly drained it. Olga waited beside her, took it quietly from her, set it down. "Quite comfy, sweetheart?" "Quite," said Violet. And then, "Come quite close, Allegro dear." Olga sat down upon the bed and took her into her arms. "You don't mind the dark?" she whispered. And Violet answered, "No, I've passed it. I'm not afraid of anything now." There fell a silence between them. A great, all-enveloping peace had succeeded the turmoil. Violet's breathing was short, but not difficult. She lay nestled in the sheltering arms like a weary child. And slowly the seconds slipped away. There came a faint sound outside the door as of muffled movements, and Cork, from his post at the foot of the bed, raised his head and deeply growled. Sleepily the head on Olga's shoulder stirred. "It doesn't matter now," said Violet's voice, speaking softly. "He can never bring me back again." And then still more softly, in a kind of breathless ecstasy, "The door is opening, Allegro. Darling, let me go." The words went into a deep sigh that somehow did not seem to end. Olga waited a moment or two, listening tensely, then rose and laid her very tenderly back upon the pillow. She knew that even as she did so, her friend passed through. Slowly she turned from the bed as one in a dream, unconscious of tragedy, untouched by fear or agitation or any emotion whatsoever. All feeling seemed to be unaccountably suspended. The figure of a big man met her on the threshold. She looked at him with wide, incurious eyes, recognizing him without surprise. "You are too late," she said. He started, and bent to look at her closely. From the deep shadow behind her arose Cork's ominous growl. She turned back into the room. "May I come in?" Sir Kersley asked in his gentle voice. With her hand upon Cork's collar she answered him. "Yes, come in. I am afraid it is rather dark. Will you wait while Mrs. Briggs brings a candle?" Someone else had entered behind Sir Kersley. She heard a quick, decided tread, and again more ferociously Cork growled. "Take that dog away," ordered Max. Mechanically she moved to obey, Cork accompanying her reluctantly. In the passage she found a strange woman in a nurse's uniform, and Nick. He came to her instantly, and she felt his arm about her with a vague sensation of relief. "Still sleeping?" he asked. She answered him quite calmly. At that moment it was no effort to be calm. "No, Nick. She has gone away." "What?" he said sharply. "Won't you take her downstairs?" interposed the nurse, and Olga wondered a little at the compassion in her voice. "She would be the better for a cup of tea." "So she would," said Nick. "Come along, Olga mia." His arm was about her still. They went down the wide, dim stairs, he and she and the great wolfhound who submitted to Olga's hand upon him, though plainly against his own judgment. There were candles in the hall, making the vast place seem more vast and ghostly. The east window was discernible only as a vague oblong patch of grey against the surrounding darkness. "The electric light has gone wrong," said Nick, as she looked at him in momentary surprise. "I see," she said. "It must have been the storm." She looked down at Cork pacing beside her. "Poor fellow," she murmured. "He doesn't understand." "Come and sit down," said Nick. Tea had been spread in the place of luncheon. He led her to the table and pulled forward a chair. She sank into it with a sudden shiver. "Cold?" he said. "Yes, horribly cold, Nick," she answered. She tried to smile, but her lips were too stiff. A very curious feeling was creeping over her, a species of cramp that was mental as well as physical. She leaned back in her chair, staring straight before her, seeing nothing. Nick went round to the teapot. She heard him pouring out, but she could not turn her head. "I ought to do that," she said. "All right, dear. I'm capable," he answered. And then, in his deft fashion, he came to her with the cup, and sat on the arm of her chair, holding it for her. "Don't try to talk," he said. "Just drink this, and sit still." She leaned her head against him, feeling his vitality as one feels the throb of an electric battery. "Do you think God is angry with me, Nick?" she said. "She wanted to go so dreadfully." "God is never angry with any of us," he answered softly. "We are not big enough for that. There, drink it, sweetheart. It will do you good." She raised her two hands slowly, feeling as if they were weighted with iron fetters. With flickering eyes he watched her, in a fashion compelling though physically he could not help. She lifted the cup and drank. The candlelight reeled and danced in her eyes. Her dazed senses began to awake. "Nick!" she exclaimed suddenly and sharply. "Here, darling," came his prompt reply. She set down the empty cup and clasped her hands tightly together. "Nick!" she said again, in a voice of rising distress. His hand slid down and held hers. "What is it, Kitty?" She turned to him impulsively. "Oh, Nick, I've made a great mistake. A great mistake. I ought not to have let her go alone. She will be frightened. I should have gone with her." "My child," Nick said, "for God's sake, don't say any more. This isn't the time." And even as she wondered at the unwonted vehemence of his speech, she knew that they were no longer alone. Max came swiftly through the shadowy archway and moved straight towards her. A white sling dangled from his neck, but it was empty. She thought his hands were clenched. Scarcely knowing what she did, she rose to meet him, forcing her rigid limbs into action. He came to her. He took her by the shoulders. "Olga," he said, "how did this happen?" She faced him, but even as she did so she was conscious of an awful coldness overwhelming her, as though at his touch her whole body had turned to ice. His eyes looked straight into hers, searching her with intolerable minuteness, probing her through and through. And from those eyes she shrank in nameless terror. For they were the eyes of her dream, green, ruthless, terrible. He looked to her like a man whose will might compel the dead. For a long, long space he held her so, silent but merciless. She did not attempt to resist him. She felt that he had already forced his way past her defences, that he was as it were dissecting and analyzing her very soul. She had not answered his question, but she knew that he would not repeat it. She knew that he did not need an answer. And then the coldness that bound her became by slow degrees a numbness, paralyzing her faculties, extinguishing all her powers. There arose a great uproar in her brain, the swirl as of great waters engulfing her. She raised her head with a desperate gesture. She met the searching of his eyes, and goaded as it were to self-defense with the last of her strength, she told him the simple truth. "I have opened the door," she said. "I have set her free." She thought his face changed at her words, but she could not see very clearly. She had begun to slip down and down, faster and ever faster, into a fathomless abyss of darkness, from which there was no deliverance. And as she went, she heard his voice above her, brief, distinct, merciless. "And you will pay the price." The darkness closed over her head. End of chapter 24. Part 1, Chapter 25 of The Keeper of the Door, by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 25. The Price. That darkness was to Olga but the beginning of a long, long night of suffering. Such suffering as her short life had never before compassed. Such suffering as she had never imagined the world could hold. It went in a slow and dreadful circle, this suffering, like the turning of a monstrous wheel. Sometimes it was so acute that she screamed with the red-hot agony of it. At other times it would draw away from her for a space, so that she was vaguely conscious that the world held other things, possibly even other forms of torture. Such intervals were generally succeeded by intense cold, racking, penetrating cold, that nothing could ever alleviate, cold that was as death itself, freezing her limbs to stiffness, congealing the blood in her veins, till even her heart grew slower and slower, and at last stood still. Then, when it seemed the end of all things had come, some unknown power would jerk it on again like a run-down watch, in which the key had suddenly been inserted, and she would feel the key grinding round and round and round, in a winding process that was even more dreadful than the running down. Then would come agonies of heat and thirst, a sense of being strung to breaking point, and her heart would race and race till, appalled, she clasped it with her fevered hands and held it back, feeling herself on the verge of destruction. And through all this dreadful nightmare she never slept. She was hedged about by a fiery ring of sleeplessness that scorched her eyeballs whichever way she turned, giving her no rest. Sometimes, indeed, dreams came to her, but they were waking dreams of such vivid horror as almost to dwarf her reality of pain. She moved continually through a furnace that only abated when the exhausted faculties began to run down, and the deathly chill took her into fresh torments. Once, lying very near to death, she opened her sleepless eyes upon Max's face. He was stooping over her, holding her nerveless hand very tightly in his own, while he pressed a needlepoint into her arm. That, she knew, was the preliminary to the winding up process. It had happened to her before, many times, she fancied. She made a piteously feeble effort to resist him. On the instant his eyes were upon her face. She saw the green glint of them and quivered at the sight. His face was as carved granite in the weird light that danced so fantastically to her reeling brain. "Yes," he said grimly, "you are coming back." Then she knew that his will, indomitable, inflexible, was holding her fast, heedless of all the longing of her heart to escape. Then she knew that he, and only he, was the unknown power that kept her back from peace, forcing her onward in that dread circle, compelling her to live in torment. And in that moment she feared him as the victim fears the torturer, not asking for mercy, partly because she lacked the strength, and partly because she knew, how hopelessly, that she would ask in vain. He did not speak to her again. He was fully occupied, it seemed, with what he had to do. Only when he had finished he put his hand over her eyes, compelling them to close, and so remained for what seemed to her a long, long time. For a while she vibrated like a sensitive instrument under his touch, and then very strangely there stole upon her for the first time a sense of comfort. When he took his hand away, she was asleep. Max turned at last from the bed, nodded briefly to the nurse, and went as silently as a shadow from the room. Another shadow waited for him on the threshold, and in the light of the passage outside the room they stood face to face. "She will live," said Max curtly. "And?" said Nick. He was blinking very rapidly as one dazzled. "Yes, her reason is coming back. She knew me just now." "Knew you?" Max nodded without speaking. Nick turned his yellow face for a moment towards the open window on the stairs. His lips twitched a little. He said no word. Max leaned against the wall and passed his handkerchief over his forehead. Sharp as a ferret, Nick turned. "Come downstairs, old chap. You've been working like a nigger for the past fortnight. You'll knock up if you are not careful." Max went with him in silence. At the foot of the stairs he spoke again. "I shall hand her over to Dr. Jim now. She will do better with him than with me as she gets more sensible." And so a new presence came into Olga's room, and the figure of her dread appeared no more before her waking eyes. Not at first did she realize the change, for it was only fitfully that her brain could register any definite impression. But one day when strong hands lifted her, something of familiarity in the touch caught her wavering intelligence. She looked up and saw a rugged face she knew. "Dad," she said incredulously. "Of course," said Dr. Jim bluntly. "Only just found that out." She made a feeble attempt to cling to him, smiling a welcome through tears. "Oh, Dad, where have you been?" "I?" said Dr. Jim. "Why, here, to be sure, for the past week. Now, we won't have any talking. You shut your eyes like a sensible young woman and go to sleep." He had always exacted obedience from her. She obeyed him now. "But you won't go away again?" she pleaded. "Certainly not," he said, and took her hand into his own. The last thing she knew was the steady pressure of his fingers on her pulse. From that time her strength began very slowly to return. The suffering grew less and less intense, till at last it visited her only when she tried to think. And this was sternly forbidden to do by Dr. Jim, whose word was law. She was like a little child in those days, conscious only of the passing moment, although even then at the back of her mind she was aware of a monstrous shadow that was never wholly absent day or night. Her father and the nurse were the only people she saw during those early days, and she came to watch for the former's coming with a child's eager impatience. "I dreamed about Nick last night," she told him one morning. "I wish he would come home. Don't you?" "What do you want Nick for?" he said, possessing himself of her wrist as usual. "I don't know," she said, knitting her brows. "But it's such a long while since he went away." He laid his hand on her forehead and smoothed the lines away. "If you're a good girl," he said, "you shall go and stay with Nick at Redlands when you are well enough." She looked up at him with puzzled eyes. "I thought Nick was in India, Daddy." "He was," said Dr. Jim, "but he has come back." "Then he is at Redlands?" she asked eagerly. He met her look with his black brows drawn in a formidable frown. "Go slow," he said. "Yes, he is staying at Redlands." "Oh, may he come and see me?" she begged. Dr. Jim considered the point. "If you will promise to keep very quiet," he said finally, "I will let you see him for 5 minutes only." "Now?" she asked eagerly. "Yes, now," said Dr. Jim. He rose with the words and went out of the room, leaving her struggling to fulfill his condition. She thought he would return to satisfy himself on this point, but he did not. When the door opened again it was to admit Nick alone. She held out her arms to him, and in a second he was beside her, holding her fast. "My poor little chicken," he said, and though there seemed to be a laugh in his voice, she fancied he was in some fashion more moved than she. "They've cut off all my hair, Nick," she said. "That's the worst of scarlet fever, isn't it?" "Hair will grow again, sweetheart," he said. "At least yours will. Mine won't. I'm going as bald as a coot." They laughed together over this calamity which was becoming undeniably obvious. "You never did have much thatch, did you, Nick?" she said. "And I suppose India has spoilt what little you had." "It's nice of you not to set it down to advancing years," said Nick. "Muriel does." "Muriel? Have you seen her lately?" "This morning," said Nick. "Oh." There was surprised interrogation in Olga's voice. "Where is she, then?" "At Redlands," said Nick. Then, seeing her puzzled look, "We're married, you know, sweetheart." "Oh?" she said again. "I didn't know." "It's some time ago now," said Nick. "We've got a little kiddie called Reggie. He's at Redlands, too." "I remember now." Olga smiled, understanding. "How is Reggie?" she asked. "Oh, going strong," said Nick. "He'll soon be as big as I am." She stretched up a shaky hand to stroke his parchment face. "You're the biggest man I know, Nick," she said softly. "Dad says I may come and stay with you at Redlands. Will you have me?" "Rather," said Nick. "There's your own room waiting for you." "Dear Nick," she murmured, "you are good to me." She lay still for a few seconds, holding his hand. Her eyes were wandering round the room. They reached him at last, alert and watchful by her side. "Nick," she said. "What is it, Kitty?" "There's something I can't remember," she said, "and it hurts me when I try. Nick, what is it?" He answered her at once with great gentleness. "It's nothing you need worry your head about, dear. I know, and so does Jim. You leave it to us till you are a bit stronger." But she continued to look at him with trouble in her eyes. "I feel as if someone is calling me," she said. "But that is not so," said Nick quickly and firmly. "Believe me, there is nothing for it but patience. Wait till you are stronger." She submitted to the mandate, conscious of her own inability to do otherwise. But there was a touch of reproach in her voice as she said, "I thought you would help me, Nick." "I will," he promised, "when the time comes." That comforted her somewhat, for she trusted him implicitly, and when Dr. Jim came in he found her quite tranquil. Thereafter Nick was permitted to see her for a little every day, and she welcomed his visits with enthusiasm. She would have welcomed Muriel also, but Dr. Jim had decreed that one visitor in the day was enough. She would see Muriel as soon as she was well enough to go to Redlands. "I really think I am well enough to go now," she confided to Nick one morning. "Do try and persuade Dad." Nick undertook to do so, with the result that late that night Dr. Jim came in, wrapped her in blankets, head and all as though she had been an infant, and carried her away. It was a masterly move, and achieved with such precision on his part that she had scarcely time to be surprised or excited before she was lying still in his arms in a motor and traveling rapidly through the darkness. He uncovered her face then, and gave her his blunt permission to come up and breathe. She clung to him delightedly. "Oh, Dad, isn't it fun? But you're going to stay at Redlands, too?" "For the present," said Dr. Jim. "Who is taking your patients?" she asked him unexpectedly. "A fellow from London, a youngster," said Dr. Jim. "Now no more talking, my girl. I'll have you in bed in 5 minutes, and you must be fast asleep in 10." She laid her cropped head down upon his shoulder and asked no more. But she could not wholly repress her astonishment when she abruptly found herself at Redlands. The adventure had all the suddenness of a fairy tale. "We must have been scorching," she exclaimed. "Why, we seem to have flown here." "It's necessary sometimes," said Dr. Jim. His words did not wholly explain matters, but they effectually closed her lips; and she asked no more as he bore her up to the room she always occupied when staying in Nick's house. And thereafter she slept more peacefully and naturally than she had slept for a very long time. In the morning she found another wonder awaiting her; for it was not the nurse who came to her bedside, but Muriel, grave and gentle and motherly, and somehow the sight of her seemed to unveil much that till then had been a mystery to Olga. She greeted her very lovingly. "You can't imagine what it feels like to see you again," she whispered, with her arms round Muriel's neck. "But I do hope you and Dad haven't hurried back from Switzerland because of me." Muriel smiled at her with great tenderness. "My darling, don't you know how precious you are?" "Then you did," said Olga. "I feel a horrid pig. How is Reggie?" "He is splendid," said Reggie's mother, in the deep voice that always indicated depth of feeling also. "Much too gay and giddy to come and see you yet. Even Jim is satisfied with him. I couldn't ask for more than that, could I?" She brought her a cup of milk and sat by the bed while she drank it. There was never any perturbing element in Muriel's presence. She carried ever with her the gracious quietness of a mind at rest. Olga drank her milk with a most unwonted feeling of serenity. "Reggie certainly mustn't come near me yet," she said. "It would be awful if he caught it." "There is nothing to catch, dear," said Muriel, as she took back the cup. "Not scarlet fever?" said Olga in surprise. "You haven't had scarlet fever," Muriel told her gently. "It was brain fever, following upon sunstroke. That is why we have to keep you so quiet." "Oh," said Olga. "Nick never told me that." "I don't suppose Dr. Jim would let him. But I told him I should." Muriel's hand, cool and reassuring, held hers. "There is no object in keeping it from you," she said. "You are getting well again, and you always had plenty of sense, dear. I know you will be sensible now." "I'll certainly try," said Olga. She lay quiet then for some time, apparently engrossed in thought, though not distressed thereby. She turned her head at last and asked a sudden question. "Will Nick go to India without me, Muriel?" "No, dear. He is going to wait till you can go too," Muriel answered. "Oh, Muriel!" She carried the quiet hand impulsively to her lips. Muriel smiled. "Are you so anxious to go?" "I should just think I am. But I know I'm horridly selfish. How can you bear to let him go?" "My dear," Muriel said, "I don't think I could bear to keep him when I know he wants to go. You will have to take care of him for me." "Oh, I will," said Olga earnestly. Very little more passed between them on the subject then, but it filled Olga's mind throughout the day, even to the exclusion of that sinister shadow that still lurked at the back of her consciousness. Nick did not visit her until the evening, and then she at once began to talk of the topic that so occupied her thoughts. "Do you know, I had actually forgotten about going to Sharapura, Nick," she said. "I'm so glad I've remembered. It's something to be quick and get well for." "Hear, hear," said Nick, with a whoop of delight. She laughed at his enthusiasm, and he suddenly recollected himself and entreated her to keep calm. "If Jim knew I had made you laugh he'd kick me to a jelly, and give you a blue pill." Whereat she laughed a little more. "That would be more like Max than Daddy Jim." And there, suddenly she stopped short, the colour flooding her pale face. "Why," she said, frowning confusedly, "I had forgotten Max, too. How is Max?" "He's all right," said Nick lightly. "Shall I give him your love?" "Oh, no," she said quickly. "Don't give him anything of mine. He wouldn't understand." "All right, my chicken," said Nick, with cheery unconcern. "He's got a little brother in the East, by the way. I wonder if we shall run across him." She did not echo the wonder. Her forehead was drawn in the old painful lines, and she scarcely responded to the rest of his airy conversation. When Dr. Jim visited her later in the evening, he grunted disapproval. "What's the matter now?" he asked her, with keen eyes on her troubled face. "I don't know," she murmured wistfully. "Yes, you do. Come, tell me." He sat down on the edge of the bed with the evident determination to get at the root of the matter. She held back for a little, but finally, finding him obdurate, sat up and drew herself within the circle of his arm. "There, my dear. What is it?" said Dr. Jim. She hid her face on his shoulder. "Dad, it's something to do with Max," she whispered. "Max? Who is Max?" demanded Dr. Jim inquisitorially, the while he cuddled her close. "Oh, you know, dear. Dr. Wyndham," she murmured. "Oh, so you call him Max, do you?" said Jim dryly. "That's an innovation, so far as I am concerned." "I couldn't help it," she faltered, hiding her face a little lower. "He made me." "Did he, indeed?" said Dr. Jim. "Well, what's the trouble?" I can't remember," she whispered forlornly. "Are you in love with him?" asked Dr. Jim abruptly. She lifted her face with a great start. "No," she gasped breathlessly. He looked at her with a semi-humorous frown. "Well, that's something definite to go upon, anyhow. Can't stand him at any price, eh?" She smiled a little doubtfully. "I couldn't at one time. But now "Yes? Now?" said Dr. Jim. "I'm just afraid of him," she said, a piteous quiver in her voice. "What for?" Dr. Jim sounded stern, but his hold was very comforting. "That's just it," said Olga. "I don't remember. I can't remember. But I know he is angry, for some reason. I think I must have done something he didn't like. Anyhow, I know he is angry." Dr. Jim grunted again. "Does that matter?" he asked, after a moment. She clung to him very fast. "It will matter, when I see him again." "And if you don't see him again?" said Dr. Jim. "Oh, Dad," she said, with a deep breath. "Well?" he persisted. "Would that simplify matters? Would that set your mind at rest?" "Oh, yes, it would," she said, with immense relief. He gave her an abrupt kiss and laid her down. "Very well, then. That's settled," he said. "You shan't see him again. Now go to sleep." But though she knew he would keep his promise, she was not wholly satisfied, nor did sleep come to her very readily. Her mind was vaguely disturbed. The thought of Max had set her brain in a turmoil which she literally dared not attempt to pursue to its source. She was beginning to be desperately afraid of the mystery she could not penetrate. She was not so well in the morning, and Dr. Jim rigidly refused to allow Nick or Muriel at her bedside. He himself was there during the greater part of the day, watching her, waiting upon her, with a vigilance that never slackened. She suffered a good deal of pain, but his unremitting care did much to alleviate it, and in the evening she was better again, albeit considerably weakened. After that her progress was slow, and finding the effort of thought beyond her, she was forced wearily to give up the attempt to think. Even when at length her strength returned sufficiently for her to be carried downstairs and laid on a couch in the garden, the mystery still remained a mystery, and for some reason unintelligible even to herself, she had grown content to leave it so. She avoided all thought of it with a morbid dread that was in part physical; for any attempt at concentration in those days always entailed a headache that rendered her practically blind and speechless for hours. Meantime they sought to keep her occupied with thoughts of her coming adventure in the East with Nick. There were many preparations to be made, and Muriel tackled them with a steady energy that could not fail to excite Olga's interest. She even roused herself to assist, though Dr. Jim would not permit her to do much, and would often rise and take the work out of her hands when her eyes began to droop. She had her hours of great depression also, when life was nothing but a burden, and she would weep without knowing why. On these occasions Nick was invaluable. He had a wonderful knack of banishing those tears, and in his cheery presence the burden was never insupportable. It was on Nick's wiry strength that she leaned when she tottered forth for her first walk in the garden. She would probably have wept over her weakness if he had not made her laugh at it instead. It was a morning of soft, misty sunshine in the early autumn, and a robin trilled his gay greeting to them as they slowly crept along. "Jolly little beggar," said Nick. "Robins always appeal to me. They know how to be cheerful in adversity. Care to go down to the glen, sweetheart? I'll haul you back again." Yes, Olga would go to the glen. It was a favorite haunt with both of them. The sun glinted on the narrow pathway as they went. The twinkle of the stream was like fairy laughter, with every now and then a secret gurgle as of a laugh suppressed. They halted on the mossy bank, Nick's arm affording active support. Olga looked down thoughtfully into the running water. "The last time I was here," she said slowly, "was on the day I went to the Priory to ask Violet to come and stay with me. That must be ages ago." "Oh, ages," said Nick. She turned to him with a puzzled air. "I wonder Violet hasn't been to see me, Nick. Where is she?" His flickering eyes were searching the stream. "She's gone away," he said. "Oh? Where has she gone?" "I haven't a notion," he said indifferently. "I wonder I haven't heard," mused Olga. "I suppose she hasn't written?" "Not to my knowledge," said Nick. His attention was obviously still fixed upon the babbling water. "Oh, well, she hardly ever does write," commented Olga. "And you don't know where she is gone?" "I do not," said Nick. At this point his preoccupation seemed to strike her. "What are you looking at?" she asked. He nodded towards a clump of ferns that fringed the bank. "I thought I saw my friend, the scarlet butterfly. There is a beauty lives hereabouts. Yes, by Jove, there he is. See him, Olga." Even as he spoke, the scarlet butterfly emerged from its hiding place and fluttered down the stream. Olga uttered a sharp cry that brought Nick's eyes to her face. "What's the matter, Kitty? What is it?" For a moment she was too overcome to tell him. Then, "Oh, Nick," she said, "I saw that butterfly the last time I was here. It was fluttering along just like that. And then, all of a sudden, a dreadful green dragonfly flashed out on it, and I didn't see it any more." "Cheer up," said Nick. "Evidently it escaped." "Oh, I wonder," she said in a voice of puzzled distress. "I do wonder." His shrewd glance returned to the moth quivering like a flower petal in the breeze. "Well, there it is," he said cheerily. "Let's give it the benefit of the doubt." Her face did not wholly clear. "I wish I knew," she said. "Do you really think it can be the same, Nick?" "I've never seen more than one," said Nick, "so it would appear to be a more artful dodger than you took it for. I don't see friend Dragon Fly anywhere about." She shuddered suddenly and convulsively. "No, and I hope he isn't here. Do you know what he made me think of? Max. So strong, so merciless, and so horribly clever." "I'm clever, too," said Nick modestly. "Oh, but in a different way," protested Olga. Again his quick eyes flashed over her. "I think you are rather hard on Max, myself," he said unexpectedly. "I?" said Olga. "Yes, you, my dear. You've no right to regard him in that unwholesome light. He doesn't deserve it. He is quite a decent sort. A little too managing, perhaps, but that's just his way. You might go further and fare much worse." He paused, but Olga said no word. She only palpitated against his arm. He continued after a moment with the quick decision characteristic of him. "I'm not going to pursue the subject, but just this once, in justice to the man, I must have my say. You asked me once if I liked him, and I was not in a position to tell you. I will tell you now. I like him thoroughly. He's a man after my own heart, straight and clean and staunch. If you ever want someone to trust, trust him. He'd stand by you to perdition."
"Oh, do you think that of him, Nick?" she said as one incredulous.
"Oh, yes, dear, I do," said Nick. "Well, that's all I have to say. Suppose we begin to crawl back."
But Olga waited a moment, watching with fascinated eyes the speck of scarlet that still trembled in the sunshine. It fluttered from sight at last, and with a sigh she turned. "I wonder if it got away," she murmured again, as if to herself. "I do wonder." But to Max, in spite of Nick's spirited eulogy, she made no further reference. Nick dined at his brother's house at Weir that evening, alone with Max Wyndham. The boys had gone back to school, and the house was almost painfully quiet. Even Nick seemed to feel a certain depression in the atmosphere, for his cheerful chatter was decidedly fitful, and when he and Max were seated opposite to one another, smoking, it ceased altogether. Out of a long silence came Max's voice. "When did you say you were starting for the East?"
3 weeks next Friday," said Nick.
Max grunted, and the silence was renewed. It was Nick's voice, cracked and careless, that next broke the spell. He seemed to speak on the edge of a laugh.
"It's just 6 years ago since the woman I wanted went to India. Curious, isn't it?" "What's curious?" said Max.
Nick explained, still with a suspicion of humor in his words.
"Well, the funny part of it was that she hoped and believed she was going to get away from me. However, I viewed the matter otherwise, and I followed her."
"Did you, though?"
said Max. "And how did the lady take it? Was she pleased?" "My dear chap, she didn't know." The laugh was more apparent now. Nick removed his cigar to indulge it. "I was most careful not to get in her way, you understand. I was simply there, if wanted." "And events proved you justified, I suppose?" Max sounded interested after a cynical and quite impersonal fashion. "They did," said Nick. His own elastic grin appeared for an instant, and was gone. "Events can generally be trimmed to suit your purpose," he said, "if you are sufficiently in earnest." "That has not been my experience," observed Max briefly. "Perhaps you haven't tried," said Nick. Silence descended once more, and Nick was rude enough to fall asleep. An hour later he awoke with extreme alertness, in response to a remark from Max as to the lateness of the hour. "Yes, by Jove," he said, "I must be getting back. By the way, Wyndham, did I mention to you that Sharapura is the name of the place we are going to? It's quite an interesting corner of the Empire, and declared by medical experts to be a top hole neighbourhood for studying malaria. "Is that a recommendation?" asked Max grimly. Nick's smile was geniality itself. "It is," he answered. "A very strong recommendation." He thrust out a friendly hand. "Good night, my son, and good luck to you." Max's grip was hard and sustained. He looked into the grinning, humorous face, and almost in spite of himself his own mouth took a humorous twist. "So that's what you came to say, is it?" he said. "Well, good night, you old rotter, and thanks." Nick mounted his horse and rode back in the moonlight, singing a tuneless but very sentimental love lyric to the stars. End of chapter 25. End of part 1. Part 2, chapters 1 and 2 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1. Courtship. "It must be great fun gettin' married," said the chief bridesmaid pensively to the best man. "Why don't you go and get married, Noel?" "I'm going to," said Noel. "Oh, are you?" with suddenly awakened interest. "Soon?" Noel screwed up his Irish eyes and laughed. "In 12 years or thereabouts." "Oh." A pair of wide blue eyes regarded him attentively. 12 years is a very long time," observed the chief bridesmaid gravely. "It is, isn't it?" said Noel with a large sigh. "Perhaps you'll be dead then," suggested the chief bridesmaid. "What a jolly idea! Perhaps I shall. In that case the marriage will not take place." She sat down on his knee and slipped a kindly arm round his neck. "I hope you won't be dead, Noel," she said, in the careful tone of one not wishing to be taken too seriously. The best man smiled all over his merry face. "I shall do my best to survive, for your sake," he said. She nodded thoughtfully. "But why aren't you going to get married sooner?" He surveyed her with his head on one side. "My little sweetheart is only pocket size at present," he said. "I'm waiting for her to grow up." "Oh, is she little like me?" asked the chief bridesmaid, looking slightly disappointed. "She's just like you, sweetheart," said Noel with cheery assurance. "She has eyes of Wedgwood blue, and hair of golden down, a mouth like a rose, and the jolliest little turn-up nose in the world. And she's going to be 6 next birthday." This classic description was an instant revelation to the chief bridesmaid. She blushed very sweetly, with pleasure unfeigned in which shyness had no part. "Oh, Noel!" she breathed in rapturous anticipation. "But why must we wait till we're growed up?" "We?" said Noel, who was 22 and a crack shot in the regiment. She kissed him propitiatingly. "I mean, dear Noel, why can't we go and get married now? I'm sure Mummy wouldn't mind." "I wonder," said Noel. "I do love you so very much," said the chief bridesmaid with eyes of shining sincerity. "And you are just the beautifulest soldier I ever saw." He threw back his head in a laugh that showed his white teeth to his small adorer's huge delight. He was certainly a very gallant figure in his red and gold uniform, with his sword dangling at his side, and his winning Irish ways gained him popularity wherever he went. It was true that the chief bridesmaid's mother shook her head at him and called him fickle, but then his fickleness was of so open and boyish an order that it could hardly be regarded as a fault, especially since no one, with the exception of the chief bridesmaid, ever took him seriously. And to her, at least, young Noel Wyndham was always tenderly faithful in his allegiance. On the present occasion, though nominally he had been acting as best man to a brother officer, he had spent most of his time in the service of the muslin-frocked, bare-legged atom who now sprawled upon his knee with all the privilege of an old acquaintance, assuring him of her whole-hearted devotion and admiration. He had just been giving her tea and wedding cake, of which latter she had eaten the sugar, and he the cake, a wise division which had pleased them both. "Will we have a cake just like this when we're married, Noel?" she asked seductively, casting an affectionate glance towards the empty plate. "Oh, rather," said Noel. "Several stories high, big enough to last a whole year."
"Oh, Noel!" she murmured ecstatically.
And, "Oh, Noel," said her mother, suddenly coming up behind them.
The chief bridesmaid laughed roguishly over Noel's shoulder. "I like weddin's," she said.
Noel set her down and rose. "My dear Mrs. Musgrave, I've been hunting for you everywhere. Have you had any tea?" She smiled at him with amused reproof. A very sweet smile had Mrs. Musgrave, but it was never very mirthful. She had lost all her mirth with her youth. Though she could not have been much over 30, her hair was silver white.
"I was only in the next room," she said. "Yes, thank you. The padre gave me tea. We must be going, Peggy and I. Will left some time ago, directly after the bride and bridegroom."
"Ah, Will is a paragon of industry. I believe he thinks more of that beastly old reservoir of his than of the whole population of Sharapura put together. But surely you needn't go yet." "Don't," pleaded Noel, with his most persuasive smile.
"No, don't let's, Mummy," begged the child, clinging to her hero's hand. "Noel and me, we're going to be married, we are."
"So we are," said Noel. "And we're going to church on the Rajah's state elephant, and we're going to make him trumpet all the way there and all the way back. I hope we are not springing it on you too suddenly," he added, with a laugh. "It's the usual thing, isn't it, for the best man to marry the chief bridesmaid?"
"I should say it depended a little on their respective ages," smiled Mrs. Musgrave. "Are you going to find my rickshaw? It is later than I thought, and I am expecting visitors."
"Ah, I know," said Noel. "Captain and Mrs. Nick of Warra, isn't it?"
"Not Mrs. Nick," she corrected him. "I wish it had been. She is my greatest friend. But she can't leave England because of their child."
"There's a lady of some description coming in his train," asserted Noel. "I have it on unimpeachable authority."
"Yes, she is his niece. I knew her as a child. A giddy little thing. Rather like Nick himself."
"Mrs. Musgrave, is that how you describe one of our most celebrated heroes? Nick Ratcliffe, the one and only, the most romantic specimen of our modern British chivalry, beloved of women like yourself, respected by men like me. Did I hear aright?" She laughed. "Oh, don't be absurd. He is the least imposing person in the world, I assure you." "And the lady, his niece?" questioned Noel. "Is she married, by the way?"
"Oh, no. She is quite a girl."
"A real live girl in this wilderness?" ejaculated Noel. "I say, may I drop in a little later and see her? Dear Mrs. Musgrave, say yes." He stooped and gallantly kissed her hand. "As your daughter's fiancé, I think you might ask me to dine. I'll be so awfully good if you will. I say, Peggy, ask Mummy to invite me to dinner to night, and I'll come and say good night to you in bed."
"Oh, yes," cried Peggy, jumping with eagerness. "He may come, mayn't he, Mummy? And I'll save up my prayers," she added to Noel, "and say them to you."
"Hear, hear," said Noel. "Come, Mrs. Musgrave, you haven't the heart to refuse me such an innocent pleasure as that. I'm sure you haven't. So thank you kindly. I'll come. Shall I?"
"Of course you are quite irresistible," said Mrs. Musgrave. "But I don't, really, think it would be very kind of me to have guests on their first night. The poor child is sure to be too tired for chatter." "But I shan't chatter," protested Noel. "I'll be as quiet as a mouse. Come, Mrs. Musgrave, don't be cruel. Remember you're dealing with your future son-in-law, who is absolutely devoted to you. And don't refuse me the only favour I've ever asked." He gained his end. Noel Wyndham was an adept at that, having made a study of it all his life. Mrs. Musgrave, reflecting that the most fascinating young officer in the cantonment could scarcely be unwelcome in the eyes of a young English girl, however tired she might be, finally allowed herself to be persuaded by cajolery on his part, and earnest pleading on Peggy's, to include him at her dinner table. "If you don't mind taking the risk of being de trop," she said, "you may come." "I'll take any risk," he declared ardently, and, having gained his point, kissed her hand again,
and departed to summon her rickshaw, with Peggy mounted on his shoulder. 2. The Self-Invited Guest. When Noel Wyndham entered Mrs. Musgrave's drawing-room that night he was wearing his most alluring smile. He was evidently prepared to charm and be charmed, and his host, who privately regarded this addition to the party as a decided nuisance, could not but extend to him a cordial welcome. Will Musgrave, though grave and even by some deemed austere, was never churlish. He was a civil engineer of some repute, and had earned for himself a reputation for hard work which was certainly well deserved. Nick Ratcliffe had been his close friend from boyhood, and the chance that had stationed him within a short distance of the native city of Sharapura, in which Nick was for the next few months to take up his abode, was regarded by both as a singularly happy one. It was not surprising, therefore, that he could not bring himself to look upon Noel's advent on that, their first evening together, with much enthusiasm. His wife had broken the news with semi-humorous apologies. "I couldn't resist him, Will. You know what that boy is. Really, I didn't ask him. He asked himself." "Oh, all right," Will had replied with resignation. "You'll have to look after him, and see he doesn't try to flirt too outrageously at first sight." "I'll try," she had assented somewhat dubiously. For Noel always flirted with every woman he met, herself included, and it was really quite impossible to stop him or even to discourage him. He only laughed at snubs, and pursued his airy flights with keener zest. She was not in the drawing-room when the self-invited guest arrived, and it fell to her husband to receive and entertain him. Noel, however, was extremely easy to entertain at all times. He was never bored. "It was so awfully good of Mrs. Musgrave to let me come," he observed to his host on shaking hands. "I had to beg jolly hard, I can tell you. She thought your other visitors might consider me one too many. But I'm sure they won't, and I'm immensely keen on meeting them. Have they arrived?" 2 hours ago," said Will Musgrave. "That's all right. My brother-in-law knows Ratcliffe, but I've never had the good luck to meet him. Something of a fire-eater, isn't he?" Will laughed. "Oh, quite a giant in his own line." Noel nodded. "Just as well. They are wanting a giant pretty badly up at the city, if report says true. That young Akbar needs a firm hand. He passed us on parade yesterday, went by like the devil, kicking up a dust fit to choke the lot of us. Beastly young cad." "Ah, he isn't over fond of the Indian Army," said Will. "The Indian Army would give him a damn good hiding if it got the chance," returned Noel, in righteous indignation. "I hope Ratcliffe will rub that into him well. The place is simply swarming with malcontents, and he encourages them. I believe they even flatter themselves we are afraid of them." "I shouldn't say anything of that kind before Miss Ratcliffe," said Will. "She has just got over a severe illness, and may be nervous." "Great Scotland! This isn't the place for anyone with nerves," ejaculated Noel. "I heard this morning that there's a most ferocious man-eater in the Kantali district. I'm longing to have a shot at him, but they say he's as cunning as Beelzebub, and never shows unless he has some game on. And the jungle's so beastly thick all round there. It doesn't give anyone a chance. Why can't His Objectionable Excellency turn his hand to something useful, and clear some of it away? By the way, I tried to catch a karate this morning. I am going to start a menagerie for Peggy's edification. But our Kit, who is a very officious person when he isn't wrapped in contemplation of nothing in particular, interfered and killed the little beast before I had time to explain. I told him he was a silly ass, but he seemed to think he had done something praiseworthy. What's the best remedy for a karate's bite?" "The only known remedy is to sit down and die with as good a grace as possible," said Nick, entering at the moment. "But it's just as well to be sure it is a karate before you take those measures, as there are more hopeful remedies for other species." He held out his hand to Noel with a cheery smile. "Pleased to meet you. I've already made the acquaintance of one member of your illustrious family." "Have you, though?" said Noel. "That's rather a handicap for me, isn't it?" Nick's glance travelled swiftly over him and passed. "If you're as good a chap as your brother, you'll do," he said. "Oh, I'm not," said Noel hastily. "If you're talking about Max, he's the only respectable Wyndham there is, and that's only because he hasn't time to be anything else. He wrote and told me you were coming here. I was at Budpuro then, but I set to work double quick and got myself transferred." "What for?" said Nick. Noel winked confidentially. "I wanted to see the fun," he said. Again, for the passage of a second, Nick's eyes regarded him, and then over the shrewd yellow face there flashed a sudden smile. "Are you a cricketer?" said Nick. "You bet I am," said Noel boyishly. Nick nodded. "I was myself once." "Only once, Nick," protested Musgrave, with a smile that was scarcely humorous. Nick turned to him with a semi-rueful grimace. "Oh, my cricketing days are over. All I'm good for now is to teach other fellows the rules of the game." At this point a high voice made itself heard in the distance, imperiously demanding Noel's presence. "Oh, Jupiter!" exclaimed Noel. "That's Peggy. Excuse me, you chaps. She has been saving up her prayers for my benefit, and I came early on purpose." He was gone with the words with all an ardent lover's alacrity, and Will Musgrave smiled. "He's a heady youngster, but there's real stuff in him." "Sound, is he?" said Nick. "I should say so. But fancy he's a bit fiery," said Will. There was nothing to denote fieriness in Noel's attitude as he composed himself a few seconds later for the ceremony of Peggy's devotions. It was a very simple ceremony, but conducted with extreme decorum, Peggy's ayah being sternly dismissed as a preliminary. Noel sat on the edge of the bed while its small owner knelt upon it, head bowed in hands and lodged upon his shoulder. He had made a tentative movement to encircle her with his arm, but this had been gently but quite firmly forbidden. "You mustn't cuddle while I'm sayin' my prayers," said Peggy. "You must put your hands together and shut your eyes. That's what Mummy does." Noel complied with these instructions, but when Peggy was fairly launched he ventured to violate the last, and steal a look at the fair head that rested against his shoulder. Peggy was saying the Lord's Prayer with evident enjoyment. Noel listened with respect. There was the swish of a woman's dress in the passage outside. He listened to that also, his dark eyes watching the half-open door. His attention began to wander. "Noel," said a small hurt voice at his side. Noel's eyes shut as if at the pulling of a string. "Sorry, Pegtop. Go ahead." "You mustn't call me Pegtop when I'm sayin' my prayers," protested Peggy. "I wanted you to say Amen." "Amen," said Noel humbly. "It's no good now." There was a sound of tears in Peggy's voice. "You've just spoilt it all." "Oh, I say," pleaded Noel. "Well, try again. I'll say it next time." "Can't," said Peggy. "It's wrong to keep on sayin' the same thing." "I never heard that before," said Noel. "It's in the Bible," asserted Peggy. "Is it?" Noel sounded faintly incredulous. "Yes, it is." There was a touch of indignation in Peggy's rejoinder. "It's what the heathen do," she said. Noel ventured to open his eyes, and found hers fixed severely upon him. "Well, I'm awfully sorry," he said. "What had we better do?" "You're not sorry," said Peggy accusingly. "Your eyes are all laughy." "I'll swear they're not," declared Noel. "But I say, hadn't you better finish? Then we can have a cuddle." "But I can't finish," said Peggy. "Why not?" "'Cause you interrupted, and I can't begin again." There was more than the sound of tears this time. The blue eyes were suddenly swimming in them. "And I haven't said my hymn, and you don't care a bit," she said in a voice that quivered ominously. Matters were evidently getting desperate. "Yes, but you can say the rest," argued Noel, with the feeling that he was losing ground every instant. "What do you generally say next?" "No, I can't. It wouldn't be sayin' them properly, and God doesn't listen if you don't say them properly." Here was a formidable difficulty. But Noel's brain was fertile. He had a sudden inspiration. "Look here," he said. "I'll say the first part again for you, and you can say Amen."
I haven't said mine yet, you know, so it doesn't matter for me. Then you can go on and finish. Will that do?"
Peggy gave the matter her grave consideration, and decided that it would.
"But you must kneel down," she said.
There was no sound in the passage now. Noel peered in that direction, but detected nothing. Patiently he slipped on to his knees, and began to recite the Lord's Prayer. Considering the difficulties under which he laboured, he acquitted himself with considerable credit. Peggy at least was fully satisfied, a fact to which her fervent "Amen" abundantly testified. She took up her own petitions at once quite impressively, albeit with slightly accelerated speed to make up for lost time. At the end of her hymn she paused.
"Would you like me to ask God to make me grow up quick, so that we can be married soon, Noel?" she asked.
"I shouldn't," said Noel.
"Not?"
The Wedgwood blue eyes opened wide. "No. Very likely you won't want to marry me when you're grown up," Noel explained. Peggy was amazed at the bare suggestion of such a possibility.
"Why, of course I'll want to marry you," she declared, hugging him. "You're the very nicest man that ever was."
"No, I'm not. I'm a rotter," Noel made brief and unvarnished reply.
"No one knows what I am, except myself. And no one ever will,"
he added almost fiercely. And then, with lightning change of front, he laughed. "Never mind. We'll go on being sweethearts. That's better than nothing, isn't it?" Peggy was looking at him very seriously.
"I'd go on lovin' you even if you was to kill someone," she said.
"Thanks, Pegtop. Well, I've never done that yet, though there's no knowing how soon I may begin," said Noel carelessly.
"Oh, but it's very wicked to kill people."
There was shocked reproof in Peggy's tone. "Depends," said Noel judicially. "Sometimes it's the only thing to do."
"Oh, Noel!"
Peggy's disapproval was evidently struggling with her loyalty. Something white gleamed in the doorway, and Noel's eyes suddenly sparkled. He abandoned the argument without a second thought. "Pray come in," he said. "Peggy is holding a reception. She always receives at this hour. Now, Peggy, stand up and tell this lady my name."
"May I really come in for a moment?" said Olga.
She stood hesitating on the threshold, a slim, girlish figure.
"Don't let me disturb you. Mrs. Musgrave thinks she must have left her rings here. How do you do?"
She gave her hand to Noel, who had moved to meet her. He laughed audaciously into her face. "Awfully pleased to meet you, Ratcliffe. Why didn't you come in before? I was in a beastly tight fix, and should have been glad of your assistance. I knew you were there."
"Did you?"
she said. The smile that had grown so rare flashed over her face in response to his.
"I wasn't eavesdropping, really," she assured him. "I was only waiting for a suitable moment to present myself."
"Could any moment be anything else?" he asked her, bowing deeply. She laughed at that without the faintest coquetry.
"Very easily, I should say. Isn't little Peggy going to bed?"
"Of course she is," said Noel. "Hop in, infant. We've been officiating at a wedding to day, she and I, and the excitement has turned our heads a little. That's the way, mavourneen," as Peggy, a little shy in the presence of the newcomer, slipped into her bed. "You didn't introduce me, though, did you?" Peggy held his hand in embarrassed silence.
"Peggy scarcely knows me herself yet," said Olga. "Don't you think we might manage without?"
"I dared not have suggested it myself," said Noel, with an ease that belied him. "If we do that, we may as well pretend we're old acquaintances at once."
"Perhaps," said Olga.
She was searching for her hostess's rings, and spoke with a somewhat absent air. "Especially as my name is Wyndham," he said. She stopped short in her search and seemed to stiffen. Then slowly she turned towards him.
"You are Dr. Wyndham's brother?"
"I have that honour," said Noel dryly. She stood quite still for a moment. Then,
"I knew he had a brother in India," she said, "but I didn't know we were likely to meet."
"That," said Noel, was partly his doing and partly mine. He wrote and told me that Captain Ratcliffe was coming to Sharapura, and I at once took steps to get myself transferred to the battalion here." "Oh, then you know Nick?" "By repute," smiled Noel. "A good many people in India can say the same, though he may be without honour in his own country." "Indeed he isn't," said Olga proudly. "He is a hero wherever he goes." "And you have come to take care of him?" asked Noel. She faced him. "Did you know I was coming?" "No. I thought it was Mrs. Ratcliffe. Max writes an abominable fist." She seemed relieved. "Yes, I have come to take care of him. He never takes care of himself." "And you know how to make him do as he is told?" asked Noel. She smiled. "Oh yes, I am quite capable. It isn't the first time I have taken care of him. We are very old pals." "I envy you both," said Noel. "Is this what you are looking for?" He had spied a ring under the edge of Peggy's biscuit plate. He held it out to her with a graceful flourish. But at this point Peggy, who had begun to feel neglected, overcame her shyness and shrilly intervened. "Noel, that's not the way. You should say, 'With this ring—'" "Peggy!" Noel interrupted. "You're going too fast. I'm much too old to travel at that pace. I will say good night to you before you get me into trouble." He stooped to kiss her, but Peggy was clinging like a marmoset round his neck when he stood up again. His brown face laughed through her curls. "We're a horribly spoony couple," he said to Olga. "We've known each other just 6 weeks, and we got engaged to-day." "Do you often get engaged like that?" asked Olga. "Oh, rather," said Noel. "It's much more fun than getting married. Cheaper, too, and not so monotonous." Again he laughed. "I assure you it's the easiest thing in the world to get engaged. Never tried it?" It was unpardonably audacious, but that was Noel Wyndham's way, and somehow no one ever took offence. Olga did not take offence, but she winced ever so slightly, a fact which Noel obviously failed to observe, being occupied with the difficult task of releasing himself from Peggy's ardent embraces. When he finally obtained his freedom and stood up, Olga had passed out again into the passage. He threw a last kiss to his small sweetheart, and hurried after her. End of chapters 1 and 2. Part 2, chapters 3 and 4 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. The New Life. "It isn't in the least what I thought it would be," said Olga. "Nothing ever is," said Nick. He was sprawling on a charpoy on the veranda of their new abode, smoking a cigarette with lazy enjoyment. Though within sound of the native city, their bungalow stood well outside. It was surrounded by a compound of many tangled shrubs, that gave it the appearance of being more isolated than it actually was. Not so very far away from it, down in the direction of Will Musgrave's growing reservoir, there stood a "dock" bungalow, and immediately beyond this were cornfields and the native village that clustered along the edge of the river. The cantonments were well out of sight, more than a mile away along the dusty road, further than the polo ground and racecourse. Behind the bungalow, approached only through a dense mass of tall jungle grass, stretched the jungle, mile upon mile of untamed wilderness, home of wild pig and jackals, monkeys and flying foxes. Very quiet by day was that long dark tract of jungle, but at night strange voices awoke there that seemed to Olga like the crying of unquiet spirits. Neither by day nor night did she feel the smallest desire to explore it. The native city of Sharapura held infinitely greater fascinations for her. Some of its buildings were beautiful, and she was keenly interested in its inhabitants. She never entered it, however, save under Nick's escort. He was very insistent upon this point, and he would never suffer her to linger in the long narrow bazaar, with its dim booths and crafty peering faces. Down by the river there was a mosque about which pigeons circled and cooed perpetually, but beggars were so plentiful all around it that it was next to impossible to pause near the spot without being beset on all sides, a matter of real regret to the English girl, who longed to wander or stand and admire at will. In His Excellency the Rajah she was frankly disappointed. He had been educated in England, and had acquired a patronizing condescension of demeanor which she found singularly unattractive. He never treated her with familiarity, but she did not like the look of his dusky eyes. They always smiled, but to her there was something unpleasant behind the smile. In her private soul she deemed him treacherous. He invariably wore European costume, with the exception of his green turban with its flowing puggri. He was an excellent and graceful horseman, and spoke English with extreme fluency. Nick spent a good many hours of every day at the palace, and they were always on the best terms. Yet Olga never saw him go without a pang of anxiety, or return without a thrill of relief. Probably her recent severe illness had had a lasting effect upon her nerves, for she was never easy in his absence, though Daisy Musgrave did much to reassure her. She had taken Olga under her wing as naturally as though they had been related, and they were much together. The old life had begun to seem very far away to Olga, her childhood as remote as a half-forgotten dream. The blank space in her memory remained as a patch of darkness through which her thread of life had run indeed, but of which no record remained. She had ceased to attempt to read the riddle, half in dread and half in sheer helplessness. It did not seem to matter. Surely, as Max had once said to her, nothing mattered that was past. She did not spare much thought for Max either just then, instinctively avoiding all mention of him. She had a vague consciousness that was more in the nature of a nightmare memory than an actual happening, that they had parted in anger. Sometimes there would rush over her soul the recollection of piercing green eyes that searched and would not spare, and her heart would beat in a wild dismay, and she would shrink in horror from the vision. But it was not often that this came to her now. She had learned to ward it off, to put away the past, to live in the present. For nearly a month she had been established with Nick in the bungalow on the outskirts of the city, and the novelty of things had begun to wear off. She was not strong enough to go out very much, and beyond a few calls with Nick, and a dinner or two at the cantonments, she had not seen much of the social life of Sharapura. That night, however, they were to attend a state dinner at the palace, to which all the officers of the battalion and their wives had been bidden. Olga was relieved to know that the Musgraves were also going, for at present she was intimate with no one else, with the possible exception of Noel, who visited them in a fashion which he described as entirely unofficial, almost every day. He seemed to entertain a vast admiration for Nick, and as Olga was wholly in sympathy with him on this great point, they did not find it difficult to agree upon smaller matters. She even bore with his bare-faced Irish compliments, mainly because she knew he did not mean them, and she found it easier to be amused than offended. The new life was undeniably one of considerable interest, and now and then, more particularly when she went for her morning ride with Nick, a function which Noel almost invariably attended when off duty, appearing with a brazen smile and not the faintest suggestion of an excuse, the old zest would awake within her, almost deluding her into the belief that her lost youth had returned. She still had her hours of depression and strange heart-heaviness so alien to her nature, and even in her lighter moments she was far more restrained than of yore. Shrewd still, quick of understanding still, but infinitely graver, more womanly, more reserved. Nick, who watched her as tenderly as a mother, sometimes asked himself if after all he and Jim had done the right thing. Her remoteness worried him. She seemed to live in a world of her own, asking no questions, making no confidences. Not that she ever barred him out. He was well aware that she had not the vaguest desire to keep him at a distance. But her old spontaneity, her childlike demonstrativeness, seemed to have gone, and a nameless shadow haunted the eyes that once had been so clear. They often sat together on the veranda as now, when the day's work was done, sometimes talking, sometimes silent, always in complete accord. Olga's remark that the India to which Nick had introduced her was wholly unlike her expectations had been called forth by some comment of his upon the Rajah's exceedingly British tastes. "I thought things would be much more primitive," she said. And Nick laughed, and after a long draught of whiskey and soda, observed that possibly they were more primitive than she imagined. After which he stretched himself luxuriously, and asked her if she were aware that they were within a week of Christmas Day. "Of course," she said. "Did you imagine I had forgotten? It seems so strange to have nothing to do." He sat up very abruptly with his knees drawn up to his chin, and blinked at her with extreme rapidity. "Olga," he said, "I believe you're homesick." The colour that of old had been so quick to rise faintly tinged her face as she shook her head. "Oh no, Nick, don't be absurd. How could I be, with you?" "I'm not absurd, on this occasion," returned Nick. "It's the fashion for absentees to be homesick all the world over at Christmas time. However, we are not bound to follow the fashion. How are we going to celebrate the occasion? Have you any ideas to put forward?" "None, Nick." He nodded. "That makes it all the easier for me. Shall we give a picnic at Kantali, you and I? It won't be much fag for you if you drive over with Daisy Musgrave. Noel can take most of the provisions in his dog cart. He's a useful youngster. How does that strike you? There is a ruined temple or a mosque at Kantali, I believe, and you like that sort of thing." He paused. She was listening with far-away eyes. "Yes, I shall like that," she said. "It's very nice of you to think of it." Nick straightened his knees and got up. "Do you know what I would do if I had 2 hands, Olga mia?" he said. She looked up, questioningly. His face was for the moment grim. "I would take you by the shoulders and give you a jolly good shaking," he said. She opened her eyes in astonishment. "Really, Nick?" "Yes, really," he said. "You didn't hear a word of what I said just now." "Oh, but I did," she protested, flushing in earnest this time. "I heard you, and I answered you." "Oh, yes, you answered me," he said, "as kindly and indulgently as if I had been prattling like Peggy Musgrave. I won't put up with it any longer, my chicken. Understand?" He put his hand under her chin and turned her face upwards. She quivered a little, and the tears sprang to her eyes. "I'm sorry, Nick," she said. He shook his head at her. "I won't have you sorry. That's just the grievance. Be hurt, be indignant, be angry. Sulk even. I know how to treat sulks. But don't cry, and don't be sorry. I shall be furious if you cry." She smiled up at him wistfully, saying nothing. "Fact of the matter is," proceeded Nick, "you're spoilt. It's high time I put my foot down. If you don't wake up, I'll make you take a cold bath every morning and swing dumbbells for half an hour after it." She began to laugh. "I love to see you playing tyrant, Nick." He let her go. "I'm not playing, my child. I'm in sober, deadly earnest. Have you made up your mind yet what you're going to say to young Noel when he asks you to marry him?" She started. "Oh, really, Nick?" she said again, this time with a touch of annoyance in her tone. He smiled as he heard it. "It's coming, I assure you. You see, the station is short of girls, and our young friend is impressionable. He is the sort of amorous swain who gets engaged to a dozen before he settles down to marriage with one. The question for you to decide is, are you going to be one of the dozen?" "No, that I certainly am not." Olga spoke with undoubted emphasis, and having spoken rose and laid her hand upon Nick's shoulder. "I don't think he would be so silly as to ask me," she said. "And if he did, I certainly should not be silly enough to say yes." "I'm glad to hear that, anyway," said Nick briskly. "I was afraid you might accept him out of sheer boredom." "Nick, I'm not bored." He looked at her quizzically, as if he did not quite believe her. "I am not bored," she reiterated, with something like vehemence. "I am happier with you than with anyone else in the world." "Really?" said Nick, still smiling. "Don't you believe me?" she said. He laughed. Not quite, dear. But that's not your fault. What are you going to wear tonight?" Nick could switch himself from one subject to another as easily as a monkey leaps from tree to tree, and when once he had made the leap, no persuasion could ever induce him to return. Olga knew this, and abandoned the discussion, albeit slightly dissatisfied. They separated soon after to dress for the Rajah's dinner. Olga had chosen a dress of palest mauve, and very fair and delicate she looked in it. In a crowd of girls she would doubtless have been passed over by all but the most observant, but she was not one of a crowd at Sharapura. There were not many girls in that region, or Noel Wyndham's volatile fancy had scarcely strayed in her direction. She told herself this with a faint smile, as she took a final glance at herself when her ayah had finished. There never had been any personal vanity about Olga, and that night she told herself she looked positively ugly. What in the world did Noel see in her, she wondered? It seemed incredible that any man could find anything to admire in the colourless image that confronted her. And yet as she went up the palace steps with Nick into the blaze of light that awaited them, he was the first to greet her, and she saw his eyes kindle at the sight of her after a fashion that made her heart contract with a sudden pain, for which at the moment she was wholly at a loss to account. "I say, you look topping," he said, smiling down at her with pleasing effrontery. "Do you know you are very nearly late? I've been watching out for you for the past 10 minutes." "What a waste of time," said Olga. But she returned his smile, for she could not do otherwise. "No? Why?" "I had nothing better to do," he assured her. "And my patience is well rewarded. Hope you're keen on music? I've brought my banjo for the Rajah's edification. It's better than a tom-tom, anyway. I wonder if the fates have put us next to each other? I'll lay you 5 rupees to a 6pence that they haven't." Olga refused to take this generous offer, saying she had no 6pences to spare him, a remark which he declared to be both premature and uncalled for. "You shouldn't kick a man before he's down," he said. "It's bad policy. If you have to sit next to me after that, it will serve you right." But when she found that he actually was to be her neighbour, she was far from quarrelling with the destiny that made him so. He was so blithe and gay of heart, so blandly impudent, the very wine seemed to shine the redder for his presence. It was not in her nature to flirt with any man, but it was utterly impossible not to enjoy his society. Less and less did she believe that his butterfly pursuit of her had in it the smallest element of serious intention. He was altogether too young and giddy for such things. She dismissed the matter without further misgiving. 4. The Phantom. Without Noel, she would have found that state dinner as dreary as it was pompous. The Rajah was occupied with discussing the laws of British sport with Colonel Bradlaugh, who regarded himself as an authority on such matters, and expressed his opinions ponderously and at extreme length. Nick was far away down the long table, seated beside Daisy Musgrave, obviously to their mutual satisfaction. A bubbling oasis of gaiety surrounded them. Evidently the general atmosphere of state and ceremony was less oppressive in that quarter. "Where would you be without me to take care of you?" said Noel, boldly intercepting her glance in their direction. "I am not at all bad at taking care of myself," she told him. "I say, forgive me, I don't believe that," said Noel with calm effrontery. "You would simply fall a prey to the first ogre who came along." Olga elevated her chin slightly. "That shows how much you know about me." "I know a great deal," said Noel with an ardent glance. "And that's what makes me want to know much more. You know, you're horribly tantalizing, if you will allow me to say so." "In what way?" She spoke coolly. There was a hint of challenge in the grey eyes she turned upon him. He laughed without embarrassment. "I can't quite explain. There's something so elusively attractive, or do I mean attractively elusive, about you. I call you the will-o'-the-wisp girl to my own private soul." "I hope your own private soul is too sensible to encourage such nonsense," said Olga severely. He looked at her, sheer mischief dancing in his Irish eyes. "Come and see it some day, and judge for yourself," he said.
I can fix up a séance any time. It would always be at home to you. I'm sure you would get on together."
It was hard to restrain a smile. Olga permitted herself one of strictly limited proportions.
"I will show you a glimpse presently, if you would care to see it," proceeded Noel. "Oh, please don't trouble," said Olga.
"Afraid of being bored?" he asked.
She laughed. "Perhaps."
He leaned towards her. Her laugh was reflected in his eyes, but she did not hear it in his voice as he said: "Do you mean that? Do I really bore you?" She met his look for a moment, and her heart quickened a little. Quite suddenly she realized that this man, young though he was, possessed a wonderful power of attraction. She wondered if he himself were aware of it, and rapidly decided that he had made the discovery in his cradle. Of one thing she was certain: she did not want to fall in love with him. He drew her indeed, but it was against her will. "Well?" he said. "Have you made up your mind yet?" She smiled.
"Oh, no, you don't bore me," she said.
"Thanks awfully. It's not generally considered a family failing of the Wyndhams. Every other rascality under the sun, but not that." "What a fascinating family you seem to be," said Olga. He made a wry face. "In a sense. Did you find Max fascinating?" He put the question carelessly, yet she suspected he had a reason for asking it. She felt the telltale blood rising in her face. "You don't like him," said Noel. She hesitated. "I don't mind you saying so in the least," he assured her. "He's a queer chap. A bit of a genius in his own line. But geniuses are trying folk to live with. How did he get on with your father?"
"Oh, Dad likes him," she said.
"He's not much of a ladies' man," remarked Noel. "I suppose he has chucked that job by this time, and gone back to Sir Kersley Whitton. Lucky beggar. He seems to be able to do anything he likes."
"I didn't know he was going to leave," said Olga quickly.
"No? I believe he said something about it in his letter to me. He is always rather sudden," said Noel. "Too much beastly electricity in his composition for my taste."
"Do you often hear from him?" Olga asked abruptly.
"Once in a blue moon. Why?" His dark eyes interrogated her, but she would not meet them.
"I just wondered," she said.
"No. I scarcely ever hear," said Noel. "He wrote, I suppose, to tell me of your good uncle's advent. He had probably heard from my sister that some of us were stationed here. Anyhow, I lost no time in getting myself transferred, for the pleasure of making his acquaintance. I was inclined to regret the move just at first. It's rather a hole, isn't it? But the moment I saw you—" Olga stiffened slightly, and he at once passed on with the agility of a practised skater on thin ice. "I say, what a ripping little sportsman your uncle is! He is actually talking of taking up polo again. Did you know?"
"Polo?"
Olga stared at him.
"Nick? How could he?"
"Heaven knows. I suppose he would hang on with his knees, and swipe when he got the chance. He'd need some deuced intelligent ponies, though."
"He couldn't possibly do it," Olga declared. "He mustn't try."
"Think you can prevent him?" asked Noel curiously.
"He won't if I beg him not to," she said.
"Oh, that's how you manage him, is it? Does he always come to heel that way?" Olga's eyes flashed a loving glance down the table towards her hero.
"There is no one in the world like Nick," she said softly.
"It's good to be Nick," remarked Noel, with his impudent smile. "It's quite evident that he can do no wrong." She laughed and turned the subject. Nick was too near and dear to discuss with an outsider. They began to talk of polo. A match had been arranged for Boxing Day. Noel was a keen player, and had plenty to say about it. The Rajah was also a keen player, and after a little he disengaged himself from Colonel Bradlaugh's endless reminiscences, and joined in the conversation, which speedily became general. A display of fireworks had been provided for the entertainment of the guests, and when the long state dinner was over, they repaired to a marble balcony that overlooked some of the palace gardens. Will Musgrave came and joined Olga as she stepped out between the carved pillars. She greeted him with a smile of welcome. They were old friends. As a child she had known him before his marriage, though she had seen nothing of him since. There was something in the quiet strength of the man that appealed to her. He gave her confidence. "Well, Olga," he said, "how do you like India?" They stood together by the fretted marble balustrade, looking down upon the illuminated gardens that stretched away dim and mysterious into the night. Olga did not directly answer the question. "I am not really acquainted with her yet," she said. He uttered a short sigh. "She is a hard mistress. I don't advise you to get too intimate. She has a way of turning and rending her slaves which is ungrateful, to say the least of it." "But you are not sworn to her service for ever," said Olga. He laughed with a touch of sadness. "Until she kicks me out. Like Kipling's galley slave, I'm chained to the oar. It's all very well so long as one remains in single blessedness, but it's mighty hard on the married ones. Take my advice, Olga. Never marry an Indian man." "I'm never going to marry anyone," said Olga with quiet decision. "Really?" said Will Musgrave. She turned her head towards him. "You sound surprised." He smiled a little. "I beg your pardon. I was only surprised at the way in which you said it. As if you had been married for years, and knew the best and the worst." There was a slight frown on Olga's face. She looked as if she were trying to remember something. "Oh, no, it wasn't like that," she said. "But somehow I don't feel as if I could ever like a man well enough to marry him. I don't want to fall in love." "Too much trouble?" suggested Will. She nodded, the frown still between her eyes. "It doesn't seem worth while," she said rather vaguely. "It's such a waste." Will looked at her with very kindly eyes. "I see," he said gently. She met the look and read his thought. Almost involuntarily she answered it. "I've never been in love myself," she told him simply. "But somehow I know just what it feels like. It's a wonderful feeling, isn't it? Like being caught up to the gates of paradise." She paused, and the puzzled frown deepened. "But one comes back again, nearly always," she said. "That's why I don't think it seems worth while." "I see," Will said again. He was silent for a moment while a great green rocket rushed upwards with a hiss and burst in a shower of many-colored stars. Then, as they watched them fall, he spoke very kindly and earnestly. "But it is worth while all the same, even though one may be turned back from paradise. Remember, always remember, that it's something to have been there. Not everyone gets so far, and those who do are everlastingly the richer for it." He paused a moment, then added slowly, "Moreover, those who have been there once may find their way there again some day." Another rocket soared high into the night and broke in a golden rain. From a few yards away came Nick's cracked laugh and careless speech. "Here comes the Chota Bursat, Daisy. It's high time you went to the hills." Daisy Musgrave's answer was instant and very heartfelt. "Oh, not yet, thank heaven. We have 3 months more together, Will and I." "You must make him leave his beastly old reservoir to the sub when the hot weather comes," said Nick, "and go for a honeymoon with you." "If he only could," said Daisy. A sombre smile crossed Will's face as he turned it towards his wife. "I'm listening, Daisy," he said. She came quickly to his side, and in the semi-darkness Olga saw her hand slip within his arm. "I'm feeling sentimental to-night," she said, in a voice that tried hard to be gay. "It's Nick's fault. Will, I want another honeymoon." "My dear," he made answer in his deep, quiet voice, "you shall have one." The rattle of squibs drowned all further speech, and under cover of it Olga made her way to Nick. "They're awfully fond of each other, those two," she confided to him. "Bless their hearts, why shouldn't they?" said Nick tolerantly. "Are you getting tired, my chicken? Do you want to go home to roost?" She was a little tired, but he was not to hurry on her account. "It's quite restful out here," she said. He put his arm about her. "What did the infant Don Juan talk about all dinner time?" She laughed with a touch of diffidence. "He is quite a nice boy, Nick." "What ho!" said Nick. "I thought he was making the most of his time." She pinched his fingers admonishingly. "Don't be a pig, Nick. We talked of Max, part of the time." "Oh, did we?" said Nick. "Yes. Did you know he was thinking of leaving Dad?" "I did," said Nick. There was a moment's silence, then, "Dear, why didn't you tell me?" she asked, her voice very low. "Dear? Why should I?" said Nick. She did not answer, though his flippant tone set her more or less at her ease. "Any more questions to ask?" inquired Nick after a pause. With an effort she overcame her reticence. "He has actually gone, then?" "Bag and baggage," said Nick. "Nick, why?" "I understand he never was a fixture," said Nick. "No, I know. But I didn't think of his going so soon," she murmured. "You don't seem pleased," said Nick. "You see, I had got so used to him," she explained. "He was like a bit of home." "I'm sure he would be vastly flattered to hear you say so," said Nick. She laughed rather dubiously. "Has Dad got another assistant, then?" "I don't know. Very likely. You had better ask him when you write." "And he has gone back to Sir Kersley Whitton?" she ventured. "My information does not extend so far as that," said Nick. She turned her attention to the blaze of colored fire below them, and was silent for a space. Suddenly and quite involuntarily she sighed. "Nick." "Yours to command," said Nick. She turned towards him resolutely. "Be serious just a moment. I want to know something. He didn't leave Dad for any special reason, did he?" "I've no doubt he did," said Nick. "He has a reason for most of his actions. But he didn't confide it to me." She gave another sharp sigh, and said no more. Colonel Bradlaugh came up and joined them, and after a little the Rajah also. He stationed himself beside Olga and began to talk in his smooth way of all the wonders in the district she had yet to see. She wished he would not take the trouble to be gracious to her, but he was always gracious to European ladies, and there was no escape. The British polish over the Oriental suavity seemed to her a decidedly incongruous mixture. She infinitely preferred the purely Oriental. "My shikari has told me of a man-eater at Kandali," he said presently. "You have not seen a tiger hunt yet. I must arrange an expedition, and you and Captain Ratcliffe will join." Olga explained that she had never done any shooting. "But you will like to look on," he said. She hesitated. "I am afraid," she said after a moment. "I don't like seeing things killed." "No?" said the Rajah politely. She wondered if the dusky eyes veiled contempt, and felt a little uncomfortable in consequence of the wonder. "You have never killed anything?" he asked in a tone of courteous interest. "Nothing bigger than a beetle," said Olga. "Really?" said the Rajah. This time she was sure he was feeling bored, and she began to wish that Noel would reappear and lighten the atmosphere. As if in answer to the wish, there came the sudden tinkle of a stringed instrument in one of the marble recesses behind them, and almost immediately a man's voice, very soft and musical, began to sing: "Oh, wert thou in the cold blast, on yonder lea, on yonder lea, my lady to the angry airt, I'd shelter thee, I'd shelter thee. Or did misfortune's bitter storms around thee blaw, thy bield should be my bosom, to share it a', to share it a'." The voice ceased, the banjo thrummed on. Olga's hands were fast gripped upon the marble lattice work. She stood tense, with white face upraised. The Rajah was wholly forgotten by her, and he stepped silently away to join another of his guests. The new English girl presented an enigma to him, but it was one in which he did not take much interest. All her fairness notwithstanding, she was not even pretty, according to his standard, and he had seen a good many pretty women. Again through the dimness the clear voice came. It held a hint, a very carefully restrained hint, of passion. "Oh, were I in the wildest waste, sae black and bare, sae black and bare, the desert were a paradise, if thou wert there, if thou wert there. Or were I monarch o' the globe, with thee to reign, with thee to reign, the brightest jewel in my crown, would be my queen, would be my queen." The song was ended. The banjo throbbed itself into silence. Olga's hands went up to her face. She wanted to keep the silence, to hold it fast, while she chased down that elusive phantom that dodged her memory. "Ah!" A voice beside her, Nick's arm through hers. She raised her face. The phantom had fled. "After that serenade I move that we take our departure," said Nick. "The youngster has a decent voice, so far as my poor judgment goes. Are you ready?" Yes, she was ready. She longed to be gone, to get away from the careless, chattering crowd, to work out her problem in solitude and silence. With scarcely a word she went with him, and they made their farewells together. At the last moment Noel, his eyes very bright and coaxingly friendly, caught her hand and boldly held it. "Did you catch it?" he asked. She looked at him uncomprehendingly. "Catch what?" He laughed. The pressure of his fingers was intimately close. "That glimpse I promised you," he said. "Ah!" Understanding dawned in Olga's eyes, and in the same instant she removed her hand. "No, I'm afraid I didn't. I was thinking of something else. Good bye." "Oh, I say," protested Noel, actually crestfallen for once. Nick swallowed a chuckle and clapped him on the shoulder. "Good night, minstrel boy. Mind you bring the harp along to my Christmas picnic. We are not all so unappreciative as Olga." Noel looked for a second as if he were on the verge of losing his temper, but the next he changed his mind and laughed. "You bet I will, old chap," he said, and wrung Nick's hand with cordiality. Nick's chuckle became audible as they drove away. "He can't accuse you of encouraging him anyhow, Olga mia," he remarked. "If you keep it up at this pace you'll soon choke him off." Olga's answer was to draw very close to him, and to utter a great sigh. "Wherefore?" whispered Nick. She was silent for a moment, then, "I sometimes wish you were the only man in the world, Nick," she said with quivering emphasis. "Gracious heaven," said Nick, "don't make me giddy." She laughed a little, but there was a sound of tears behind. "Men are so silly," she said. "Abject fools," said Nick. "There's never more than one worth crying about." "What do you mean, Nick?" "Nothing, nothing," said Nick. "I was just demonstrating my foolishness, that's all." Whereat she laughed again in a somewhat doubtful key, and asked no more. End of chapters 3 and 4. Part 2, chapters 5 and 6 of The Keeper of the Door, by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. The Everlasting Chain. It was a very thoughtful face that met Nick at the breakfast table on the following morning. But Nick's greeting was as airy as usual. He made no comments and asked no questions. The day was Sunday, a perfect day of Indian winter, cloudless and serene. The tamarisks in the compound waved their pink spikes to the sun, and in the palm trees behind them bright-eyed squirrels dodged and flirted. A line of cypresses bounded the garden, and the sky against which they stood was an ardent blue. "What is the programme for to-day?" said Nick, when the meal was nearly over. Olga leaned her chin on her hand and looked across at him. "Shall you go to church, Nick?" The cantonments boasted a small church and a visiting chaplain who held one service in it every Sunday. Nick considered the matter in all its bearings while he stirred his coffee. "No," he said finally. I think I shall stay at home with you this morning." "How do you know I am not going?" said Olga. Nick grinned. "I'm awfully good at guessing, Olga mia." She smiled rather wanly. "Well, I'm not going, as a matter of fact. I had a stupid sort of night." Nick nodded. "I shan't take you out to dinner again for a long time." "It wasn't that," she said. "At least, I don't think so. It was that song. Why did Noel sing it?" "For reasons best known to himself," said Nick, taking out his cigarette case. She rose and went round to his side to strike a match for him, but reaching him she suddenly knelt and clasped her arms about his neck. "Nick," she whispered, "I'm frightened." His arm went round her instantly. "What is it, my chicken?" She held him closely for a while in silence. Then, her face hidden, she told him of the trouble at her heart. "That song has been haunting me all night long. I feel as if someone were calling me, and I can't quite hear or understand. Nick, where is Violet?" It had come at last. Once before she had confronted him with that question, and he had turned it aside. But to-day he knew that he must face and answer it. He laid his cheek against her hair. "Olga, darling, I think you know, but I'll tell you all the same. She has gone on." Very gently he spoke the words, and after them there fell a silence broken only by the scolding of a couple of paroquets in a mimosa tree near the veranda. Nick did not stir. His lips twitched a little above the fair head, and his yellow face showed many lines. But there was no tension in his attitude. His pose was alert rather than anxious. Olga lifted her face at last. She was very white, but fully as composed as he. "That," she said slowly, "was the thing I couldn't remember." He nodded. "It was." Her hands clasped the front of his coat with nervous force. She looked him straight in the face. As of old, the flickering eyes evaded her. They met and passed her over a dozen times, but imparted nothing. "Nick," she said, "will you please tell me how it happened? I am strong enough to bear it now, and indeed I must know." "I have been waiting to tell you," said Nick. "Put on a hat, and we will go into the garden." She rose at once. Somehow his brief words reassured her. She felt no agitation, was scarcely aware of shock. In his presence even the shadow of death became devoid of all superstitious fears. In some fashion he made fear seem absurd. Nick waited for her on the veranda, with his face turned up to the sky. He scarcely looked like a man bracing himself for a stiff ordeal, but it was not his way to stoop under his burdens. He had learned to tread jauntily while he carried a heart like lead. When Olga joined him, he put his hand through her arm and led her forth. The path wound along between the tangle of shrubs and lower growth, till it reached the cypresses, and here was a shady stretch where they could pace to and fro in complete privacy. Arrived here, Nick spoke. "It wasn't altogether news to you, was it?" She passed her hand across her eyes in the old puzzled way. "I didn't remember," she said, "and yet I wasn't altogether surprised. I think somehow at the back of my mind I suspected." "You remember now?" said Nick. She looked at him with troubled eyes. "No, I don't, dear. That's just it. I can't remember. It frightens me." She clasped his hand with fingers that trembled. "No need to be frightened," said Nick. "You were ill, you know. First the heat and then the shock. After brain fever people very often do forget." "Ah, yes," she said, with a piteous kind of eagerness. "But it is coming back now. I only want you to help a little." She stood suddenly still. "Nick, you are not afraid of death, I know. Wasn't it you who called it the opening of a door?" "It is just that," said Nick. "But the body," she said. "The body dies." "The body," he said, "is like a suit of clothes that you lay aside till the time comes for it to be renovated and made wearable again." "Ah, she couldn't die, could she, Nick?" Olga's eyes implored him. "Not she herself," she urged. "She was so full of life. I can't realize it. I can't. I can't. Tell me how it happened. Surely I never saw her dead. Whatever came after, I never could have forgotten that." "Tell me how much you do remember, Kitty," Nick said gently, "and I will fill in the gaps." Her forehead contracted in a painful frown. "It's so difficult," she said, "so disjointed, like a dreadful dream. I know she was horribly afraid of Max. And then there was Major Hunt-Goring. I can't believe she ever liked him. It was only because he flattered her and gave her those dreadful cigarettes." "Probably," said Nick. "That morning when he invited us to go on his yacht is the last thing I can remember clearly," she said. "I didn't want to go, but she insisted. After that my mind is just a jumble of impressions that don't fit into each other. I seem to remember being on the yacht, and Major Hunt-Goring and Violet laughing together. And then he came and told me an awful thing about her mother. He wanted me to say I would marry him, and I wouldn't because I hated him so. And after that he was so furious he went and told her too." Olga stopped with horror in her eyes. The effort to remember was plainly torturing her, yet Nick made no effort to help her. "And after that?" he said. "Oh, after that there seems to come a blank. I remember her face, and how I held her in my arms and tried to comfort her. And then it's just like a dreadful dream. I was running in the sun, running, never seeming to get anywhere. The next thing I really remember is being at the Priory and having lunch in that awful storm, and Max coming. Do you remember? Do you remember? And how I kept him away from her. Poor child, he terrified her so." Olga was shuddering now from head to foot. Her eyes were wide and staring, as though fixed upon some fearful vision. Nick did not attempt to interrupt her. He waited, alert and silent, for the vision to come to an end. The end was not far off. She went on, speaking rapidly, as if more to herself than to him. She seemed, indeed, to have forgotten him for the moment. "What a frightful storm it was! That flash of lightning, how it shone through the east window, and the floor was all red as if She broke off. Her hand clenched unconsciously upon Nick's. "Did you see her?" she whispered. "Or was it only a nightmare? She was trying to kill Max. In the dark." "She was not herself," said Nick. His voice was low and soothing. He spoke as if he feared to awake her. "No, no. She was mad, like her mother. Oh, Nick, how beautiful she was!" Suddenly the tension passed. Olga covered her face and began to cry. His arm tightened about her. He drew her on up the shady walk. "And that is all you remember, Kitty?" he said. She slipped her arm round his neck as they walked. "No, I remember 2 things more." She forced back her tears to tell him. "I remember Max's arm all soaked with blood. It stained my dress, too. And I remember his saying that it was a hopeless case, and that she, Violet, was as good as dead. After that Nick waited. "After that?" he said. She turned to him, her face anguished, piteous, appealing. "I can't get any further than that, Nick. It's just a dreadful darkness that makes me afraid. I think I begged him not to go to her. But I know he went, because when he came down again," her voice faltered. Bewilderment showed through her distress. "When he came down again," she repeated the words like a child conning a lesson, then stopped, staring widely. "Ah, I don't remember," she cried hopelessly. "I don't remember, except that I think, when he came down again, it was all over. And he seemed to be angry with me. Why was he angry with me, Nick? Why? She began to tremble violently. But Nick's arm, strong and steadfast, drew her on. "He wasn't angry," said Nick. "Up to that point you are all right, but there your imagination runs away with you. It's not surprising. He looks grim enough when he's on the job. But that's his way. We know too much of him, you and I, to take him over seriously."
"Then he really wasn't angry?"
Olga said, relief struggling with doubt in her voice. Nick began to smile. "He really wasn't," he said. She gave a sharp sigh.
"I've been so afraid sometimes. But why did he look so strange?"
"Doctors don't like to be beaten," said Nick.
"But then he knew it was hopeless. He said so. Was he angry because of his arm? Was he angry with her, do you think?" "Oh, Nick, my brain! It does whirl so. It won't let me think quietly." "There is no need to make it think any more," said Nick, with quick decision. "Give it a rest. You've got hold of the main points, and that's enough for anyone. You mustn't fret either, dear. Remember, we are all going the same way. God knows why we take these things so hard. I suppose it's our silly little minds that won't let us look ahead." "If we only could look ahead," murmured Olga. "If we could only know."
Nick's eyes sent a single flashing glance over the cypresses. His arm clasped her closely and very tenderly. "That's just where the trick of believing comes in," he said. "I don't see how those who honestly believe in the love of God can help believing that all is well with those who have gone on. To my mind it follows as the inevitable sequence. Those who doubt it are putting a limit to the illimitable and placing a lower estimate on the love of God than they place upon their own. But we are all such wretched little pygmies, even the biggest of us. We are apt to forget that, don't you think? Horribly apt to try and measure the infinite with a foot rule. And see what comes of it. Only a deeper darkness and a narrowing of our own miserable limitations. We never get any further that way, Olga mia. Speculating and dogmatizing doesn't help us. We are up against the unknown like a wall. But the love of God shines on both sides of it. And till the door opens to us also, that's as much as we shall know." He paused. Olga was listening with rapt attention. Her tears were gone, but the clasp of her hand was feverishly tense. Her breath came quickly.
"Go on, Nick," she whispered. "Tell me more of the things you believe."
He smiled whimsically. "My dear, I'm afraid I'm not over orthodox. You see, I have knocked about a bit and seen something of other men's beliefs. The love of God is the backbone of my religion, and all that doesn't go with that I discarded long ago. If Christianity doesn't mean that, it doesn't mean anything. I've no use for the people who think that none but their own select little circle will go to heaven. Such gargantuan smugness takes one's breath away. It's almost too colossal to be funny. One wonders where on earth they get it from. I suppose it's a survival of the Dark Ages, but even then surely people had brains of some description."
"But death, Nick," she said. "Death is such a baffling kind of thing."
"Yes, I know. You can't grasp it or fathom it. You can only project your love into it, and be quite sure that it finds a hold on the other side. Why, my dear girl, that's what love is for. It's the connecting link that God himself is bound to recognize because it is of his own forging. Don't you see? Don't you know it is divine? That is why our love can hold so strongly, even through death. Just because it is part of his plan, a link in the everlasting chain that draws the whole world up to paradise at last. It's so divinely simple. One wonders how anyone can miss the meaning of it." Olga's rapt face relaxed. She smiled at him, a very loving, comprehending smile.
"Yes, I see it when you put it like that, Nick, of course. It is only just at first death seems so staggering, such a plunge into the dark."
"But there is nothing in the dark to frighten us," Nick said. "If some of us died and some didn't, it would be terrible, I grant. But we are all going sooner or later. No one is left behind for long. To my mind there's a vast deal of comfort in that. It doesn't leave much time for grousing when we simply can't help moving on." She squeezed his hand. "I wonder where I'd be without you, Nick." Nick's grin flashed magically across his face. "I'm only a man, Kitty," he observed, "and I seem to have been gassing somewhat immoderately. However, them's my sentiments, and you can take 'em or leave 'em, according to your fancy." Thereafter for a space they talked of Violet, touching no tragic note, recalling her as an absent friend. Olga dwelt fondly upon the thought of her, scarcely realizing her loss. The new life she had entered had done much to soften the blow when it should fall. Here in a strange land she did not feel her friend's death as she would inevitably have felt it at Weir. Circumstances combined with Nick's sheltering presence to lift the weight which otherwise must have pressed heavily upon her. Moreover, the longer she contemplated the matter, the more completely did she realize that it had not come to her with the force of a sudden calamity. Deep within her she had carried a nameless dread that had hung upon her like an iron fetter. She had longed, yet trembled, to know the truth. Now that burden seemed lifted from her, and she was conscious of relief. Before she had feared she knew not what, but now she feared no longer. She was weary beyond measure, too weary for grief or wonder, though she did ask Nick, faintly smiling, why they had kept the truth from her for so long. "I should have found it easier if I had known," she said. But Nick shook his head with the wisdom of an old man. "You weren't strong enough to know," he said. She did not contest the point, reflecting that Nick, with all his shrewdness, was but a man, as he himself admitted. She asked him presently, somewhat haltingly, if he would give her the details of her friend's death. "Max was there, I know. But he never tells one anything. It was one of the reasons why I never got on with him." A hint of the old resentment was in her tone, and Nick smiled at it. "Poor old Max, you always were down on him, weren't you? But there is really nothing to tell, dear. She just went to sleep, and her heart stopped. They said it was not altogether surprising, considering her state of health." "Who said?" questioned Olga. "Sir Kersley Whitton and Max. Max sent for him, you know." "Oh, did he?" "Yes, I remember now. I saw him just for a moment." Again her brow contracted. "Oh, I wish I could remember everything clearly, Nick," she said. "Never mind, my chicken. Don't try too hard." Cheery and reassuring came Nick's response. "Don't you think you have thought enough for one day? Shall we tell Cassur to order the horses, and go for a canter?" She turned beside him. "Yes, I shall like that. But why did you say I was always hard on Max?" "The result of observations made," he answered lightly. She smiled with a hint of wistfulness, and said no more. The child Olga would have argued the point. The woman Olga held her peace. Undoubtedly Nick had stepped off his pedestal that day. She loved him none the less for it, but she wondered a little. And Nick, philosopher and wily tactician, grinned at his fallen laurels and let them lie. He had that day accomplished the most delicate task to which he had ever set his hand. Behind the mask of masculine clumsiness he had subtly worked his levers, and achieved his end. And he was well satisfied with the result. Let her pity his limitations after a woman's immemorial fashion. How should she recognize the wisdom of the serpent which they veiled? 6. Christmas morning. It was the strangest Christmas day Olga had ever known, but she certainly had no time to be homesick. She was roused by Nick scratching seductively at her window from the veranda, and admitting him, she found him waiting to present a jeweler's box which contained a string of moonstones exquisitely set in silver. It was one of the most beautiful things she had ever seen, and she was delighted with it. Through the medium of her ayah she had purchased a carved sandalwood box from the bazaar for Nick, which she now presented, modestly hoping he didn't hate the smell. "I adore it," declared Nick, sniffing it loudly. "It's just the East to me. I shall steep my ties in it. Many thanks, Olga mia. Thine ancient uncle values the gift for the sake of the giver." He kissed her and sat down on the edge of the bed, dangling his feet in a pair of violetly colored Oriental slippers. "I see His Excellency has sent us a thing like a clothes basket full of fruit. Very kind of him, but a trifle overwhelming. There is no mail in yet, but some local parcels have arrived which the Kit is sorting with the face of a judge. Ah, here comes your little lot," as the ayah softly opened the door. "Shall I remove myself?" "Of course not, Nick. Smoke a cigarette while I open them. They can't be anything very much." The ayah, smiling broadly, laid 2 parcels on the table by Olga's bedside. A third one, which was very small, she dropped with a mysterious gesture into her hand. "What can this be?" questioned Olga. "Sambhaji, what is it?" But Sambhaji shook her head. "Miss Sahib, how should I know?" Olga suddenly turned crimson. She held out the tiny packet to Nick. "You open it," she said. "I'm sure it's something I don't want." Nick made no movement to take it. "Sorry, dear. 2 hands are better than 1," he said. Sambhaji withdrew, still smiling. Olga looked at the thing in the palm of her hand. She was trembling a little. "I don't want it, Nick," she said, almost piteously. Nick was heartless enough to laugh. "Don't," she pleaded, real distress in her tone. "Can't I send it back unopened?" "Whom do you propose to send it to?" asked Nick, still chuckling. She smiled faintly in spite of herself. "It's pretty certain where it comes from, isn't it?" "Is it?" said Nick. "Well, isn't it?" she persisted, still dubiously eyeing the unwelcome gift. "I really can't say. But I don't see why you should be afraid of it in any case. To judge by the size of it, I shouldn't say it could be a very dangerous explosive." She smiled again with obvious reluctance, and began to study the address on the packet. It was written in a very minute hand. There followed a pause. Then, with abrupt resolution, Olga's fingers began to work at the outer covering. Nick watched her, amusement on his yellow face. "I'm not quite sure that 2 hands are better than 1 when they shake like that," he observed. "Ah, here comes the dedication," as a tiny strip of paper fluttered from Olga's fingers. "It reminds me vividly of my own courtship. Quite sure you don't want me to go?" "Nick," she protested, with burning cheeks, "it's very horrid of you to laugh. Do you know what it is?"
"I can almost guess," he said, as a small leather case emerged from the paper. "I've seen 'em before."
Olga opened the case. It was lined with white velvet, and in the center of it there flashed and glittered a diamond and emerald ring.
"Hullo!" said Nick.
Olga looked up at him with gleaming eyes. "Nick, how dare he?"
"It is pretty daring, certainly," agreed Nick. "It's a valuable trifle, that."
Olga closed the case with a resolute snap. "I shall send it back at once."
"Hadn't you better read the dedication?" suggested Nick.
She took up the strip of paper, stretched it out, frowned at it. The writing on this also was minute. After a moment she read it out. "Dum spiro spero. N.W. Just as I thought."
"Do you know what it means?" asked Nick.
She shook her head vigorously. "And I don't want to know."
"Oh, that's a pity," he said. "Pray let me enlighten your ignorance. It means, 'While I breathe, I hope.' A very proper sentiment, which does the young man infinite credit."
"I can't imagine how you can laugh," said Olga fierily, tearing the strip to fragments. "Can't you see I'm really angry?"
"My dear child, that's why," chuckled Nick. "It's the best thing I've seen for a long time. The young man has all my gratitude. He has done more for my little pal than I with the best intentions could ever do myself."
She stretched out her hand to him then with a little smile. "Nick, you silly old boy. Well, tell me what to do."
"Quite sure you don't like him?" questioned Nick.
"No, I do like him." Olga's smile deepened. "But I think it was outrageous of him to send me this thing, and I shall have to tell him so."
"I should," said Nick.
You will have ample opportunities when we get to Cantalli. Take the thing with you and give it back to him there. Afterwards, if it seems necessary, I'll tell him to moderate the pace if you like. But the boy's a gentleman. I don't think it will be necessary." He smiled at her quizzically. "I knew it was coming, Olga mia. I can smell a love affair 50 miles away. But I shouldn't be persuaded to have him if I were you. He's altogether too young for matrimony by about 10 years. Let him wait for Peggy Musgrave to grow up. He will be of a marriageable age by that time." Olga laughed and turned to her other parcels. Nick's worldly wisdom struck her as being a little funny when she knew herself to be so infinitely wiser than he. She found the 2 remaining packets to contain presents from the Musgraves, some beautiful Indian embroidery from Daisy, and a pair of little Hindu gods in carved ivory from Will. Nick stopped to admire these, and then betook himself to his own room to dress. Left alone, Olga took up the ring case once more and slowly opened it. The stones glinted in the morning light, the diamonds white and intense, the emeralds piercingly green. She wondered why he had chosen emeralds. They seemed to her to belong to something in which he had no part. At the back of her mind there hovered a vague, elusive something like an insect on the wing. Suddenly it flashed into her full consciousness, and her eyes widened and grew dazed. She saw not the shimmering iridescence of the stones, but a darting green dragonfly which for one fleeting instant poised before her vision, and the next was gone. A sharp shudder assailed her. She closed the case. When she met Nick again there was no trace of agitation about her. She seated herself behind the coffee pot and told him she had decided to go to church. "I congratulate you," said Nick. "So have I." They were half-way through breakfast when there came the ring of spurred heels on the veranda. "Hello," said Nick. "Enter, amorous swain." The colour leaped to Olga's face. She said nothing, and she certainly did not smile a welcome when Noel's brown face peered merrily in upon them. "Happy Christmas to you, good people. May I come and break my fast with you? I've been all around the town, and this is the last port of call." "Come in, by all means," said Nick. "Have you brought your harp?" Noel clapped a free and easy hand upon his shoulder. "No, I haven't. I can't harp on a full heart alone. I've tied the Tempest to your garden palings. I hope he won't carry 'em away, for I can't pay any damages, being broke in every sense of the word. Good morning, Olga. I'm calling everyone by their Christian names this morning, in honour of the day. It's my birthday, by the way, hence my romantic appellation." He dropped into a bamboo chair and stretched out his arms with a smile of great benignity. "I've even been to see Badgers," he said. "He was in his bath and didn't want to admit me. However, I gained my end. I generally do," said Noel complacently, with one eye cocked at Olga's rigidly unresponsive face. "Who is Badgers?" asked Nick. "Why, the C.O., of course. I didn't find him in at all the Christmas spirit. But it was beginning to sprout before I left. I say, I hope you are providing lots of beef for our consumption, Nick. It's the first Christmas I've spent out of England, and I don't want to be homesick. Any form of indigestion rather than that." He turned suddenly upon Olga. "Why does the lady of the ceremonies preserve so uncompromising an attitude? I feel chilled to the marrow." She controlled her blush before it could overwhelm her, and very sedately she made answer. "I am not feeling very pleased with you. That's why." "Great Heaven!" said Noel. "What on earth have I done?" "You might have the decency to let me finish my breakfast in peace," protested Nick. "My appetite can't thrive in a stormy atmosphere." Noel turned to him, smiling persuasively. "Can't you take your breakfast into the garden, old chap? I want to thresh this matter out at once. I'm sure you have your niece's permission to retire." But at that Olga rose from the table. "Suppose we go into the garden, Mr. Wyndham," she said. Noel sprang up with a jingle of spurs. "By all means." "Get a hat, Olga," said Nick. She threw him a fleeting smile and departed. Noel propped himself against the window frame and waited. He did not appear greatly disconcerted by the turn of events. Without an effort he conversed with Nick on the chances of the forthcoming polo match. When Olga came along the veranda a minute later he stepped out and joined her with a smile. They passed side by side down the winding path that led to the cypress walk. Olga's face was pale. She looked very full of resolution. "I am quite sure you know what I am going to say," she said very quietly at length. "You haven't wished me a happy Christmas yet," remarked Noel, still smiling his audacious smile. "Can it be that?" Olga's face remained grave. "No," she said. "I don't feel friendly enough for that." "I say, what have I done?" said Noel. She stopped and faced him, and he suddenly saw that she was very nervous. She held out to him a little packet wrapped in tissue paper. "Mr. Wyndham," she said, speaking rapidly to cover her agitation, "you couldn't seriously expect me to accept this, whatever your motive for sending it. Please take it back, and let me forget all about it as quickly as possible." Noel's hand clasped hers instantly, packet and all. "My dear girl," he said softly, "don't be upset. But you're making a mistake." She looked up, meeting the Irish eyes with a tremor of reluctance. In spite of herself she spoke almost with entreaty, for there was something about him that stirred her very deeply. "Please don't make things hard," she said. "You know you have no right. I never gave you the smallest reason to imagine I would take such a gift from you." Noel was still smiling, but there was nothing impudent about his smile. Rather, he looked as if he wished to reassure her. "How did you know where it came from?" he said. The colour she had been so studiously restraining rushed in a wave over her face. Of course I knew. Besides, there was a line with it." "May I see the line?" said Noel. She stared at him, her agitation increasing. What right had he to be so cool and unabashed? "I tore it up," she said. "What for?" said Noel. Her eyes gleamed momentarily. "I was angry." "Angry with me?" he questioned. "Yes." "Does it make you angry to know that a man cares for you?" Her eyes fell before the sudden fire that kindled in his with the words. "Don't," she said rather breathlessly. "Please don't." "You ought to be sorry for me," he whispered, "not angry." She turned her face aside. "Of course, that would not make me angry. Only you had no right to send me a present, a valuable present." "And if I didn't?" said Noel. She looked at him in sheer astonishment. He still held her hand with the packet clasped in it. "What if I am not the delinquent after all?" he said. "What do you mean?" Her eyes met his again, wide and incredulous. "What if I tell you that this packet, whatever it contains, did not come from me?" He asked the question with a faint smile that set some chord of memory vibrating strangely in her soul. But she could not stop to wrestle with memory then. His words demanded her instant attention. "Not come from you?" she repeated as one dazed. "But it did. Surely it did." "Most surely it didn't," said Noel. She freed her hand and opened it, gazing at the subject of their discussion almost with fear. "Mr. Wyndham." "Call me Noel," he said. "There's nothing in that. Everybody does it. And don't be upset on my account. It was a perfectly natural mistake. I'm deeply in love with you, but, all the same, this present did not come from me." "It had your initials," she said, still only half believing. "Then it was probably a hoax," said Noel. "Oh, no, that's not possible. You see, it's valuable." Olga's voice was almost piteous. "I say, don't mind," he said. "It's just some other fellow's impudence. I'll kick him for you if I get the chance. You're quite sure about my initials?" "Quite," she said. "And what else was there?" She frowned. "Only a Latin motto." "Tell me," he said persuasively. She continued to frown. "It was Dum Spiro Spero."
"Great Scott!" he said. "Do you think I should have been as presumptuous as that? I should have just said, 'With Noel's love,' and you wouldn't have had the heart to fling it back again." She smiled, not very willingly. "I can't understand it at all." "I can," he said boldly. "I've known there was another fellow ever since the first night I met you. But I've been hoping against hope that he didn't count. Does he count, then?" Olga turned sharply from him. She was suddenly trembling. "No," she whispered. He drew a step nearer to her. "Olga, forgive me. Is that the truth?" She controlled herself and turned back to him. "There is no one in India who would have sent me this," she said. "I can't account for it in any way. Please forgive me for accusing you of what you haven't done. And " She stopped short, for he had caught her hands in an eager boyish clasp. "Olga, don't, there's a dear," he begged with headlong ardour. "I don't love you any the less because I didn't do it. I believe myself it's a beastly hoax, and I'm just as furious as you are. But I say, can't we found a partnership on it? Is it asking too much? Pull me up if it is. I don't want to be premature. Only, I won't have you sick or sorry about it, anyhow, so far as I am concerned. You were quite right in thinking that I loved you. I do, dear, I do." "But you mustn't," she said. She left her hands in his, but the face she raised was tired and sad and unresponsive. "I feel a dreadful pig, Noel," she said, speaking as if it were an effort. "I almost made you say it, didn't I? And it's just the one thing I mustn't let you say. You're so nice, so kind, such a jolly friend. But you're not eligible as a husband," suggested Noel. "Don't use that horrid adjective," she protested. "You make me feel worse and worse." He laughed, his sudden boyish laugh. "No, but there's nothing to feel bad about, really. And you didn't make me say it. I said it because I wanted to. Also, you're not bound to take me seriously. I'm not always in earnest, as you may have discovered. Look here, you've warned me off. Can't we talk about something else now?" "If you're sure you don't mind," she said, smiling rather wistfully. He cocked his eyebrows humorously. "Of course I mind. I mind enormously. But that's of no consequence. By the way, I suppose your funny little uncle isn't given to playing practical jokes?" "Nick? Why, no." Olga surveyed him in astonishment. "Nick is the soul of wisdom," she said. "Is he, though?" Noel looked amused. "I must get him to give me a few hints," he observed. "I wonder if he has left any breakfast. You know I haven't had any yet." "Oh, let us go back," said Olga, turning. "And please do forget all about this tiresome misunderstanding. Promise me you will." He waved his hand. "The subject is closed, and will never be reopened by me without your permission. At the same time, let me confess that I have presumed so far as to procure a small Christmas offering for your acceptance. You won't refuse it, will you?" Olga looked up dubiously. But the handsome young face that looked back would only laugh. "What is it?" she said at length. Gaily he made answer. "It's a parrot. Quite a youngster. I picked him up in the bazaar. He isn't properly fledged yet, but he promises well. I'm keeping him for a bit, to educate him. But if you won't have him, I shall wring his neck." "I'm sure you wouldn't," she exclaimed. He continued to laugh, though her face expressed horror. "And you will be morally responsible. Think of that. It's tantamount to being guilty of murder. Horrible idea, isn't it? You, who never in your life killed so much as a moth. Hullo, what's up?" For Olga had made a sudden, very curious gesture, almost as if she winced from a threatened blow. Her face was white and strained. She pressed her hands very tightly over her heart. "What's up?" he repeated in surprise. She gazed at him with the eyes of one coming out of a stupor. "I don't know," she said. "I had a queer feeling as if "
She paused, seeming to wrestle with some inner elusive vision. "There. It's gone," she said. After a moment, disappointment and relief curiously mingled in her voice. "What were we talking about? Oh, yes, the parrot. It's very kind of you. I shall like to have it." "I've christened it Noel," he remarked, with some complacence. "It's a Christmas present, you see." "I see," said Olga, beginning to smile. "And you are teaching it to talk?" "I'm only going to teach it one sentence," he said. "Oh? What is it?" He gave her a sidelong glance. "I don't think I'd better tell you." "But why not? It'll make you cross." Olga laughed. Somehow she could not help feeling indulgent. Moreover, the interview was nearly at an end, for they were nearing the bungalow, and Nick's white figure was visible on the veranda. "In that case," she said, "you had better not educate it any further." "Oh, it won't make you cross on the bird's lips," Noel assured her. "Has it got lips?" she asked. "What a curious specimen it must be." "I say, don't laugh," he besought her with dancing eyes. "It's not a joke, I assure you." "I'll tell you what I'm teaching it to say, if you like. But I shall have to whisper it. Do you mind?" Again she found him hard to resist, albeit she did not want to yield. "Well?" she said. They were close to the bungalow now. Noel came very near. "Of course you can wring the little brute's neck if it displeases you," he said. "But it's a corky youngster, and I don't much think you will. He's learning to say, 'I love you, Olga.'" Olga looked up on the verge of protest, but before she could utter it Nick's gay, cracked voice hailed them from above. And Noel, briskly answering, deprived her of the opportunity. End of chapters 5 and 6. Part 2, Chapters 7 and 8 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. The wilderness of nasty possibilities. When Nick heard of the mistake that had been made, he raised his eyebrows till he could raise them no further, and then laughed immoderately till Olga was secretly a little exasperated. They did not have much time for discussing the matter, and for some reason Nick did not seem anxious to do so. If he had his own private opinion, he did not impart it to Olga, and since he seemed inclined to treat the whole affair with levity, she did not press him for it. For she herself was regarding matters very seriously. Noel's candid adoration was beginning to assume somewhat alarming proportions, and she had a feeling that it was undermining her resolution. She was not exactly afraid, but she did not feel secure. He appealed in some fashion wholly inexplicable to her inner soul. His very daring attracted her. By sheer audacity he weakened her powers of resistance. And yet she knew that he would not press her too hard. With all his impetuosity he was so quick to understand her wishes, so swift to respond to the curb. No, he would not capture her against her will. But therein she found no comfort. For he was drawing her by a subtler method than that. His boyish homage, his winning ardor, these were weapons that were infinitely harder to resist. There was scarcely a woman in Noel Wyndham's acquaintance who had not at one time or another felt the force of his fascination. He exerted it instinctively, often almost unconsciously, and now that he had deliberately set himself to attract, he wielded his power with marvelous effect. His warmth, his gaiety, his persistence, all combined to make of him a very gallant knight. And Olga was beginning to find that it hurt her to resist the magnetism by which he held her. And yet, deep in the soul of her she knew how little she had to give. That haunting memory which yet invariably eluded her made her vaguely conscious that far down in the most secret corner of her heart was a locked door which never would be opened to him. She scarcely knew what lay behind it, but none the less was it sacred. Not even to Nick, trusted counselor and confidant, would that door ever open. Perhaps to none. The Christmas service roused her somewhat from the contemplation of her perplexities, and after it there were friends to greet. Colonel Bradlaugh and his merry little wife, Will Musgrave, Daisy, and the radiant Peggy. They made a cheery crowd as they assembled in the hot sunshine before Nick's bungalow a little later, and discussed their final arrangements for the picnic at Kantali. The Bratlaws had a wagonette, and Daisy and Peggy were to drive with them. Noel had a dog-cart in which he boldly announced that Olga must accompany him. Olga wanted to ride, but Nick declared that this would overtire her, adding with a grin that he would occupy the back seat in the dog-cart if Noel had no objection. Noel grinned also and expressed his delight. But at the last moment, a couple of his brother subalterns came up and took forcible possession of Nick, protesting that such a celebrity could not be permitted to take a back seat, and insisting that he should travel in the place of honor in their dog-cart. Nick, finding himself outnumbered, submitted with no visible discomfiture, and the procession, being completed by about a dozen equestrians, finally started with much laughter and badinage upon the long, rough journey through the jungle to Kantali. The Khitmutgar watched the start with grave, inscrutable eyes, and finally turned back into the bungalow with the aloofness of a dweller in another sphere. The all-pervading Christmas cheer seemed to have gone to the sahibs' heads already. Perhaps he wondered in what condition they would return. "I say, you don't mind," said Noel coaxingly, as they drew ahead along the dusty road. And Olga answered lightly, "I'm not going to mind anything or think of anything serious all day long." He laughed. "I'm with you there. It's a jolly world, isn't it? And it's a shame to spoil it. As a matter of fact, I tried to get Peggy for a companion, but her mother wouldn't hear of it. I am too headlong, and Peggy is too precious." Olga laughed. "The Rajah was talking about a man-eating tiger at Kantali only the other day." "Oh yes, there is one too. But I'm afraid we are not very likely to come across him." "Afraid? Do you want to, then?" Noel's eyes shone with enthusiasm. "I'm just aching to get a shot at one of these creatures. I've never so much as seen one in the wild yet. If the Rajah gets up an expedition, I hope he'll take me along." "He asked me if I would go," said Olga. "Did he, though? Very affable of him. I hope you said no." She laughed at his tone. "Well, yes, I did. But it was only because I didn't think I should like it." "Not like a tiger hunt?" ejaculated Noel. She coloured a little. "Do you really like seeing things die?" "Oh, that?" said Noel. "You're squeamish, are you? No, I'm never taken that way myself. That is in great part why I came here. I hoped, everyone thought, there was going to be some sort of shindy. But I suppose it's the result of your clever little uncle's tactics. It seems to have fizzled out. Very satisfactory for him, no doubt, but rather rough luck on us." "Was there really any danger?" Olga asked. "Oh, rather. The city was simply swarming with budmashes, and it was said that the priests had begun to preach a jihad against the British Raj. Then there was a bomb found on the parade ground one night close under the fort. It would have blown a good many of us sky high if it had exploded, and damaged the fort as well. Badgers was quite indignant. You see, the fort has just been painted, and generally smartened up in anticipation of General Bassett coming this way. He is expected on a tour of inspection in a few weeks, and we naturally want to look our best when the officer commanding the district is around. Hence the righteous wrath of Badgers." "I never heard of all this," said Olga, from whose ears the seething unrest of the state had been studiously kept by Nick. "No?" said Noel. "Well, there's no chance now of any fun here. I'm pinning all my hopes on the possibility of a shine on the frontier." Olga looked at his brown, alert face, with its restless Irish eyes, and understood. "You never think of the horrid part, do you?" she said. He laughed, and flicked his whip at a wizened monkey face that peered at them round the bole of a tree. "What do you mean by the horrid part?" She hesitated. He turned his gay face to her. "Do you mean the hardships, or the actual fighting?" She gave a little shudder. Even in that brilliant warmth of sunshine she was conscious of a sense of chill. "I mean the killing," she said. "It seems to me one could never forget that. It's such a frightful responsibility." "It's all part of the game," said Noel. "I couldn't kill a man on the sly. But when the chances of being killed oneself are equal,
Well, I don't see anything in it." "I see."
Olga was silent a moment. Then, with a curious eagerness,
"And was that what you were thinking of that night when you told Peggy that sometimes it was the only thing to do?" she asked. "Forgive my asking, but I've wondered often what you meant by that." "Great Scott!" said Noel, with a frown of bewilderment. "What night? What were we talking about?" She explained with a touch of embarrassment. "It was the night I arrived. Don't you remember I came upon you hearing her say her prayers? In fact, you were saying them with her. I liked you for doing that," she said simply. "Thank you," said Noel, with equal simplicity. "I remember now. The kiddie said something about it being wicked to kill people, didn't she?" "Yes. And you said it was just before I interrupted you you said that sometimes it was the only thing to do." Noel nodded. "I remember. Well, can't you imagine that? Don't you agree that when a man is fighting for his country, or in defense of someone, he is justified in slaying his enemies?"
Olga was frowning also, the old troubled frown of perplexity.
"Oh, of course, when you put it like that," she said, then put her hand to her head with a puzzled air. "But that wasn't quite what I meant." "What did you mean?" said Noel. She shook her head. "I don't quite know. It's difficult to express things. Whenever I try to discuss anything, I always seem to lose the thread."
Noel grinned boyishly.
"Good for me. You'd jolly soon floor me if you didn't. Look at that paroquet, I say. He flashes like an emerald, and see that imp of a monkey? He's actually daring to rebuke us for trespassing. I call this road a disgrace to the state, don't you? If I were the Rajah by the way, the Rajah isn't coming, is he?"
Olga thought it possible. She knew he had been asked, but he had not returned any definite reply. She hoped he would be prevented.
"Oh, don't you like him?" said Noel. "I detest him myself. That's partly why I'm so keen on smashing his team to-morrow. He's a slippery customer, he and that wily old dog, Kobad Shikan. They'd erupt, the two of them, if they dared and overwhelm us all. But they daren't."
And Noel turned his face upwards and laughed an exceeding British laugh.
"I wonder how you know these things," said Olga, watching him. "What? I don't know 'em, of course. I'm only assuming," said Noel. "I only play about on the surface, as it were, and draw my own conclusions as to the depths. It's quite a fascinating game, and nobody's any the worse or the wiser."
"And you think Kobad Shikan untrustworthy?" questioned Olga.
"My dear girl, could any one with any sense whatever think him anything else? Could he have run the show for so many years if he had been anything less than a crafty old schemer? Oh, you bet he hasn't been Prime Minister and Lord High Treasurer all this time for nothing. What does Nick think of him?"
"Nick never discusses any of them." Olga was considerably astonished by these revelations.
"I thought it was fairly plain sailing," she said. "Did you, though? Well, Nick is a genius, as everyone knows. He is probably in the thick of everything, and knows all that goes on. He'll be a C.S.I. before he's done."
"Oh, do you think so?" said Olga, with shining eyes.
"Rather. It's pretty evident. You wait till old Reggie comes along and ask him. He is a great backer of Nick's. So am I," said Noel modestly. "I'd back him against all the Kobad Shikans in the Empire."
This, as Noel had doubtless foreseen, proved a fruitful topic of conversation, and lasted them during a considerable part of their drive. Nearly the whole of the way lay through the jungle, here and there narrowing to little more than a track over which great forest trees stretched their boughs. It was all new country to Olga, and the quiet, sunless depths as they advanced held her awestruck, spellbound. She gazed into the thick undergrowth with half fearful curiosity. Once, at a sudden loud flapping of wings, she started and changed colour.
"There must be so many wild things there," she said. "Teeming with 'em," said Noel. "We've come along at a rattling pace. Shall we pull up and wait for the rest to turn up?"
But Olga did not want to linger on the jungle road.
Besides, we've got most of the provisions," she pointed out. "And I want to get things arranged a little before anyone comes." They pressed on, therefore, past glades, obscure and gloomy, where the flying foxes hung in branches from the trees, and the little striped squirrels leaped and scuttled from bough to bough, where the blue jays laughed with abandoned mirth, and the paroquets squabbled unceasingly, and cunning monkey faces peered forth, grimaced, and vanished. "This place is full of critics," declared Noel. "Can't you feel the nasty remarks they're making?" Olga laughed and slightly shivered. "It isn't a very genial atmosphere, is it? But I think we must be nearly there. Doesn't that look like a break in the trees ahead?" She was right. They were coming to a clearing in the jungle. Gradually it opened before them. The trees gave place to the shrubs, and the shrubs to tall kucha grass, which Olga viewed with deep suspicion. "How easily a tiger could hide there," she said. Noel laughed aloud. "I dare say the root's a myth, but in any case they never come out in the daytime. Are you really nervous, or only pretending?" She was not pretending, but she did not tell him so. The kucha grass was very thick, quite impenetrable. It stretched like a solid wall on each side of them for a considerable distance, a choked wilderness of coarse weed that grew higher than their heads. "I say, what a charming spot," said Noel. "Did Nick choose it for the scenery, do you think, or the excellence of the road?" They were bumping in and out of dusty holes with a violence that threatened repeatedly to overturn them altogether. Olga laughed rather hysterically. "I'm sure the champagne will be quite unmanageable after all this shaking up. And just look what a lather your horse is in." "It's a case of the wicked uncle and the lost babes over again," declared Noel. "It also smacks of the Pilgrim's Progress. Old Bunyan would have made some good copy out of this. He'd have dubbed you Mistress Timorous, and me Master Overbold." Olga laughed again more naturally. Noel could be very wholesome and reassuring when he liked. "And this beastly jungle grass," he proceeded, "is the wilderness of nasty possibilities. Hold up, Tinker, my lad, and get out of it as fast as you can." Tinker was obviously most anxious to comply. He bent all his sweating energies to the task. The road, if such it could be called, bent in a wide curve through the high grass. As they gradually rounded this, it became evident that that stage of the journey was nearly over. The thick walls opened out. They had a glimpse of wider country ahead, dotted with mango trees. "Hooray!" sang out Noel. "We return to civilization." But it was not a very populous civilization which they were approaching. They came within view of a domed temple, indeed, but it was a temple set among ruins. There was no sign of any inhabitant near or far. "There's a well somewhere," said Olga. "Nick said we were to camp there." "So be it," said Noel. "It's Nick's funeral. Let us find his precious well." They emerged from the jungle road with relief, and approached a group of mango trees. These led in a somewhat broken grove to the temple, which stood amidst stunted palms and cypresses. The midday sun was fierce, and the shade of the mangoes was welcome. For about 100 yards they travelled over a road that was nearly choked by stones and grass, and then, somewhat unexpectedly, they discovered the well. It was plainly very ancient, its round stone mouth crumbling with age. All about it and over its edges grew the coarse grass. It must have been many years since native women had foregathered there to discuss the affairs of forgotten Kentali. Above it, on rising ground, stood the temple, domed, mysterious, deserted. "A place for satyrs to dance in, what?" suggested Noel. "We ought to have come here by moonlight. Let's get down and investigate. The others can't be far behind." "Yes, let us fix on a place before they come," said Olga. "It will save such a lot of discussion." "Excellent notion. I'll tie up Tinker to one of these trees. I don't call this a very promising site for a bean-feast," said Noel, wrinkling his nose. "It's so beastly stuffy." "Yes, we will try the temple first," said Olga. "It stands higher. There will be much more air there." They descended. There was still no sign of the rest of the party.
"I expect they gave us a start to keep out of the beastly dust," said Noel. "They'll be here directly. Nick has pitched on a secluded corner, anyhow. I shouldn't think the foot of man had trodden it for 1,000 years." Olga laughed. "I wonder. It's better than the jungle, isn't it? I don't feel nearly so creepy here." "What price tigers?" grinned Noel. "Oh, I've got over that," she declared. "But I didn't like your wilderness of nasty possibilities." He flashed her a merry look. "You ought not to be afraid with Master Overbold by your side. As for the tiger, we may meet him yet." "Oh, no, we shan't," she asserted with confidence. "It would be too ludicrously like a fairy tale." "Horribly ludicrous," said Noel. "Well, come along and look for him." So side by side they started. 8. The Soul of a Hero. The way was exceedingly rough and here and there almost overgrown with coarse weeds. Near the temple the ground ascended fairly steeply, and the path narrowed so that it was impossible to walk abreast. "Wonder if there are any of those jolly little carates about?" speculated Noel. "If you don't mind, I'll go first." "I believe I saw a scorpion," said Olga as he took the lead. He laughed at her over his shoulder. "Or a lizard. Stick to it, Mistress Timorous. You'll develop a taste for adventure soon." "Oh, I'm not a coward, really," she protested. "At least, I never used to be." "You are the sweetest girl in the world," said Noel, in a tone that reduced Olga to instant and uncompromising silence. She could not refuse his hand, however, when he paused to help her over the rough places. It was an utter impossibility to be ungracious to Noel for long. He was far too seductive. They reached the top of the ascent and found themselves close to the temple. The place was a ruin. Blocks of stone, that once had been part of its structure, were scattered in all directions, and advancing they presently stumbled upon the monstrous head of a broken idol. "This is the Temple of Dagon," said Noel dramatically. "I don't think it's a very suitable place for a picnic. One might find bits of human sacrifices about, and that would spoil the appetite." "Oh, don't be gruesome," Olga besought him. "Let's go in as we are here." They crossed the stone-strewn space through the shadowy cypresses and entered under the dome. The place was dark and very eerie. Their footsteps echoed weirdly, and instantly there ensued a wild commotion overhead of owls and flying foxes. Olga started violently, and Noel looked upwards with a laugh that echoed and echoed in sinister repetition. "What a ghastly place!" whispered Olga as it died away at last. The whisper was taken up and repeated from wall to wall till the further darkness swallowed it. Olga's hand went out instinctively and closed upon Noel's arm. Her nerves were not strung to this. Almost before she knew it he had drawn her to him, and slipped the arm about her. She looked up swiftly to protest, but the words were never spoken. They died upon her lips. For even as she opened them to speak there came an awful sound from the darkness. It began deep and low, swelling in volume till it filled the building, reverberating from stone to stone, vibrating along the broken floor, a growl rising to a furious snarl, the unmistakable voice of an angry beast. Olga stood as one petrified, feeling the arm around her tighten to a grip, but too lost in horror to take any note thereof. Staring widely into the darkness before them, she saw 2 points of light, red, ominous, advancing as it were by swift stealth out of the deep shadow. At the same moment Noel by a sudden wholly unexpected movement thrust her behind him. "Go," he said. "Go for your life. Get back to Tinker and warn the rest. I'll keep the brute from following you." His voice was short and authoritative. It held compulsion. In that moment of emergency he was a boy no longer, but a man, cool and strong and undismayed, a man to command obedience. "Go quickly," he said. "Remember, it's up to you to warn them. This other is my job. Goodbye." He spoke without turning his head, yet the very brevity of his speech seemed to give her strength. Mechanically she moved to obey. Later she never remembered passing out of that place of horror. She went, hardly knowing what she did. The sudden smiting of the sunshine between the cypress boughs was the first she knew of having left the temple behind her. As one stricken blind, she moved, too stunned for panic. And then, how it happened she was utterly unable to realize, as if he had dropped from the sky a man stood suddenly in her path. He wore a pith helmet dragged forward over his eyes, and she was too dazzled by the sun to see his face. But there was something in his gait, his figure, his attitude, that sent a wild thrill through her, waking her to vivid, pulsing life. With an incoherent cry she clutched him by the arm. "The tiger!" she gasped. "The tiger!" "Where?" he said. She pointed back over her shoulder, her eyes dilated, anguished. "In the temple, and Noel is there. He will be killed." In a single movement he had freed his arm and was gone. She heard his feet racing over the stones, and she turned up her face to the blinding sunshine and frantically prayed. Minutes, or could it have been only seconds, passed. From below her came Tinker's frightened neigh. She could hear him stamping in the undergrowth, but she had no further thought of going to him. That spot with all its terrors held her chained. Suddenly from behind her there came a loud report, a nerve-shattering sound. She whizzed round. He had a gun, then. She had not seen that he had a gun. But what had happened? What? She was trembling so that she could barely stand, yet she forced her quaking limbs to move. Back she stumbled, back through the glaring sunlight. Once she fell, and saw a lizard, or was it a scorpion, flick from her path. And then she was up again, panting, sobbing, utterly unnerved, but struggling with all her failing strength to reach the ruined temple to see for herself what lay there. An awful silence brooded across the stony space. It was as though a curse had fallen upon it. She tried to lift her voice, to call to Noel, to make some sound in the stillness, but her throat was powerless. She thought he must be dead. She thought that her brain had tricked her, that she had only dreamed of the coming of the second man, had dreamed of the gunshot, had dreamed all but those dreadful gleaming eyes coming stealthily nearer and nearer out of the dark. Again she tried to call, and again piteously she failed. She reached the temple staggering, her hands stretched gropingly before her. And even as she did so, the silence was rent by a sound that convinced her wholly that she was indeed dreaming, a sound that echoed and echoed through the gloom, making her pulses leap again in spite of her. The sound of a ringing British laugh. She fell against the broken marble of the doorway, her hands pressed fast over her face. She was struggling with herself, consciously striving to nerve herself to go in and find his dead body. Of any personal danger she was past thinking. Had the tawny body of their enemy sprung out upon her then, she would scarcely have known fear. And so when Noel came suddenly to her, caught her hands into his own, making her look up, his brown face bent close to hers, she simply gazed at him uncomprehendingly, not believing that she saw him. Swift concern flashed into his eyes. He drew her to him and held her in his arms. "Olga, dear, don't you know me?" he said. "You've had a beastly fright, haven't you? But the brute's dead, and no one else is any the worse. There. It's all right. Did you think I was killed and eaten?" He was holding her closely now. His voice came softly on a winning note of tenderness into her ear. "And would you have cared, darling, if I had been?" But she leaned against him, quivering and speechless, unresisting, unresponding. He held her for a space in silence, patting her shoulder reassuringly. But it was not in him to be silent for long. After a few seconds he was speaking again with cheery confidence. "Let's get out of this ghastly place. The rest of the party must be coming along now. It was a nasty experience, wasn't it? But you're getting better, eh? That chap with the gun came up just in time to save my bacon. You saw him, didn't you?" "Yes," she whispered feebly. His arms relaxed a little. He looked down into her face. "Better now?"
With an effort she answered him. "Yes, getting better."
"Can you walk?" he said. "Or shall I carry you?" That roused her somewhat.
"Oh, let me walk," she said.
And after a moment,
"Forgive me for being foolish. It was the shock. I shall be all right now. Just let me hold your arm."
He gave it, still looking at her in a fashion which she was at no loss to understand. Instinctively she sought to divert his attention.
"Tell me what happened. Who was the man with the gun?"
His expression changed a little. A momentary shadow crossed his face. He answered her with a touch of restraint. "Oh, he's a fellow I've met before. You'll see him again, I daresay. He has been chasing around after this infernal tiger since early morning. Had a shot at the brute once and wounded him. Been hunting for him ever since."
"All alone?"
asked Olga in amazement. Noel nodded. "Cracked thing to do, but as he's bagged his game I suppose he'll do it again."
"And what is he doing now?"
asked Olga as they descended the narrow path. "Oh, he was going to clear out. He was awfully disgusted that the skin wasn't worth having. And there wasn't much of the head left." Noel made a face. "I shouldn't advise any of our picnic party to go near that beastly temple. It's a deal too sacrificial just now. Hullo! Here come some of 'em at last. You'll be glad to get back under Nick's wing." He smiled at her quizzically, and Olga smiled back, reassured. But reaching the lower ground, she detained him for an instant.
"Noel," she said rather haltingly, "there are some things, beyond words, and I think this is one of them. But I shall never forget what you did. It was magnificent."
"Great Scotland!" said Noel. He spoke banteringly, but she could not meet his eyes. "And you think I could have done anything else?" She smiled rather wistfully.
"Not you, perhaps," she said. "But it was fine of you all the same."
"And you're not sorry I wasn't eaten?" he suggested. She gave him her hand with a gesture half appealing.
"We won't talk about it," she said. "It just won't bear talking about."
Her voice trembled a little, but she was plainly anxious that he should not notice it. He stood a moment silent, holding her hand. From the direction of the jungle road there came the sounds of the approaching party, the rattle of hoofs and jingle of bells mingling with laughing voices and gay shouts. It seemed incredible that a bare 10 minutes had elapsed since their own arrival upon the scene. Noel's hand tightened a little upon hers. He bent with a certain serious gallantry that became him well, and carried it to his lips. "My lady's wishes shall be obeyed always," he said gravely. She knew that he meant her to ascribe a full meaning to his words, and she let herself be reassured, for that she knew him now to possess the soul of a hero. End of chapters 7 and 8. Part 2, chapters 9 and 10 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 9. The Man with the Gun. In after days, when Olga looked back upon the rest of that Christmas picnic, she could remember very little in detail of what took place. Her mind was so fully occupied with the adventure in the ruined temple that the events immediately following it made but a slight impression upon her. That they lunched at length by the ancient well, that Nick and the Musgraves petted and made much of her, that Noel considerately amused himself with the care and entertainment of Peggy, all these things she was able afterwards vaguely to recall, but none of them remained vividly in her memory. During the afternoon she rested, with Daisy sitting by her side, and Nick smoking a few yards away, until presently the Rajah rode up unescorted and occupied Nick's attention for the remainder of the time. He came and shook hands with Olga later, and congratulated her on her escape, but his manner seemed to her perfunctory, and somewhat absent. Remembering Noel's words, she wondered what schemes were developing behind those dusky eyes. Her thoughts, however, did not dwell on him. they were curiously active in another direction. Over and over again she saw herself stumbling over the stones under the cypresses, and finding herself all suddenly face to face with a man in a pith helmet. She was haunted by the thought of him, though she had not in the glare discerned him fully. She had seen him as one sees a shadow on a sheet, a momentary impression, suggestive but wholly elusive, capable of stirring her to the depths, but yet too vague to grasp. Even to her own secret heart she could not account for the wild suspicion to which that lightning glimpse had given birth. The man was probably a very ordinary Briton under ordinary circumstances. That he had a breadth of shoulder that imparted the impression of power and somewhat discounted his height, that his first appearance had been so leisurely that he might have been strolling in an English garden. The sauntering vision flashed across her as she had often seen it, hands deep in pockets, and stubby briar pipe between his teeth; that his brevity of speech had impelled her to clearness of brain and prompt reply. All these were but incidents that might have characterized the coming of any stranger. And yet, whenever she recalled any one of these details, she found her heart beating up against her throat, as though it would choke her. And why had he disappeared so suddenly, this stranger with the gun? How she wished she had had the presence of mind to turn back into the Temple to find him. Why had Noel spoken of him with such evident restraint? Had he been under orders so to speak? She almost resolved to ask him, but realized immediately that for some reason she could not. Besides, had he not said she would see him again? And when she saw him, again she had to still the tumult of her heart. Doubtless she would tell herself how utterly unreasonable her agitation concerning him had been. She would make the acquaintance of a total stranger, and wonder how he had ever reminded her of the one man in her world who alone had had the power to move her thus. So over and over again she reassured herself, considering the matter and dismissing it, only to admit it over and over again for further consideration. Nick made an unflattering comment upon her jaded appearance when the time came to return, and bundled her unceremoniously into the Musgraves' dog-cart before Noel could put in a claim. Olga was in some sense relieved, for she did not want to talk, and Daisy fully understood and left her in peace during the drive back to Sharapura. The brief twilight came upon them just before they reached their destination, and when they stopped before the bungalow it was nearly dark. The stately Khitmutgar was waiting for them, and helped Olga to descend. He stood by with massive patience while the Musgraves bade her farewell and drove away. Then with extreme dignity he addressed her. "There is a strange sahib in the drawing-room, who waits to see the Miss Sahib," he said. Olga's heart gave a wild bound. "To see me? What name, Kasur?" "Miss Sahib, he gave no name. She knows me," he said. "I will announce myself." Olga turned to the veranda steps as if drawn thereto by some unseen magnetic force. Sedately Kasur followed. "Will the Miss Sahib await the return of Ratcliffe Sahib?" he suggested decorously. She turned at the head of the steps. Her eyes were alight, feverish. She was strung to so high a pitch of excitement that she scarcely knew what she did. "No, I can't wait," she threw back to him. "But Ratcliffe Sahib will be in directly. Tell him when he comes." And with that she was gone, running swiftly, as one who obeys an urgent call. The lamps were alight in the drawing-room, and the glare streamed out across the veranda. It dazzled her as she entered, but yet she did not pause. Not till that moment did she realize how great a void the absence of one man had made in her life. Not till that moment did she understand the reason of the crushing sense of loss which for so long had been with her. Perhaps she did not fully understand it then, but there was no hiding the sudden rapture of gladness at her heart. It pierced her almost with a sense of pain, and with it came a stabbing certainty that this was no new thing, that sometime, somewhere, she had felt it all before. He was on his feet, lounging against the mantelpiece as she entered, but he straightened himself to meet her, and dazzled though she was, she saw his outstretched hand. As it closed upon her own she found her voice, though panting between tears and laughter,
Max, you...
A happy Christmas to you, said Max. He grasped her hand very firmly. How well she remembered that strong, restraining grip. How often had she felt the controlling magic of it. Once she had even hotly resented it. But today... She saw his mouth go up at one corner in the old quizzing way. "If my heart by signs can tell," he began, and ended openly smiling, "I should almost dare to fancy you were, well, shall we say not annoyed, to see me?" "Annoyed?" she laughed, still struggling with an outrageous desire to cry. He looked at her critically. "You haven't grown any plumper since I saw you last, fair lady. Do you live on air in these parts? You will be flattered to hear that your resemblance to the great Nick is more pronounced than ever. Where is he, by the way? I hope he hasn't been eaten by a tiger, though I scarcely think any tiger would be such a fool as to expect to find any nourishment in him." "Oh, don't be horrid," she said, laughing more naturally. "That's too gruesome a joke after what happened this afternoon." "I wasn't joking," said Max. "I'm a serious-minded person. And what did happen this afternoon, if it isn't indiscreet to ask?" She raised her eyes to his astonishment. "But you were there," she said. "Who told you so?" demanded Max. "I saw you myself. I spoke to you. I told you about Noel being in the temple with the tiger." She halted a little over the explanation. Max smiled at her, a curious smile that seemed to express relief. "I didn't think you recognized me in a helmet," he said. "Yes, I was there. I'd been on the brute's track since daybreak. I'm told that it's the proper thing to let natives do all the stalking in this country. But to my mind that's half the fun. Gives the tiger a sporting chance, too." "You were actually hunting it all by yourself?" said Olga, with a quick shudder. Her hand still lay in his. He gave it a sudden sharp squeeze. "Don't shiver like that. It's a sign of too vivid an imagination. Yes, I was all on my own, and enjoyed it. It was my first tiger, too. I've learned quite a lot about the Indian jungle to day. What made Nick choose the haunts of a man-eater for his Christmas party? Was it one of his little jokes?" "We didn't believe in the man-eater," said Olga, beginning to make subtle efforts to recover possession of her hand. "There hadn't been one so near for years, and Nick said he thought it was Buncombe." "There," said Max, "he did not display his usual shrewdness of intelligence. Where is the little god, by the way?" "He's following on with Noel. They stopped behind to finish packing." Max's fingers closed more firmly upon hers, so that without open resistance she could not free herself. "Noel seems to have developed into quite a picturesque cavalier," he observed impersonally. He was watching her, she knew, and over her face there ran a great wave of colour. She was furiously aware of it even before she saw his faint smile. Desperately she sought to turn the subject. "Why didn't you come back to us when the tiger was dead?" she said. "Why didn't you let Noel tell me you were there?" She caught the old glint of mockery in his eyes as he made reply. "As you have foreseen, fair lady," he observed, "one answer will suffice for both questions. It was not my turn just then. Moreover, you knew I was there." "I wasn't absolutely sure," she protested quickly. "I thought it probable that I had made a mistake." "Didn't you expect to see me?" he asked her coolly. She stared at him. "How could I? I never dreamed of your being in India." He passed the question by. "And yet you were the only person in India whom I took the trouble to inform of my arrival." Her eyes widened. "What can you mean?" "Didn't you get a message from me this morning?" he asked. "From you?" she said incredulously. "I sent you a message," said Max. Her hand leaped suddenly in his. So that was the explanation. She began to tremble. "I didn't understand," she said piteously. She wished he would turn his eyes from her face, but he kept them fixed upon her. "I wonder who got the credit for it," he said. She turned from his scrutiny in quivering silence. but her hand remained in his. He took her gently by the shoulder. "Olga, tell me," he said.
"I didn't know it came from you," she whispered.
"Why not? I wrote a line with it."
"Yes, but "
"But?" said Max, with quiet insistence. She tried to laugh.
"It was very absurd of me. The initials weren't very clear. I thought they were someone else's."
"Knowles?" he said. She nodded. There was a brief silence, during which she dared not look round. Then he spoke, his voice dryly humorous. "I suppose you thanked him for it, then?"
"No, I didn't," she said. At least, I was vexed, but I didn't want to hurt his feelings."
"No?" said Max, in the same cynical tone. Her hand slipped free at last. She spoke more firmly.
"I told him I couldn't accept it."
"Poor Noel," observed Max. He took his hand from her shoulder also, and she knew that he thrust it into his pocket. "And what did he say to that?" She hesitated.
"Well, of course he explained that he hadn't sent it."
"And you believed him?"
"Of course I did. We thought perhaps it was a hoax."
Max grunted. She wondered if he were seriously displeased. And then abruptly he turned her thoughts in another direction. "Well, now that you know the truth, what are you going to do about it?" The question came with the utmost coolness, but yet in some fashion it sounded like a challenge. She felt compelled to turn and face him. Thick-set and British, he confronted her. "Before you decide," he said, "there's just one little thing I should like you to remember. You may not have been in love with me. I don't think you were. But you engaged yourself to me quite a long time ago." Olga's hands were locked together. But she met the challenge unflinching, unafraid. Quite suddenly she knew how to answer it. Yet she waited, not answering, her pale eyes shining, her whole being strung to throbbing expectation. He came a step nearer to her, looking at her very intently. "Well?" he said. She made a little fluttering movement with her clasped hands. Her face was raised unfalteringly to his.
"I haven't forgotten," she said.
"But you thought I had," said Max. Her lips quivered.
"So many things have happened since then," she said in a low voice.
"What of that?" he said, and suddenly there was a deep note in his voice that she had never heard before. "Do you think that so long as the world holds us both, I would be content without you?" The words were few, but they thrilled her as never had she been thrilled before. There came again to her that breathless feeling, as though an immense wave had suddenly burst over her. She raised her face, gasping, half frightened. She even had a wild impulse to turn and flee. But it was gone on the instant, for very suddenly Max Wyndham's arms closed about her, holding her fast, and she had no choice but to surrender. With a sob she yielded herself to him, clinging very tightly, her face hidden, with a desperate shyness against his shoulder. He spoke no word of love, simply holding her in silence during those first great moments. But at length his hand came up and lay quietly, reassuringly, upon her head. She quivered under it for a little. He waited till she was still. "Olga," he said, speaking very softly, "will you tell me something?"
"Perhaps," she whispered back.
"Why are you afraid of me? You never used to be." She clung a little closer to him, and was silent. "Don't you know?" he said.
"Not altogether."
Tremulously she made answer.
"I've had a feeling, all this time, that you were angry with me for some reason."
"For what reason?" he said.
"That's what I never could remember."
The hand upon her head moved and lightly stroked her cheek. Then very gently, but with evident determination, turned her face upwards. His eyes, green and piercing, looked straight into her soul. "You think that still?" he asked.
"No."
Panting, she answered him, for deep within her, memory stirred afresh. The phantom of her dread lurked once more darkly in the background. The last time those eyes had searched her thus, her soul had been in agony. Wherefore? Wherefore? She struggled to remember. And then in a flash all was gone. The past went from her. She was back again in the present, with the throbbing consciousness of Max's arms enfolding her, and the overwhelming knowledge that Max loved her, filling all her world. "You're not afraid now," he said. "No," she answered softly. "Then," he set her free, bending to her, his face close to hers, "I may go on breathing and hoping, may I, without running any risk of scaring you away?" She laughed a faint, sweet laugh, more eloquent than words, realizing fully that, albeit her defences were down, he would not enter her citadel until she gave him leave. His chivalrous regard for her went straight to her heart. In Noel it would not have surprised her, but in Max it was so unexpected that for a moment she hardly knew how to meet it. He waited with the utmost patience, his smile, subtly softened, but still unmistakably humorous, hovering at the corner of his mouth. And so after a moment, half laughing, with a face on fire, she reached out, took the red head between her hands, and bestowed a very small, shy kiss upon his cheek. The next instant he held her crushed against his heart, while his lips pressed hers with all the fiery passion of a man's worship. It must have been several minutes later that a cracked voice was suddenly uplifted in the veranda, singing a plantation love song with more of pathos than tunefulness. Olga started at the sound, started violently and guiltily, and slipped out of reach with a scarlet countenance. "Nick," she whispered. Max glanced at the open window, raised his brows, shrugged his shoulders, and strolled across to it. Nick it was, stationed at a discreet distance, but dimly discernible in the darkness. "Let me go to him first," murmured Olga. She passed Max with a touch of the hand and a fleeting smile, and was gone. Nick's plaintive lament came to an abrupt conclusion 2 seconds later, and Max turned back into the room with his hands thrust deep in his pockets, and one side of his mouth cocked at an angle expressive of extreme satisfaction. He had dared a good deal that day, far more than Olga vaguely dreamed, and events had proved him more than justified. 10. A talk in the open. Noel dined with the Musgraves that night. His mood was hilarious throughout, but he seemed for some reason unwilling to discuss the adventure he had shared with Olga in the temple, and of their rescuer he scarcely spoke at all. He seemed, in fact, to have practically dismissed the whole matter from his mind, and when he bade them farewell at the end of the evening, Daisy acknowledged to her husband that she was disappointed. "I felt so sure he had begun to care for Olga," she said. "He doesn't often miss his opportunities, that boy." "Perhaps Olga doesn't chance to care for him," suggested Will, with his arm around his wife's waist. "That does happen sometimes, you know." She smiled, her cheek against his shoulder. "I can't imagine any girl resisting Noel's charms if he were the first comer, as I fancy he must be," she said. "I wonder if he is," said Will. "She told me the other night she had never been in love, but she seemed to know so much about the disease that I rather doubted her veracity." "Fancy your living to call it a disease," said Daisy, with a faint sigh. He stooped and kissed her. "Oh, I'm not a cynic, my dear," he said. "Shall we call it an incurable affection of the heart instead?" "That's almost as bad," she protested. "I said incurable," pleaded Will. "I ought to know, for I fell a victim to it long ago." She laughed softly against his shoulder. "Well, if you will have it so, it's very infectious, you know. And I am a victim, too." His arm tightened. "Mine was always a hopeless case, Daisy," he murmured, half wistfully. She turned her lips up to his. "When it attacks old folks, like you and me, dear, it always is," she said. He kissed her again, lingeringly and in silence. There had been a time of which neither ever spoke, when Will's love for his wife had been to her a thing of little value. He had not been the first comer. That time had passed long since, and with it the last of their youth. But though for them romance was no more, they had become lovers in a sense more true. Their lives were bound up together and woven into one by the loom of God. Whatever opportunities Noel might have missed that day, he certainly did not permit the thought of them to depress him. With his customary jauntiness he took his departure. But he did not return straight to his quarters at the cantonments. He turned his steps in the direction of the dak bungalow, whistling in the starlight as he went. A chilly wind was blowing, and the dust swirled about his feet. The road gleamed white and deserted before him. He swung along it, erect and British, caring nothing for dust or cold. From far away in the direction of the jungle there came the desolate cry of a jackal. But near at hand there was no sound but the rush of the wind past his ears and the swish of the dust along the way. He came at length within the sight of the dak bungalow, and saw beyond it the lights of the native city. Nick's bungalow, tucked away among its trees, was not visible. "They're horribly near that treacherous hound," he murmured to himself as he strode along. "I wonder if Nick realizes the risk. They might be murdered in their beds any night, and none of us down at the cantonments any the wiser. The Rajah and old Kobad Khan would be horrified, of course. It's so easy to be horrified afterwards." Unconsciously he quickened his steps. Somehow the danger had always seemed remote until that night. Had the day's adventure unsettled his nerves, or had he hitherto always underrated it? How ghastly it would be if... His thoughts broke off short. A figure had detached itself from the vagueness in front of him, and a whiff of rank tobacco smoke came suddenly to his nostrils. Noel straightened himself and quickened his stride. He had the soldier's instinct for making the most of his height. The square, lounging figure that sauntered towards him looked almost short by comparison. They met about 50 yards from the dak bungalow. "Hello," said Max. His tone was coolly fraternal, but his hand came out at the same time, and Noel remembered the grip of it for some minutes after. "What on earth have you come out here for?" he said. Max smoked a pipe in one corner of his mouth and smiled with the other. "Like the girls," he said, "I've come out to get married." "You're not going to marry Olga," said Noel quickly and fiercely. "That's just what I want to talk to you about," said Max. "Shall we walk?" He took his brother by the arm and led him forward. "I thought a talk in the open would be preferable. My hutch in this beastly little inn is not precisely inviting. I go to Nick's bungalow to-morrow." "The devil you do," said Noel. The hand on his arm was not removed. It closed very slowly and surely. "Look here, old chap," Max said. "Say what you like to me and welcome, if it does you any good. But there is no actual necessity for you to express your feelings. For I know what they are. And I'm infernally sorry." The words were quietly uttered, but they sent a shock of amazement through Noel. He stood still and stared. He had never heard anything of the kind from Max before. Steadily Max drew him on. "When I wrote you that letter in the autumn, I meant you to do exactly what you have done. I didn't, of course, anticipate playing such a heathen trick on you as cutting you out. I regarded myself at that time as out of the running. Circumstances which there is no need to discuss had set dead against me, and I had reason to believe that she might need an able-bodied man's protection. Nick is all very well as a moral force, but physically he is a negligible quantity. I didn't fancy the idea of her coming out here with the chance of the aforementioned danger cropping up." "What danger?" said Noel abruptly. Max hesitated a moment. "It's rather a long story. There was another fellow, a great hulking bounder. I was afraid he might follow her out here and make himself objectionable. I thought you would probably get friendly with her, and she might turn to you for help if she needed it. You're the sort of chap a woman would turn to. And anyhow, I know you're sound fundamentally." "Do you?" murmured Noel. Max went on. At that time I never thought of coming out here myself. It was Nick who first suggested it, at a time when I believed my chances to be nil. And gradually the idea took hold of me. We had been almost engaged before. And though I didn't believe in my luck any longer, I thought I would have one last shot. Kersley backed me as usual. I am to go into partnership with him when I get back. He urged me to come, even said I owed it to her. I wasn't so sure of that myself, but events have proved him justified. I thought in any case I should only hurt myself, and that wouldn't matter much. Afraid I behaved like a selfish ass. But I didn't know how far matters had gone, or even if they were likely to move at all. She isn't the sort of girl that attracts at first sight. It never occurred to me to be attracted till I found out how badly she disliked me. Then I used to bait her, and I liked her spirit. After that," an odd, tender note had crept into his voice. He stopped abruptly. Noel set his teeth and tramped along in dogged silence. For a few seconds Max followed his example, then took up his discourse at the final point. "So I chanced the final throw and came out here. I thought at the worst she could only send me away again, and I should be no more badly off than I was before. Well, I got here, and the first thing I heard was that Nick was giving a picnic at Kentally, and that there was a man-eater there. My informant was a native groom at the inn. He seemed to believe in the man-eater, and as I had equipped myself with a Winchester with the idea of solacing myself with big game when I had been given my congé, I armed myself and went to have a look for him. You know the rest. I must admit I was nearly as staggered as she was when I saw her come out of the temple. As soon as I had a moment for thought, it occurred to me that I should probably be one too many if I presented myself then. It was your chance, not mine. So I decided with your connivance to lie low. This evening I called to see the result. I fully expected to be told that you and she were engaged, and I went prepared to congratulate. But directly I saw her I knew that it was otherwise. And I realized that my luck had turned. She accepted you." Curt and straight came the words. "She did." Calmly and deliberately Max made answer. "I had sent her a ring earlier in the day, which little attention, it seems, she had attributed to you." "Yes. She tried to return it this morning." Noel spoke with his eyes fixed straight ahead. "She is wearing it to-night," said Max. Noel tramped on again in silence. Suddenly he stopped, facing round upon his brother with a gesture that was openly passionate. "Damn it, Max, you're deuced cool, I must say. Aren't there girls enough in England, without your posting out here to take the one I want? She's half in love with me already. I'd have won her over in another week. In less. Very likely to-morrow." Max stood still. They had nearly reached the gate that led into Nick's compound. The rustle of the cypresses in the night wind came to them as they faced each other. Noel's hands were clenched, Max's well out of sight in the depths of his pockets. He did not speak at once, but there was no hint of irresolution in his attitude. "Yes," he said after a moment, "you jolly nearly died for her, and if anyone has a right to her you have. But, my dear chap, you can't get away from the fact that she was mine before you ever met her. I know that now. I didn't before to-night, though so far as I am concerned, she has been the only girl in the world for a very long time. Not knowing it, I'd have been quite ready, I'd be ready now, for you to have her, glad even. But knowing it, well, it rather alters the case, doesn't it? You see," his mouth twisted a little in the old cynical curve, "we can't hand her about and barter for her like a bale of goods. She's a woman, and, whether we like it or not, in these things the woman must have the casting vote." "It's so beastly unfair," Noel broke in hotly, boyishly. "Why the devil couldn't you stay away a little longer?" "And suppose I had?" For the first time Max spoke sternly. "Suppose I had," he repeated with eyes that suddenly shot green in the starlight. Suppose you had won her before I came. Suppose you'd been engaged. And I had come along afterwards. What then?" "You'd have been too late," said Noel, the dogged note in his voice. "You wouldn't have set her free." Max flung the question with brief contempt. "No." Noel flung back the answer fiercely. "Not if you had known she cared for me first." Max's voice was suddenly quiet and chill. It expressed a cold curiosity, no more. Noel writhed before it. "Confound you, no!" he cried violently. There fell a sudden deep silence. Max stood quite motionless during the passage of seconds, watching, waiting, while Noel stood before him, fiercely threatening. Then, very abruptly, as if he had suddenly discovered that there was nothing to wait for, he turned on his heel. "Good night," he said, and walked away. He went with his customary sauntering gait, but there was absolute decision in his movements. It was quite obvious that he had no intention of returning. And Noel made no attempt to call him back. He stood with his black brows drawn, and dumbly watched him go. At the end of 30 seconds he wheeled slowly round, and turned his sullen face towards Nick's bungalow. As he did so, there was a slight movement near the gate as of someone stealthily retreating. Instantly suspicion leaped, keen-edged with anxiety, into his brain. In a flash his former fears rushed back upon him. They were so horribly near the native city, so horribly undefended. He remembered the bomb on the parade ground, and felt momentarily physically sick. In another instant he was speeding to the open gate. He turned sharply in between the cypresses, and was met by a white-clad, cringing figure that bowed to the earth at his approach. Noel stopped dead in sheer astonishment. So sudden had been the apparition that he scarcely restrained himself from running into it. Then, being in no pacific mood, his astonishment passed into a blaze of anger. "What the devil are you sneaking about here for?" he demanded. "What are you doing?" The muffled figure before him made another deep salaam. "Heaven-born, I am but a humble seller of moonstones. Will his gracious excellency be pleased to behold his servant's wares?" It was ingratiatingly spoken, the soft answer that should have turned away wrath. But Noel's tolerance was a minus quantity that night. Moreover, he had had a severe fright, and his Irish blood was up. "You may have moonstones," he said, "but you didn't come here to sell them. The city's full of you infernal budmashes. It's a pity you can't be exterminated like the vermin you are. Be off with you, and if ever I catch you skulking around here again, I'll give you a leathering that you'll never forget for the rest of your rascally life." The moonstone seller bowed again profoundly. "Yet even a rat has its bite," he murmured in a deferential undertone into his beard. He turned aside, still darkly muttering, and shuffled past Noel towards the road. Noel swung round on his heel as he did so, and administered a flying kick by way of assisting his departure. Possibly it was somewhat more forcible than he intended; at least it was totally unexpected. The moonstone seller stumbled forward with a grunt, barely saving himself from falling headlong. A momentary compunction pricked Noel, for the man was obviously old, and, by the peculiar fashion in which he recovered his balance, he seemed to be crippled also. But the next moment he was laughing, though his mood was far from hilarious. For, with an agility as comical as it was surprising, the moonstone seller gathered up his impeding garment and fled. He was gone like a shadow. The garden lay deserted. Noel's bitterness of soul returned. He glanced towards the darkness of the cypresses where they had walked only that morning, and a great misery rose and engulfed his spirit. A second or two he stood hesitating, irresolute. Should he go in and see her? Vividly her pale face came before him, but glorified with the radiance that was not for him. No, he could not endure it. By tomorrow he would have schooled himself. Tomorrow he would wish her joy. But tonight, he drained the cup of disappointment for the first time in his gay young life, and found it bitter as gall. With a fierce gesture he flung round and tramped away. End of chapters 9 and 10. Part 2, Chapter 11 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. The Faithful Wound of a Friend. All the social circle of Sharapura and most of the native population usually assembled on the polo ground to witness the great annual match between the Rajah's team and the officers stationed at the cantonments. It was to be followed by a dance at the mess house in the evening, to which all English residents far and near had been bidden, and which the Rajah himself and his chief minister, Kobad Shikan, had promised to attend. The day was a brilliant one, and Olga looked forward to its festivities with a light heart. The thought of Noel was the only bitter drop in her cup of happiness, but instinct told her that his wound would be a superficial one. She was sorry on his behalf, but not overwhelmingly so. As Nick had wisely observed, it would be far more fitting for him to wait and marry Peggy Musgrave. They were eminently well suited to each other, and would be playfellows all their lives. She expected Max to present himself in the course of the morning, and he did not disappoint her. He made his casual appearance soon after Nick had departed for the palace, and found her in the garden. Not alone, however, for Daisy had arrived before him to see how Olga fared after the previous day's adventure. Max, strolling out to them, was met by Olga in a glowing embarrassment which he was far from sharing, and introduced forthwith to Daisy as Noel's brother. Daisy, who had just been listening to a somewhat halting account of his unexpected arrival the day before, marked her very evident confusion and leaped to instant comprehension. So this was the cause of Noel's reticence. She shook hands with Max with a very decided sense of disappointment, resenting his intrusion on Noel's behalf, and with womanly criticism marveling that this thick-set unromantic Englishman could ever have held the girl's fancy when Noel, the handsomest officer in the district, had been so obviously at her feet. She heaved a little sigh for Noel, even while she said, smiling, "I have just been hearing of your dramatic arrival yesterday, Dr. Wyndham. You could scarcely have chosen a more thrilling moment." He smiled also, with a slight cynicism. "Yes, there were plenty of thrills for all of us," he said. "Have you heard the latest?" Daisy's eyes traveled from him to Olga, who stretched out her left hand, bearing Max's ring upon it, and said, very sweetly and impulsively, "Oh, Mrs. Musgrave, I was just going to tell you about it. Please don't think me deceitful. It only happened last night." "My darling child," Daisy said. She took the outstretched trembling hand and folded it in a soft, warm clasp. Her eyes went back to Max, whose expression became more ironical than ever under her scrutiny. It was as if he observed and grimly ridiculed her jealousy on his brother's behalf. And Daisy's resentment turned to a decided sense of hostility. She discovered quite suddenly, but also quite unmistakably, that she was not going to like this young man. She was sure the green eyes under their shaggy red brows saw and mocked her antipathy. There was even a touch of insolence about him as he said, "I'm afraid it's taken your breath away, but it is not such a sudden arrangement as it appears. Strange to say, all women don't fall in love with me at first sight. Olga, for instance, did quite the reverse. Didn't you, Olga?" His eyes mocked Olga now, openly and complacently. Daisy told herself indignantly that she had never in her life witnessed anything so disgustingly cold-blooded. He positively revolted her. She saw him as a husband, selfish, supercilious, accepting with condescension his young wife's eager devotion, and her congratulations died on her lips. For Daisy was a woman with whom a man's homage counted for much. She had been accustomed to it all her life, and its absence was an offence unpardonable. And then suddenly Olga overcame her shyness, and boldly came to the rescue. "Max, don't make Mrs. Musgrave think you a beast. It isn't fair to me. He isn't a bit like this, really," she added to Daisy. "It's all affectation. Nick knows that." Daisy laughed. The girlish speech helped her if it did not remove her doubts. She gave her free hand to Max, saying,
I suppose we are none of us ourselves to strangers, but since you are engaged to Olga, I hope you will not place me in that category. You are very, very lucky to have won her, and I wish you both every happiness." Max bowed, still with a hint of irony. "It's nice of you not to condole with Olga," he said. "I feel inclined to myself. Perhaps if I am not wanted I may be allowed to go and have a smoke on the veranda. I am expecting my traps to turn up directly," he added to Olga. "Oh, we must come out and see about them," she said. "The Kit will show you to your room. Max is going to put up with us now," she told Daisy, with a smile that pleaded with her friend to be lenient. Daisy's hand still held hers. "That is nice, dear," she said. "I must be getting back to Peggy. Is your fiancé coming to the regimental dance to night?" "Oh, Max!" Olga's eyes shone upon him. "You will, won't you? But of course you will. Noel will have settled that." The corner of Max's mouth went down. "Noel is not in the habit of settling my affairs, great or small," he observed. "If I go at all it will be in the little god's train, and under his auspices alone. But I warn you I'm not much of a dancer." "What nonsense!" said Olga. "All doctors dance. It's part of their hospital training." "Is it?" said Max. "Then my medical education is incomplete. My partners generally prefer to sit out after the first round." "I shan't sit out with anyone," declared Olga. "It's such a waste of time. One can do that any day." "So one can," said Max. "I hope you are not hurrying away on my account, Mrs. Musgrave. My business here is not urgent. It will very well wait." He was evidently in an incurably cynical mood, and Olga gave him up in despair. She went with Daisy to the gate, and, with her arms around her neck, besought her, half laughing, not to be misled by appearances. "I was myself," she confessed. "I actually hated him once. But now But now it's all right," smiled Daisy. "Run back to him, dear child. I should imagine he is the sort of young man who doesn't like to be kept waiting." That was all the criticism she permitted herself, but Olga, returning slowly to Max on the veranda, was regretfully aware that the impression he had made upon this friend of hers was far from favourable. "It isn't nice of you, Max," she began, as she reached him. "It really isn't nice of you." But she got no further than that for the moment, for Max literally lifted her off her feet, holding her fast in his arms, while he kissed the colour into her white face, finally lowering her into Nick's favourite hammock, and dexterously settling her therein. "You shouldn't," she protested feebly. "You shouldn't. And indeed I'm not going to lie here." "You are going to do as you are told, fair lady," he responded grimly. "What have you been lying awake half the night for?" "I didn't," she began. "At least," seeing his look of open incredulity, "it couldn't have been so long as that. And I had a lot of things to think about. No, Max, you are not to feel my pulse. Max, I won't have it." She pulled desperately, and freed herself. Max thrust his hands into his pockets, faintly smiling, and stood over her, contemplating her. "Well, tell me all the things you had to think about," he said. She shook her head, flushed still, and slightly distressed. "No, Max." He stooped over her, searching her face. "Do you like being engaged, Olga?" he asked. She sat up quickly and leaned against him, her hands clasped upon his arm. "I'm happy enough to want to cry," she said, a slight catch in her voice. He held her closely again, her head against his heart. "No, that's not the reason," he said softly into her ear. "Something is bothering you, isn't it?" She swallowed once or twice and nodded. "I'm foolish," she managed to utter after a moment. "Never mind if you can't help it," he said. "Tell me what it's about." But she was silent. "Afraid I shan't understand?" he questioned. Her hand nestled into his, but she kept her face down. "I wrote a long, long letter to Dad last night," she remarked irrelevantly, after a pause. I'm afraid he'll be rather surprised." "I wonder,"
said Max. She glanced up for an instant. "Did he know you were coming out here to see me?" she asked. "He did." There was a queer note of dry exultation in Max's reply. "Oh, Max!" Her head went back to its resting place. "He thought I didn't like you, you know. What did he say?" "He told me I was a fool," said Max. Olga laughed. "Dear Dad, I suppose he thought you were wasting your time over a wild goose chase?" "Yes, he didn't anticipate my catching my wild goose, I admit. Kersley, on the other hand, was so confident that he practically hoofed me out of England. He wants a married partner, you know, so perhaps he was not altogether disinterested." Again the complacent note sounded in Max's voice. Olga's fingers closed tightly on his hand. "Is that why you are so anxious to get married?" she asked in a muffled voice. Max's fingers responded so swiftly and so mercilessly that she cried out with the pain. "Max! How brutal!" "You deserved it," said Max, without compunction. "But I didn't. I only asked a simple question," she protested. "No, you didn't. It was a compound one." He opened his hand and sternly regarded the crushed fingers. "If you develop claws, Olga," he said, "you must expect trouble." She laughed again. "It isn't a question of developing. They're there, full grown. Do you remember that day I stabbed you with my darning needle?" "I do," said Max. He turned his hand over and showed her a small white scar on the back. "I suppose you never realized that that was the beginning of everything." "It wasn't with me," declared Olga. "I could have slain you that night." "Because I told you you ought to be whipped," said Max. "It was quite true, you know. Dr. Jim would have said the same. He probably would have done it, too." "I'm sure he wouldn't." Olga lay back in the hammock with the scarred hand between her own. "Dad is very just. He would have realized that you were quite insufferable." "That wouldn't have justified you, my child," maintained Max. She snapped her fingers at him. "I'd do it again to day if you were as horrid as you were then." "Not you," said Max. She opened her eyes. "You think I wouldn't dare?" He looked back at her with composure. "It is more a matter of caring than daring, my dear," he said. "Your heart wouldn't be in it. But you are afraid of me all the same." She coloured, and turned the subject. "When is Sir Kersley going to make you his partner?" "Directly I return," said Max. "And when will that be?" He considered a moment. "I expect to reach England in a month from now." "Max!" She sat up again quickly. "Oh, you're not going so soon?" she said. He put his arm round her shoulders. "But you will be coming back yourself in April. Nick told me so." "In April? But that's eons away," protested Olga. His eyes looked down into hers, and the old gleam which once she had taken for mockery hovered there. Her own eyes flickered and sank before it. There was something quick and fiery in it that she could not meet. "I'll take you back with me," he said, "if you will come." She started a little. "Oh, no," she said. "Why, oh, no?" he inquired. She was silent for a moment, her face downcast. "I couldn't leave Nick, possibly, out here," she said then. "Why not? Can't the little god take care of himself?" "No, and I wouldn't let him if he could. I shouldn't feel easy about him. I feel as if he is trying to walk a tightrope every day." "It's a sort of thing he ought to do very well, I should say," observed Max. "But what is he doing it for?" She looked up. "He thinks he is getting on splendidly," she said. "He and the Rajah are such good friends. But the Rajah isn't everybody, and I'm not sure even of him. Someone tried to blow up the fort with a bomb not so very long ago." "Oh, that's the game, is it?" said Max. "You think a similar little joke might be played on Nick, and if so you want to be there to see." She smiled faintly, in a sense relieved that he did not treat the matter too seriously. "It makes one a little nervous for him," she said, "though of course there may be no reason for it." "I see," said Max. "It's just a nightmare, is it?" He was watching her intently, and under his look her heart quickened a little. "It may be all nonsense, yes," she admitted. "But in any case I won't leave Nick out here. He is in my special charge." He laughed. "Well, there's no appealing against that. You will be home in April, then. Will you marry me on Midsummer Day?" Olga's eyes flickered and fell. "I must think about it," she said. He pinched her cheek. "Say yes," he said. She turned her face impulsively. Her lips just touched his hand. "I wonder if I shall, Max," she said. "Say yes," he repeated, still softly, but with insistence. She leaned her head against him. "I'd like to say yes," she said. "But somehow, I have a feeling that " "My dear," said Max very practically, "don't be silly." She turned and clung to him very tightly. "Max, I've got something on my mind." His arm, very steady and strong, grew close about her. "Tell me," he said. Haltingly she complied. "You will think me morbid. I can't help it. Max, all last night, I felt as if a spirit were with me, calling, trying to make me understand something, trying to warn me of some danger I couldn't see." She broke off in tears. It seemed impossible to put the thing into words. It was so intangible, yet in her eyes so portentous. Max's hand was on her head, stilling her agitation. She wondered if he thought her very absurd, but he did not leave her long in doubt. "There's nothing to cry about, my dear," he said. "Your nerves were a bit strung up after the tiger episode, that's all. They will quiet down in a day or two. All the same," his hand pressed a little, "I'm glad you told me. A trouble shared is only half a trouble, is it? And I have a right to all your troubles now." He took her handkerchief and dried her eyes with the utmost kindness, then turned her face gently upwards. "Is that quite all?" he asked. She tried to smile with quivering lips. "Not quite?" he questioned. "Come, I may as well know, mayn't I?" "I don't know that there is anything gained by telling you," she said. "You never liked talking about your cases to me." He frowned a little. "My dear girl, what particular case is it you have on your mind?" She hesitated. "You won't be vexed?" "Vexed? No," he said. But he continued to frown slightly, notwithstanding. "I hope you won't be," Olga said, "because I simply can't argue about it. Max, I sometimes think to myself that if you hadn't known, and Violet hadn't come to know, about her mother, things might have been very different." "Meaning I should have fallen in love with her?" said Max. She nodded. "It may be a breach of confidence, but I think I'll tell you now. Max, she cared for you." She spoke the words with an effort, her eyes turned from him. Perhaps she was afraid that she might encounter cynicism in the vigilant green eyes, and she could not have endured it at that moment. But at least there was none in his voice when he said: "Yes, I know she did. That was what made her hate me so badly afterwards. I am very sorry, Olga. But for your comfort, let me tell you this. I should never, under any circumstances, have come to care for her. You won't like me for saying it, but she was never more to me than a very interesting case, and apart from medical investigation, she would simply not have existed so far as I was concerned. She didn't appeal to me." Olga winced a little. "Oh, Max, but she was so beautiful," she urged wistfully. He made a slight gesture of impatience. "I don't dispute it. But what of it? My brain is not the sort to be turned by beauty. There was too much of it for my taste. She was exotic. That type of beauty gives me indigestion." Olga looked at him reproachfully. "You didn't like her, Max?" "Not much," said Max. She made a movement as if she would withdraw herself from him, but he quietly and very resolutely held her still. "Although you knew she cared for you?" she said. "Yes, in spite of that," said Max. "In fact, I felt a bit vexed with her for complicating matters in that fashion. Goodness knows I never gave her the smallest reason for it." Olga laughed faintly, with an unwonted touch of bitterness. "It's a pity women are such doting fools," she said. He looked at her attentively. "Did you say that?" he asked. She met his look, not without defiance. "Yes, and I meant it, too. It's such a wicked waste. And I think, in her case it was something far worse. I believe it was that which in a very great measure helped to unhinge her mind." "How could I help it?" demanded Max, almost fierily. "I never wanted her to care." "That was just the cruel part of it," said Olga. "It was just your utter indifference that broke her heart." "Good heavens!" said Max. He let her go very abruptly, and leaned against one of the veranda posts as if he needed support. Olga tilted herself over the side of the hammock and stood up. "You couldn't help not caring," she said. "But you might have been a little kinder. You needn't have made her hate and fear you." Max surveyed her grimly from under drawn brows. "My dear," he said, "you simply don't know what you are talking about." That fired her. A quiver of passion went suddenly through her. She faced him as she had faced him in the old days, with a courage that sustained itself. "Indeed I know," she said, "better than it is in your power to understand. Oh, I know what made her hate you so." The last words came with a rush, almost under her breath. But they were fully audible to the man lounging before her. He did not speak at once, and yet he did not give the impression of being at a loss. He continued to lounge while he contemplated her with eyes of steady inscrutability. He spoke at length with extreme deliberation. "And so you want to take me to task for breaking her heart, do you?" "She was my friend," said Olga quickly. He stood up slowly. "And would you have liked it better if I had made love to her?" She flinched as if that stung. "No, no. But you might have been kind. You might have been kind, since you knew she cared. If you hadn't made such a study of her, she would never have looked your way. That was the cruel part of it. The dreadful, cold-blooded part." "What do you mean by kind?" said Max. "You don't seem to realize that the poor girl was mad. If I had been soft with her, she would have been beyond my control at once."
"Oh, but she wasn't mad then."
Olga's hands clasped each other tightly. "Max," she said, and there was no longer indignation in her voice. It held only pain. "I'm afraid you and I have a good deal to answer for." "Perhaps," said Max. He was frowning still, but he did not appear angry. She did not wholly understand either his look or tone. "I suppose she thought I treated her badly," he said. Olga nodded silently. "She told you so?" His voice sounded stern, yet still he did not seem to be angry. "No, never." Almost involuntarily she answered him. "But she did say, once, that you cared only for your profession, that it was not in you to worship any woman." "And you think that, too?" he said. His voice was softer now. It moved her subtly. She turned her face away from him and stifled a sob in her throat. "No, but Max, to build our life happiness on the ruin of hers. That is what troubles me." "But, my dear girl," he said. He took her two hands clasped into his. "I can't reason with you, Olga," he said. "You are quite unreasonable, and you know it. If you were any other woman I should say that you felt in the mood for a good cry, and so you were raking up any old grievance for a pretext. As you are you, I won't say that. But I absolutely prohibit crying in my presence. If you want to indulge in tears you must wait till I am out of the way." She smiled at him faintly.
Max, I loved her so. And I wasn't even with her when she died.
Max was silent, suddenly and conspicuously silent, so that she knew on the instant that he had no sympathy to bestow on this point. Yet an inner longing that was passionate urged her to brave his silence. Pleadingly she raised her face to his.
Max, you were there, I know. Tell me about it.
But he looked straight back at her with eyes that told her nothing, and she saw that his face was hard. For a little she tried to withstand him, mutely beseeching him, but at length her eyes fell before his. And then Max spoke, briefly, yet not unkindly. "My dear Olga, believe me, in 9 cases out of 10 it is better to forget those things that are behind, and this is one of the 9. I can't tell you anything on that subject, so we had better regard it as closed." It was a bitter disappointment to her, but she saw that there was no appealing against his decision. She made as though she would turn away. But he stopped her with quiet mastery. "No, I won't have that," he said. "I am not so cold-blooded as you think. I haven't hurt you. Really, Olga?" A note of tenderness sounded in his voice. She yielded to him, albeit under protest.
"But you have,"
she said. He held her in his arms again. He kissed her drooping lips. "Well, if I have," he said, "it's the faithful wound of a friend. Can't you forgive it?" That Max should ever ask forgiveness was amazing. Her bitterness went out like the flare of a match. She laid her head against his neck.
"Max, dear, I didn't mean to be horrid."
"You couldn't be if you tried," he said. She clung faster to him.
"How can you say so? I've hardly ever been anything else to you."
"When are you going to reform?" said Max, with his lips against her forehead.
"Now,"
said Olga into his neck. "Really?" Max's voice came down to her very softly. "Then won't you say yes to the Midsummer Day project?" She was silent for a little, as if considering the matter, or summoning her resolution. Then with sudden impulse she lifted her face fully to his.
"Yes, Max,"
she said. End of chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12. A letter from an old acquaintance. It was universally acknowledged that the Rajah's Prime Minister, Kobad Shikan, was the most magnificent figure on the polo ground that afternoon. The splendor of his attire was almost dazzling. He literally glittered with jewels. And his snow-white beard added very greatly to the general brilliance of his appearance. It was not his custom to attend social gatherings at all. Unlike the Rajah, he was by no means British in his tastes, and he never wore European costume. At the same time, no one had ever detected any anti-British sentiments in him. He walked with such extreme wariness that no one actually knew what his sentiments were. Why he had decided to grace the occasion with his presence was a matter for conjecture. Owing possibly to his habitual reticence, he was no favorite with the English portion of the community. Daisy Musgrave had nicknamed him Bluebeard long since, and Peggy firmly believed that somewhere in the depths of the Rajah's palace this old man kept his chamber of horrors.
"What on earth has he come for, Nick?"
murmured Olga as they found places in the pavilion. Nick laughed a baffling laugh. "I asked him to come," he said.
"You, Nick? Why?"
He frowned at her. "Don't ask questions, little girl. Ah, that's a fine pony down there. Ye gods, what wouldn't I give to have another fling at the game!"
"Oh, but you never must," said Olga quickly.
"I couldn't bear you to take that risk, indeed." "You'd like to wrap me up in cotton wool and seal me in a safe," laughed Nick.
"No. But, Nick, you are so reckless," she said with loving eyes upon him. "It would be madness. Wouldn't it, Max?"
Max's shrewd look rested for a moment on his host. "Little gods sometimes accomplish what mere mortals would never dream of attempting," he said. "How soon do you expect to be Viceroy, Nick?" "Oh, not for a year or two," said Nick. "I haven't talked it over with my wife yet. There's no knowing. She may object. Wives are sometimes hard to please, you know." He flung a humorous glance at Max and turned to leave them. "You will excuse me, I am sure, with the utmost pleasure. I am going to play spellikins with Gobad Shikan." He was gone, and Olga turned to Max, smiling somewhat uneasily. "I wish he wouldn't," she said. "What? Play spellikins? I should think he might prove as great an adept at that as walking the tight-rope," said Max. "Ah, here comes your friend Mrs. Musgrave. She went home and told her husband this morning that I was the most objectionable young man she had ever met." Olga's eyes widened with indignation. "Max, I'm sure she didn't, and if she did it was entirely your own fault. I believe you wanted her to think so." "Some people have an antipathy to red hair," observed Max. "You had yourself at one time, I believe. Hullo! Is that our gallant Noel in polo kit? What a magnificent spectacle!" It was Noel following Daisy, whose rickshaw he had just spied, and bearing the proud Peggy on his shoulder. He came straight to Olga, smiling with supreme ease, lowered Peggy from her perch, and dropped into the vacant seat beside her. Daisy passed on with a smile to join the Bradlaws. Peggy remained glued to her hero's side. "I say," said Noel, "I hope you haven't been thinking me beastly rude, Olga. I've been wishing you happiness with all my heart all the morning, but I simply couldn't get round to tell you so." It was charmingly spoken. Her hand lay in his while he said it. He did not seem to observe his brother on her other side. But Peggy observed him and clung to Noel's shoulder with wide, fascinated eyes fixed upon the stranger. "Noel," cut in the high baby voice, "isn't that an ugly man? Who's that ugly man, Noel?" Noel squeezed Olga's hand and set it free to lift the small questioner to his knee. "That handsome gentleman, Peggy, is my brother, and he is going to marry this pretty lady, whom you know. Any more questions?" Peggy stared at Olga very seriously. "Do you want to marry him, Miss Ratcliffe?" she asked. "Of course she does," said Max. "Everyone wants to marry me. It's a sort of disease that spreads like the plague." Peggy's eyes returned to him and fixed him with grave attention. "I don't want to marry you," she announced with absolute decision. "You'd rather have the plague, eh?" suggested Noel. "No," said Peggy, and turned to him with her sweet, adoring smile. "But I'm going to marry you. Aren't I, Noel?" "Hear, hear," said Noel with enthusiasm. "Highly suitable," said Max. "I hope you will both be very happy," said Olga, with a touch of earnestness that she emphasized with a secret pressure of Noel's arm. "We shall be as happy as the day is long," said Noel, smiling straight into her eyes. "Now, little sweetheart," turning to Peggy, "I must be off. We've got some tough work in front of us." "I hope you'll win," said Olga. He stood up, looking very straight and handsome. His dark eyes, laughing downwards, seemed to challenge her to detect any shadow of disappointment in them. "Win? Why, of course we shall. We're going to lick Akbar and Company into the middle of next week, for the honour of the regiment and Badgers." He cast an impudent glance over his shoulder towards his commanding officer, with whom, however, he was a supreme favourite. Smiled again at Olga while wholly overlooking Max, then swung around on his heel and departed. Peggy stood for a moment watching him go, then with sudden resolution put aside the arm Olga had passed around her and ran after him. "Highly suitable," Max said again. Olga turned to him. "That's what Nick says. But it's such a long while for him to wait, poor boy." "That wouldn't hurt him," said Max. "Do him all the good in the world, in fact. He's too much of a spoilt darling at present." "Oh, Max, how can you say so? He is so splendid." Max's mouth curved downwards. He said nothing. "Max!" Olga's voice was anxious. It held a hint of pleading also.
You haven't quarreled, have you?"
Max turned deliberately and looked at her. "I never quarrel," he said.
"But you don't seem to be on very good terms," she said.
"The boy is such a puppy," Max said.
"Oh, he isn't," she protested, flushing swiftly and very hotly. He is the very nicest boy I know."
He laughed a little. "I believe you would have married him if I hadn't come along just in time." Olga turned her burning face to the field. She was silent for a space, studying the mixed crowd assembled there, till, feeling his eyes persistently upon her, she was at length impelled to speak.
"It is quite possible," she said in a low voice.
"Really? You like him well enough for that?" Max's voice was quite calm, even impersonal. He spoke as one seeking information on a point that concerned him not at all. Again for a time Olga was silent, while the deep flush slowly died out of her face. At last, with a little gesture of confidence only observable by him, she slipped her hand under his arm.
"I wasn't in love with him, Max," she whispered. "But I think perhaps I could have been."
He pressed her hand to him with no visible movement. "And now?" he said.
"Ah, no, not now," she murmured, half laughing. "You have quite put an end to that."
They were interrupted. Colonel Bradlaugh had just heard of their engagement from Daisy, and came up to make Max's acquaintance and to offer his pompous felicitations. Before these were over the game began, greatly to Olga's relief. She took a keen interest in it, and marked the adroit celerity with which the Rajah's team took the field with anxiety. The Rajah himself was an excellent player, and he was obviously on his mettle. Moreover, his ponies were superior to those of the British team, and the odds were plainly in his favour.
"Oh, he mustn't win, he mustn't,"
said Olga feverishly. "Don't get excited," Max advised. "Follow the example of Nick's Oriental friend in front of us. He doesn't look as if red-hot pincers would make him lose his dignity."
"Horrid old man,"
breathed Olga. And yet Kobad Shikan was conversing with Nick with exemplary courtesy, giving no adequate occasion for such criticism. "Is he another bête noire of yours, then?" asked Max. She laughed a little.
"Yes, I think he is detestable, and I believe he hates us all."
"Poor old man," said Max. All through that afternoon of splendid Indian winter they watched the polo, talking, laughing, or intimately silent. All through the afternoon Nick remained with Kobad Shikan airily marking time. And all through the afternoon Noel distinguished himself, whirling hither and thither, hotly, keenly, untiringly pressing for the victory. If the Rajah were on his mettle, so undoubtedly was he. He had never played so brilliantly before, and the wild applause he gained for himself should have been nectar to his soul. Yet to many it almost seemed that he did not hear it. He laughed throughout the game, but it was with set teeth, and once in a close encounter with the Rajah his eyes flamed open fury into the face of the Oriental, as the latter swept the ball out of his reach. It was a splendid fight, but the British team were outmatched. In the end, after a fierce struggle, they were beaten by a single goal. Victors and vanquished came to the pavilion later and had tea with their supporters. But Noel did not return to Olga's side. He kept at a distance, surrounded by an enthusiastic group of fellow subalterns. Peggy, restrained by her mother from joining him, watched him with longing eyes, but she watched in vain. Noel did not so much as glance in their direction, and very soon he departed altogether with a brother officer. "Wyndham seems down on his luck," observed Major Forsyth, Noel's major, to Daisy, to whom he had just brought tea. "He's no need to be. He played like a dozen devils." She smiled with that touch of tenderness that all women had for Noel.
"I expect he doesn't like being beaten, poor boy."
"He hasn't learned the art of taking it gracefully," said the Major. "But he shouldn't show temper. It's a sign of coltishness that I don't care for."
"Ah, well, he's young," said Daisy with a sigh. "He'll get over that."
Her thoughts dwelt regretfully upon the young officer as she returned with Peggy. She believed that she understood Noel better than anyone else did just then. Peggy did not understand him at all, and was deeply hurt by her cavalier's defection. She did think he might have said good-bye to her before he went. Will, meeting them at the gate of their own compound, laughed down his small daughter's grievance. "Do you really suppose he could remember a midget like you?" he asked, as he tossed her onto his shoulder. "You expect too much of us, my baby."
"You wouldn't have goed away like that, Daddy," she protested, locking her small fingers lovingly under his chin.
"Ah, well, I'm old, you see," said Will. "I've learned how to please. Or should I say how not to displease you sensitive ladies."
"Did Mummy teach you?"
asked Peggy with interest. Will laughed with his eyes on his wife's face. "On that subject," he said, "she taught me absolutely all I know." Daisy smiled in return. "I set you some hard lessons, didn't I, Will?" she said. "Why, how late we are!"
"I had no idea the evening mail was in."
"Peggy, run to Aya, darling. Only one letter for me. Who on earth is it from?" She took it up, and inspected the handwriting on the envelope. "It's a bold enough scrawl," said Will. "Some male acquaintance, apparently."
"No one interesting, I am sure," said Daisy.
She opened the envelope as she stood, withdrew the letter, and glanced at the signature. The next instant she flushed suddenly and hotly.
"That man!"
she ejaculated. "What man?" said Will. She turned to the beginning of the letter.
"Oh, it's no one you know, dear. A man I met long ago at Mahalaleshwar, that time you were at Bombay, soon after we married. He was a shocking flirt. So was I, in those days. But he got too serious at last, and I had to cut and run. I dare say there wasn't any real harm in him. It was probably all my own fault. It always is the woman's fault, isn't it?"
She twined her arm in his, looking up into his face with a little smile, half mocking, half wistful. He stooped to kiss her. "Well, what does the bounder want?"
"Oh, nothing much," she said.
"Simply he finds himself in this direction after big game, and having heard of our being here, he wants to know if we will put him up for a night or two. For the sake of old times, he has the effrontery to add." "Do you want him?" asked Will, the echo of a fighting note in his voice. She smiled again as she heard it.
"No, not particularly. I am really indifferent. But I think it would rather look silly to refuse, don't you? Besides, it would be good for him to see how old and staid I have become."
Will looked slightly grim. Nevertheless, he did not argue the point. "All right, Daisy. Do as you think best," he said. She returned to her letter, still holding his arm.
"That's very wise of you, Will," she said softly. "Then I suppose I shall write and tell him to come."
"What's the fellow's name?" asked Will.
Daisy turned again to the signature. "Merchant Hunt-Goring. He was a major in the sappers, but he has retired now, he says. He can't be very young. He was no chicken in those days. I didn't really like him, you know. But he amused me."
Will smiled. "Poor darling. Your bore of a husband never did that." She rubbed her cheek against his shoulder.
"Dear old duffer. When are we going for that honeymoon of ours? And what shall we do with Peggy? Don't say we've got to wait till she is safely married to Noel."
Will's eyes opened. Never since Peggy's birth had Peggy's mother tolerated the possibility of leaving her. He had always believed that her whole soul centred in the child, and he had been content to believe it. Such was the greatness of his love. "You would never bear to leave Peggy behind," he said. She laughed at him, her soft, mocking laugh of mischievous, elusive charm.
"Do you suppose I shall want a child to look after when I am on my honeymoon? Of course I shall leave her behind. Not alone with Aya, of course. But that could be arranged. Anyhow, it is high time she learned to toddle alone on her own wee legs for a little. She is very independent already. She wouldn't really miss me, you know."
"Wouldn't she?" said Will. "But what of you? Your heart would ache for her from the moment you left her to the moment of your return." She laughed again, lightly, merrily, her cheek against his sleeve. "Not with my own man to keep me happy. There were no Peggys in the Garden of Eden, were there?" Then, as he still looked doubtful, "Oh, Will, my own dearest one, how blind thou art!" That moved him, touching him very nearly. He suddenly flushed a deep red. His arm went swiftly around her. "Daisy, Daisy," he whispered haltingly, "I am not more to you than our child." She turned her face up to his. Her eyes were full of tears, though she was smiling still. "More to me than all the world, dear," she whispered back. "Dearer to me than my hope of heaven." She had never spoken such words to him before. He had never dreamed to hear them on her lips. It was not Daisy's way to express herself thus. In the far-off days of their courtship she had ever, daintily yet firmly, kept him at a distance. Since those days she had suffered shipwreck, a shipwreck from which his love alone had delivered her. But, though the bond between them had drawn them very close, he had never pictured himself as ruling supreme in his wife's heart. He was strongly moved by the revelation, but it was utterly impossible to put his feeling into words. He could only stoop and kiss her with a murmured, "God bless you, Daisy." They parted then, she to follow Peggy and superintend the evening tub, he to return to his desk and his work. But his work did not flourish that evening, and presently, waxing impatient, he rose and went to seek her, drawn as a needle to a magnet. He found her dressed for the regimental ball, and such was the witchery of her in her gown of shimmering black that he stood a moment in the doorway of her room as though hesitating to enter. She turned from her table, smiling her gay, sweet smile. Her silvery hair shone soft and wonderful in the lamplight. "Ah, my dear Will! Are you coming too, for once? I wish you would. Do leave that stuffy old work, just to please me." She went to him with hands coaxingly outstretched. "It's getting late," she said. "I'll help you to dress." He took the hands, gazing at her as if he could not turn his eyes away. "There's not much point in my trying to work to-night," he said, his voice very deep and a trifle husky. "I see and think of nothing but you. Great heavens, Daisy, how lovely you are!" She laughed at him with tender raillery. "Dearly beloved Gander, there is no one in the world thinks so but you." "You've turned my head to-night," he said, still gazing at her. "By heaven, I believe I'm falling in love with you all over again." "Ah, well, it's to some purpose this time," she laughed, "for I'm very badly smitten too." He did not laugh. He could not. "Daisy," he said, "we will have that honeymoon." She pressed towards him with eagerness none the less because she pretended it to be half feigned. "Will you, darling? When? When?" His arms clasped her. His chest was heaving. "Very soon," he said, speaking softly down into her upraised face. "I've been thinking, dear. Thinking very hard, ever since you asked me. I can get long leave in about 3 months, if I work for it. We'll go home for the summer, you and I and the kitty. If you are sure you can bear it, we will take her to Muriel Ratcliffe, and leave her in her charge." He paused. "Go on," breathed Daisy. "And then?" "Then we will go away together, you and I, right away into the country, and be alone." Daisy drew a deep breath. Her eyes were shining. She spoke no word. Only after a moment her hand stole upwards and clasped his neck. "Will it do?" said Will. She nodded mutely. He held her closely. "Daisy, forgive me for asking. It won't hurt you to go back to England?" Her eyes met his with absolute candour.
"No, dear," she said.
"I was thinking," he said, stumbling a little. "Sometimes old scenes, they bring back old heartaches."
"My heart will never ache in that way," she answered gently, "while I have you."
She paused a moment, then, "I'd like you to understand, Will," she said. "It isn't that I have forgotten. I have simply passed on. One does, And I think that is, sometimes, how the last come to be first. It doesn't hurt me any longer to remember my old love. And it mustn't hurt you either. For it isn't a thing that could ever again come between us. Nothing ever could, Will. We are too closely united for that. And it is your love, your faith, your patience that have made it so." She ended with her head back, her lips raised to his, and in the kiss that passed between them there was something sacred, something in the nature of a bond. Yet in a moment she was smiling again, the while she slipped from his close embrace. "And now you are going to dress for the ball. Come, you won't refuse me just for tonight? Just for tonight?" She pleaded with him like a girl, and she proved irresistible. Half dazzled by her, he surrendered to her wiles. "I will come if you like, Daisy. But I'm afraid I shall only be in the way. My dancing has grown very rusty from long disuse." "What nonsense!" she protested. "Why, I only married you for the sake of your dancing. If you don't come, I shall spend the whole evening dancing with Nick." "Oh, I'm not afraid of Nick," said Will. "He is as safe as the Bank of England." "Is he?" said Daisy. "You wait till you catch us alone some day. I tell you frankly, Will, I've kissed Nick more than once." "My dear," he said, "your frankness is your salvation. You have my full permission to do so as often as you meet." She made a face at him and finally freed herself. "Many thanks. But you wouldn't like me to create a scandal by dancing with him all the evening, I am sure. So," giving him a small emphatic push, "go at once and dress your lazy self, and do your duty as a husband for once." "Shall I be adequately rewarded for it?" questioned Will, looking back as he turned to go. She blew him an airy kiss. "Yes, you shall have half my waltzes." He still lingered. "And the other half?" "The other half," said Daisy, "will be divided equally between Nick and my prospective son-in-law." And at that Will laughed like a merry boy and moved away. "I know I can cut out Noel," he said as he went. "As for Nick, he is welcome to as many as he can get." End of chapter 12. Part 2, chapters 13 and 14 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13. A Woman's Prejudice. The evening was marked for ever in Olga's calendar as the merriest of her life. She was positively giddy with happiness, and she danced as she had never danced before. No one deemed her colourless or insignificant that night. She was radiant, and all who saw her felt the glow. The only flaw in her joy was a slight dread of Noel. But this he very quickly dispelled, singling her out at once to plead for dances. "You've saved a few for me, I know," he said in his wheedling Irish way, and she saw at once that, whatever his inner feelings, he had no intention of wearing his heart on his sleeve. She showed him her programme. "Yes, I've kept quite a lot for you to choose from," she said. He flashed her a glance from his dark eyes that made her drop her own. "All right, then," he said coolly. "I'll take 'em all." She raised no protest, though she had not quite expected that of him. She felt she owed it to him, as if, in short, she ought to give him anything he asked for to make up for what she had been compelled to withhold. Max, sauntering up a little later, took her programme and looked at it with brows slightly raised. He gave it back to her, however, without comment. Noel was the best dancer in the room, and Olga fully appreciated the fact. She loved Nick's dancing also, but it always brought to notice his crippled state, a fact which she never seemed to mind, but which she had never wholly ceased to mourn. It was a great surprise to her to see Will Musgrave on the scene. When he came to her side her programme was full. "Oh, knock off one of Nick's," he said. "I owe him one." But she would not do this till Nick's permission had been obtained, and Nick had airily secured Daisy as a substitute. Her dances with Max were spent chiefly in a very dark corner of the veranda, as he maintained that she was in a highly feverish condition, and rest and quiet were essential. There was certainly some truth in the assertion, though she indignantly denied it, and the intervals passed thus undoubtedly calmed her and kept her from reaching too high a pitch of excitement. Max was exceedingly composed and steady. He danced with Daisy Musgrave, and provoked her to exasperation by his sang-froid. "He is quite detestable," she told her husband later. "What on earth Olga can see to like in him is a puzzle I can never hope to solve. Noel is worth 100 of him." At which criticism Will laughed aloud. "There is no accounting for woman's fancies, my dear Daisy. And I must say I think young Noel would prove something of a handful." "Anyhow, he is human," retorted Daisy. "But this young man of Olga's is as self-contained and unapproachable as a camel. I'd rather deal with a sinner than a saint any day." "Is Dr. Wyndham a saint?" questioned Will. She laughed, with just a touch of hardness. "A very scientific one, I should say. He has the most merciless eyes I ever saw." She expressed this opinion a little later to Nick, who took her in to supper, and for once found him in disagreement with her. "Dearest Daisy," he said, "you can't expect a genius to look and behave like an ordinary mortal. That young man is already one of the most brilliant members of his profession. He has practically the world at his feet, and he'd be a fool if he didn't know it. I quite admit he may be merciless, but he is magnetic, too. He can work with his mind as well as his hands, and he is never at a loss. Now that is the sort of man I admire. I think Olga has shown excellent taste." "I don't," declared Daisy emphatically. "I simply can't understand it, Nick. He may be an excellent match for her from a worldly point of view, but from a romantic standpoint—" She broke off with an expressive gesture. "I suppose it is a love match?" Nick laughed, blinking very rapidly as her eyes sought his. "Look at the kiddie's face, if you want to know. She is as happy as a lark. Also, I seem to remember someone once saying to me that there wasn't a man in the universe that some woman couldn't be fool enough to love." Daisy smiled in spite of herself. "I know I did. But some attachments are quite unaccountable all the same. I suppose if you are satisfied, I ought to be. But, you know, there is something about that young man that puts me in mind of a destroying angel. There's a tremendous power for shattering things hidden away in him somewhere. He may be a genius, I dare say he is. But one feels he wouldn't stick at anything that came in his way. If he failed he would simply trample his failure underfoot without scruple and go on. He is ruthless, Nick, or he couldn't have cut out poor Noel so overwhelmingly. I always thought till yesterday that Noel's chances were very good." "I never favoured Noel's addresses," said Nick lightly. "He wants more ballast, to my mind. Whatever Max may be, at least he's solid. He wouldn't capsize in a gale." Daisy laughed. "I see you are not to be influenced by a woman's prejudice. I dare say you are right, but there is also something in what I say, or my instinct is very seriously at fault." "On that point," said Nick politely, "chivalry does not permit me to express an opinion. Also, you are far too lovely to thwart, if I may use an old friend's privilege to tell you so." She laughed carelessly enough, though her cheeks flushed a little. "You are a gross flatterer, Nick." "On the contrary," he said, "I worship at the shrine of truth. You are more beautiful to-night than I have ever before seen you." She laughed again, with a hint of something that was not careless. "I'm glad you think so." She paused a moment. Then, "Nick," she said softly, "dear old friend,
Will and I are going for our second honeymoon this year."
Carefully subdued though it was, Nick heard the note of exaltation in her voice. His own magic smile flashed across his face. Under the table his hand gripped hers. "Thanks for telling me, dear," he said in a rapid whisper. "Long life and happiness to you both." For the rest of his time with her he was gay and inconsequent. Very thorough was the understanding between them. They had been pals for many years. When he left her, it was to go in search of Olga, whose name was the only one left on his program. He found her with Noel on the veranda, whither they had just betaken themselves for some air after the heat of the supper room. He broke in upon them without ceremony. "Look here, Olga mia, I've got to go. I'm afraid I shall have to cut our dance. You can give it to Max with my love. Daisy will take care of you here, and he can bring you home."
"Got to go, Nick? Why?" She turned to him in surprise. "You're not going to the palace at this time of night, surely? Why, the Rajah is still here, isn't he?"
"Great Lucifer, no," said Nick. "But I've got some business to see to that won't keep. You'll be all right with Max to take care of you. Good night." He kissed her lightly. "See you in the morning. Don't overtire yourself, and don't get up early. Good night, Noel." He would have departed with the words, but Noel detained him. "I say, Nick, I've been wanting a word with you all day, but couldn't get it in. If I lived where you do, I should keep a pretty sharp lookout. I caught an old brute of a Moonstone seller, at least that's what he called himself, prowling about your place only last night, and kicked him off the premises." Nick stood still. His eyes flickered very rapidly as he faced Noel in the dimness. "Awfully obliged to you, my son," he said, and in his cracked voice there sounded a desire to laugh. "But that poor old seller of moonstones happens to be a very particular friend of mine. You needn't kick him again." "What?" said Noel. "That mangy old cur a friend of yours?" "He isn't mangy," said Nick, "and he's been very useful to me in one way and another. Will be again, I daresay." "My dear chap," Noel protested, "you don't mean to say you trust those people? You shouldn't, really. It's madness. They are treachery incarnate, one and all." Nick laughed flippantly. "Even treachery is a useful quality sometimes," he declared as he turned to go. "Don't you worry yourself, my boy. I can walk on cat's ice as well as any one I know." He was gone, humming his favourite waltz as he departed; and Noel turned back to his partner with a grunt of discontent. "He'll play that game once too often if he isn't careful," he said. "Is there really any danger?" Olga asked. "I should say so," he answered. "But it seems I am of no account." "Oh, he didn't mean that," she said quickly. He looked at her. "He is not the only person who thinks so, Olga." She slipped a friendly hand onto his arm. "Noel," she said, "you don't think I think so, do you?" He laid his hand on hers and pressed it silently. They stood together in the semi-darkness, isolated for the moment, very intimately alone. "Noel," Olga whispered at length, a tremor of distress in the words, "you mustn't think that. Please, please, you must never think that." He moved a little, stooped to her. "Olga," he said, speaking quickly, "I'm not blaming you. You couldn't help it. It's just my damned luck. But if I'd met you first, I'd have won you." The words came hot and passionate. His hand gripped hers with unconscious force. She made no attempt to free herself. Neither did she contradict him, for she knew that he spoke the truth. Only after a moment she said, looking up at him, "I'm so dreadfully sorry." "You couldn't help it," he reiterated almost savagely. "Anyhow, you're happy, so I ought to be satisfied. I should be, too, if I didn't have a sort of feeling that you'd have been happier with me. Perhaps I'm a cad to tell you, but it's hit me rather hard." He broke off, breathing heavily. She drew nearer to him, stroking his shoulders softly with her free hand. "Dear Noel, I love you for telling me," she said. "I feel dreadfully unworthy of your love. But I'm very, very grateful for it. You know that, don't you?
And I'd marry you if my heart would let me, but, dear, it won't."
He forced a laugh. "I know you would. That's just the damnable part of it. Life is an infernal swindle, isn't it? It's brimful of this sort of thing." He stood up with a jerk and pulled himself together. "Forgive me, Olga. I didn't mean to let off steam in this way. I'm a selfish hound. Forget it. Only promise me that if you ever want a friend to turn to, you'll turn to me."
"Indeed I will," she said very earnestly.
He held her hands very tightly for a moment and let them go. But they clung to his. She looked up at him appealingly.
"Noel,"
she said with slight hesitation,
"please, for my sake, be friendly with Max."
He drew back instantly with a boyish gesture of distaste. "Oh, all right," he said. She saw that he would not endure pressure on this point, and refrained from pursuing it. But his reception of her request was a disappointment to her. Somehow she had come to expect greater things from Noel. The rest of the evening slipped away magically. She danced a great many dances without any sense of fatigue; but when it was all over at last a great weariness descended upon her. She drove back with Max, so utterly spent that she could hardly speak. Yet as they entered Nick's bungalow she roused herself and turned to him with her own quick smile.
"It's been the happiest evening of my life," she said.
"Really?" said Max. She slipped the cloak from her shoulders and went close to him. The love in her eyes gave them a glory that was surely not of earth. She took him by the shoulders, those clear shining eyes raised to his.
"I'm afraid you've had a dull time," she said. "I hope you haven't hated it."
"Not at all," said Max. Yet a hint of cynicism still lingered about him as he said it. He stood passive within her hold. She pressed a little nearer to him.
"Max, you didn't mind my giving all those dances to Noel? You understood?"
He began to smile. "My dear girl, yes."
"You are sure?"
she insisted. He took her upraised face between his hands. "I have always understood you," he said.
"I can't help being sorry for him, can I?"
she said wistfully. He bent and kissed her. "It's a wasted sentiment, my child. But if it pleases you to be sorry, I have no objection."
"He is much nicer than you think," she pleaded.
He laughed at that. "I've known him from his cradle. He's a typical Wyndham, you know. They are all charming in one sense and all rotten in another."
"Oh, Max," she protested.
"I'm an exception," he said. "Neither charming nor rotten. Now, my dear, since your estimable little chaperon has deserted you, it's up to me to send you to bed. Do you want a drink before you go?" She leaned her head against his shoulder.
"No, I don't want anything. I feel as if I had had too much already. I don't want to go to bed, Max. I don't want to end this perfect day."
"There is always tomorrow," he said.
"No, but tomorrow won't be the same. And the time goes so fast. Very soon you will be going too."
"It will soon be Midsummer Day," smiled Max. She gave a sudden sharp shiver.
"Lots of things may happen before then."
He held her closely to him for a moment, and in the thrilling pressure of his arms she felt his love for her vibrate, but he made no verbal answer to her words. Slowly at length she released herself.
"Well, I suppose I must say good night. I hope you will be comfortable. You are sure you have all you want?"
"Quite sure," he said.
"Then good night." She went back for a moment into his arms. "I wonder Nick isn't here. Do you think he can have gone to bed?"
"Haven't an idea," said Max. "Anyhow, I don't want him, and it's high time you went. Good night, dear." Again closely he held her. Again his lips pressed hers. Then, his arm about her, he led her to the door. They parted outside, she glancing backward as she went, he standing motionless to watch her go. At the last she kissed her hand to him and was gone. He turned back into the room with an odd, unsteady smile twitching the corner of his mouth. The hand with which he helped himself to a drink shook slightly, and he looked at it with contemptuous attention. His favourite briar was lying in an ash-tray where he had left it earlier in the day. He took it up, filled and lighted it. Then he sauntered out onto the veranda, drink in hand. The night was dark and chill. He could barely discern the cypresses against the sky. He sat down in a hammock chair in deep shadow and proceeded to smoke his pipe. From far away in the direction of the jungle there came the haunting cry of a jackal, and a little nearer he heard the weird call of an owl. But close at hand there was no sound. He lay in absolute stillness, gazing along the veranda with eyes that looked into the future. Minutes passed. His pipe went out, and his drink remained by his side forgotten. He wandered in the depths of reverie. Suddenly, from the compound immediately below him, there came a faint rustle, as of some living creature moving stealthily, and in a second Max was back in the present. He sat up noiselessly and peered downwards. The faint rustle continued. His thoughts flashed to the tiger he had slain the day before at Kantali. Could this be another prowling in search of food? He scarcely thought so, yet the possibility gave him a sensation of bristling down his spine. He remained motionless in his chair, however, alert, listening. Softly the intruder drew near. He heard the tamarisk bushes part and close again. But he heard no sound of feet. It was a cat-like advance, slow and wary. He wondered if the creature could see him there in the dark, wondered if he were a fool to remain, but decided to do so and take his chances. Max Wyndham's belief in his own particular lucky star was profound. Nearer and nearer drew the unseen one, came close to him, seemed to pause, and passed. Max was holding his breath. His hands were clenched, he was strung for vigorous resistance. But as he realized that the danger, if danger there had been, was over, his muscles relaxed. A moment later, with absolute noiselessness, he rose and leaned over the veranda rail, intently watching. Seconds passed thus, and nothing happened. The rustling sound grew fainter, faded imperceptibly at length into the stillness of the night. Could it have been a jackal? Max asked himself. He stood up and looked once more along the veranda. Nick's room was just round the corner of the bungalow. The nocturnal visitor had gone in that direction. With noiseless tread, he followed. He reached the corner. The soft glow of a night lamp lay across the veranda. The window was open. He paused a second, then strode softly up and looked in. A bamboo screen was pulled across the room, hiding the bed. The lamp was burning behind it. As Max stood at the window, a turbaned figure came silently round the screen. It was the figure of an old man, grey-bearded, slightly bent, clad in a long native garment. For a moment he stood, then stepped to the window and closed it swiftly in Max's face. So sudden and so noiseless was the action that Max was taken wholly by surprise. He did not so much as know whether his presence had been observed. Then the blind came down with the same noiseless rapidity, and he was left in darkness. Mindful of the mysterious visitor in the compound, he turned about and felt his way back to the corner of the bungalow, deciding that the lighted drawing-room was preferable to the dark veranda. Reaching the corner and within sight of the lamplight, he stopped again and listened. But the compound was still, and to all appearance deserted. He waited for a full minute, but heard no sound beyond a faint stirring of the night wind in the cypresses. Slowly, at length, he turned and retraced his steps, contemptuously wondering if the mysterious East had tampered with his nerves. It was evident that his host had retired for the night with the assistance of his bearer, and he decided to follow his example. He closed and bolted the windows, and went to his own room. 14. Smoke from the fire. "It always used to be regarded as anything but a model state," smiled Major Hunt-Goring as he lay in a long chair, and watched Daisy's busy fingers at work on a frock for Peggy. I suppose our friend Nicholas Ratcliffe has changed all that, however. A queer little genius, Nick."
"He is my husband's and my greatest friend," said Daisy.
"Really?" Hunt-Goring laughed silkily. "Do you know, Mrs. Musgrave, that's the 5th time you have mentioned your husband in as many minutes. If I remember aright, he used not to be so often on your lips."
Daisy glanced up momentarily. "And now," she said, "he is never out of my thoughts."
"Really?" Hunt-Goring said again. He looked at her very attentively for a few seconds before he relaxed again with eyes half closed. "That is très convenant for you both," he observed. "I enjoy the unusual spectacle of a wife who is happy as well as virtuous."
Daisy stitched on in silence. Privately she wondered how she had ever come to be on intimate terms with the man, and condemned afresh the follies of her youth.
"Have you been home since I had the pleasure of your society at Mahalaleshwar, I will not say how many years ago?" asked Hunt-Goring after a pause.
"I went home the following year," said Daisy. "We hoped, it would make our baby boy more robust to have a summer in England."
"Oh, you have a boy?" said Hunt-Goring, without much interest.
"He died," said Daisy briefly.
Hunt-Goring looked bored, and the conversation languished.
Into the silence came Peggy, fairy-footed, gay of mien. She flung impulsive arms around her mother's neck and pressed a soft cheek coaxingly to hers. "Mummy, Noel is comin' to teach me to ride this morning. I may go, mayn't I?" "My darling," said Daisy in consternation, "he never said anything to me about it." Peggy laughed, nodding her fair head with saucy assurance. "He promised, Mummy." "But, dearie," protested Daisy, "you can't ride Noel's horse. You'd be frightened, and so would Mummy." Peggy laughed again, the triumphant laugh of one who possesses private information. "Noel wouldn't let me be frightened," she said with confidence.
"Who is Noel?" asked Hunt-Goring.
Peggy looked at him. She was not quite sure that she liked this friend of her mother's, and her look said as much. "Noel is an officer," she said proudly. "He's the prettiest officer in the regiment, and I love him."
"Ha ha!" Hunt-Goring laughed. "You inherit your mother's tastes, my child." He looked across at Daisy. "She always preferred the pretty ones."
"I know better now," said Daisy, without returning his look.
He laughed again and stretched himself. "What became of that handsome cousin of yours, who paid you a visit in the old M. War days?"
"Do you mean Blake Grange?" Daisy's voice suddenly sounded so remote and cold that Peggy turned and regarded her in round-eyed astonishment.
"Yes, that was the fellow. He got trapped at Warra along with General Roscoe and Nick Ratcliffe. What happened to him? Was he killed?"
"No, not then." Slowly Daisy lifted her eyes. Slowly she spoke. "He gave his life in England the following year to save some shipwrecked sailors."
"Did he, though? Quite a hero."
Hunt-Goring's eyes met hers and insolently held them.
"Were you present at the sacrifice?"
"Yes," she answered him briefly, but there was tragedy in her eyes.
"Ah," said Hunt-Goring softly. "That made a difference to you."
She did not answer. She leaned her cheek against Peggy's fair head in silence.
"My dear lady," said Hunt-Goring, "you always took things too seriously."
She gave a brief sigh and took up her work again. "Life is rather a serious matter, I find," she said, with a smile that was scarcely gay.
"Nonsense," said Hunt-Goring.
"Don't you find it so?" Daisy did not look up again. She stitched on rapidly with the child leaning against her knee.
"I?" he said. "Oh, sometimes it seems so when things don't fit. But I don't care, you know. I have a volatile mind, I'm glad to say."
"Are you never afraid of growing old?" asked Daisy. He laughed his soft, self-satisfied laugh.
"Oh, really, you know, I don't think they will let me do that at present."
"You never think of getting married?" asked Daisy.
Hunt-Goring's smile changed a little, grew subtly harder. "Most people think of it at one time or another," he observed. "But personally I do not regard myself as a marrying man." "And you are never lonely?" she said. "I am seldom alone, my dear Mrs. Musgrave," he said. She turned the conversation. "Where have you been living since your retirement?" "I took a place in England, in the hunting country. Quite a decent place." "Ah? Where?" "About 2 miles from a little town called Weir." Hunt-Goring spoke deliberately, still watching his hostess's slim fingers at work. "Why?" Swiftly Daisy looked up. "That is where the Ratcliffes live. Jim Ratcliffe and Olga. Olga is out here now with Nick. Did you know?" Hunt-Goring nodded to each sentence. "I know it all. I know Jim Ratcliffe, and a burly old monster he is. I know Nick of Redlands, also the sedate Mrs. Nick. And last but not least, I know Olga." He spoke mockingly, his look was derisive. "I had no idea you had been living there," said Daisy. "I was the hornet in the hive," said Hunt-Goring, with his lazy laugh. "It's rather a hole of a place, though I liked the Warren well enough. I'm not going back there. You can tell Olga so, with my love." "She and Nick are dining here to night," observed Daisy, "so you will be able to tell her yourself." "What? To meet me?" It was Hunt-Goring's turn to look surprised. He did so with an accompanying sneer. "How did you describe me, I wonder? You couldn't have mentioned my name." Daisy regarded him steadily for a moment. "Is there any reason why she should not meet you?" she asked. "None whatever," said Hunt-Goring, with a shrug. "Needless to say, I shall be quite charmed to meet her." At this point the conversation was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Noel. He came out through the French window of the drawing room with his habitual air of cheery assurance, and was instantly pounced upon by Peggy, who hailed him with delight. He caught her up in his arms. "Well, little sweetheart, are we going for our ride? What does Mummy say?" He laughed down at Daisy, the child mounted high on his shoulder. Daisy laughed back, because she could not help it. "Oh, Noel, you are incorrigible. I don't think I dare trust her to you. Why do you suggest these headlong things?" "But, my dear Mrs. Musgrave," he protested, "does any harm ever come to her when she is with me? You know I would guard her with my life." "Yes, I know," smiled Daisy, "but I am not sure that would be a very great safeguard. You are so reckless yourself. By the way, let me introduce Major Hunt-Goring, an old friend. Major Hunt-Goring, Mr. Wyndham." Noel nodded careless acknowledgment. Hunt-Goring merely lifted his brows momentarily. He did not greatly care for the boy's familiarity with his hostess. It was a privilege which he did not wish to share. "Well, shall we start?" said Noel. "I've brought one of my polo mounts for Peggy," he added to Daisy. "You know the chimpanzee? He's as quiet as a lamb. Come and give us a send-off. Really, you needn't be anxious." He patted her arm coaxingly, reassuringly, and Hunt-Goring took out his cigarette case. He was plainly bored to extinction. Daisy left him with a smiling apology. She did not suggest that he should accompany them, and he did not offer to do so. "I don't like that man," declared Peggy as Noel bore her away. "He looks so ugly when he smiles." "Only the Daisies and Peggies of this world manage to look pretty always," observed Noel gallantly. For which dainty compliment Daisy frowned upon him. "My vanity days are over," she said, "but do remember that hers are yet to come." They went round to the front of the bungalow where Noel had left the mounts; and after a good deal of discussion and many injunctions Peggy was, to her huge delight, perched astride the chimpanzee, a creature of almost human intelligence who plainly took a serious view of his responsibilities, to Daisy's immense relief. She watched them ride away together at length at a walking pace, Noel on his tall Waler, leading the polo pony, from whose back Penny waved her an ardent farewell, and finally went back to her guest, feeling reassured. Noel evidently had no intention of taking any risks with Peggy in his charge.
"It's very good of him," she remarked as she sat down again on the veranda.
Hunt-Goring opened his eyes a quarter of an inch. "I beg your pardon?"
"Oh, nothing," said Daisy, feeling slightly annoyed. "He's a nice boy, that's all, and I am grateful to him for being so kind to my little Peggy."
"It probably answers his purpose," said Hunt-Goring, smothering a yawn.
Daisy took up her work again in silence.
Hunt-Goring finished his cigarette in dreamy ease before he spoke again.
She thought he was half asleep when unexpectedly he accosted her, referring to the subject in which he had seemed to take but slight interest.
"Did you say that puppy's name was Wyndham?"
"He isn't a puppy," said Daisy, quick to defend her friend.
He smiled his tolerant amusement. "My dear little woman, that wasn't the point of my inquiry."
Daisy stiffened. She suddenly began to sew very fast indeed, without speaking.
Her pretty lips were compressed, but Hunt-Goring seemed sublimely unconscious of the fact. He smiled to himself as at some inward thought. "You did say his name was Wyndham, I think?" he said after a moment.
"I did," said Daisy.
"There was a fellow of the same name who lived at Weir," observed Hunt-Goring. "He was the doctor's assistant. Had to leave in something of a hurry, I believe. There was the beginning of a scandal, but it was hushed up. Strangled at birth, so to speak."
"What?"
said Daisy. She looked across at him swiftly, her dignity and work alike forgotten. Hunt-Goring still smiled placidly. "I daresay it might be described as a regrettable incident. It concerned the sudden death of a young girl at which event the said Dr. Wyndham presided. I really shouldn't have mentioned it if it hadn't been for the familiarity of the name."
"They are brothers," said Daisy.
"Really? That is strange."
Again Hunt-Goring barely concealed a yawn.
"Olga Ratcliffe used to be somewhat smitten with the young man in what I might call her calf days. Doubtless she has got over that by now, especially as the girl who died was a friend of hers."
"But she can't know of that," said Daisy quickly. "She has been very ill, you know, an illness brought on by the shock of it all."
"Indeed," said Hunt-Goring, and became significantly silent.
Daisy continued to look at him.
"She has not got over it," she said slowly at length, speaking as though uttering her thoughts aloud.
"He is out here now, arrived only last week, and they are engaged to be married."
"Chacun a son goût," observed Hunt-Goring. She made a sharp movement of impatience.
"Oh, don't be so cold-blooded. Tell me, do tell me, the whole story."
"My dear Daisy," said Hunt-Goring daringly, "there is practically nothing more to tell."
"But there must be," Daisy argued, ignoring side issues. "How did the gossip arise? There is never smoke without some fire."
"True," said Hunt-Goring. "But for the truth of the gossip I will not vouch. It ran in this wise. The girl was beautiful and gay. The man — well, you have had some experience of the species. You know what they are. Trouble arose. There was madness in the girl's family. She became demented, and a certain magic draught did the rest. It was risky, of course, but it was a choice of evils. He chose the surest means of protecting his reputation, which, I believe, is considered valuable in his profession."
"Oh, it isn't possible," protested Daisy. "It simply can't be. How did you hear all this?"
Hunt-Goring laughed. "How does one ever hear anything? I told you I didn't vouch for the truth of it."
"I wonder what I ought to do," said Daisy.
"Do?" He looked at her. "What do you contemplate doing? Is it up to you to do anything?"
Daisy scarcely saw or heard him. "I am thinking of little Olga. She is engaged to him. She can't know of this evil tale."
"She probably does," said Hunt-Goring. "They were very intimate, she and Violet Campion."
"It isn't possible," Daisy said again. "Why, I believe she was actually with the poor girl when she died. Nick told me a little.
He said it had been very sudden and a severe shock to her." "I should say it was," said Hunt-Goring. She looked at him. "You were there at the time?" "I was at the Warren, yes." He spoke with an easy air of unconcern. Daisy leaned towards him. "And Nick? Do you think Nick knew?" Hunt-Goring looked straight back at her. "I think," he said deliberately, "that I should scarcely trouble to tackle Nick on the subject. He knows exactly what it suits him to know." "What do you mean?" Daisy spoke sharply, nervously. "Merely that he and the young man are, and always have been, hand and glove," explained Hunt-Goring smoothly. "Nick is a very charming person, no doubt, but—" "Be careful," warned Daisy. He made her a smiling bow. "But," he repeated with emphasis, "he is not sentimentally particular in a matter of ethics. He looks to the end rather than the means. Also, you must remember he is a man and not a woman. A man's outlook is different." "Do you mean that Nick would overlook a thing of this kind?" asked Daisy. Hunt-Goring nodded thoughtfully. "I think he would condone many things that you would regard as inexcusable, even monstrous. Otherwise he would scarcely have been selected for his present job." Daisy was silent. "And you must remember," Hunt-Goring proceeded, "that this young Wyndham is a rising man, a desirable parti for any girl. He will probably never make another blunder of that description. It is too risky, especially for a man who means to climb to the top of the tree." "You really think it possible, then, that Nick knows?" Daisy still looked doubtful. "I think it more than possible." Hunt-Goring spoke with confidence. "I am sorry if it shocks you. But, you know, he is really too shrewd a person not to know current gossip and its origin." This was a straight shot, and it told. Daisy acknowledged it without argument. "But Olga," she said. "Olga can't know." "Perhaps not," admitted Hunt-Goring. "And, in that case, it would be advisable to leave her in ignorance, would it not?" He took out another cigarette with the words, flinging her a sidelong glance as he did it. But Daisy was silent, looking straight before her. "Surely," said Hunt-Goring, through a cloud of aromatic smoke, "whether there is anything in the tale or not, the fewer that know of it, the better." "Oh, I don't know." Daisy spoke as if compelled. "No woman ought to be married blindfold. It is too great a risk." Hunt-Goring leaned back again in his chair. "If I were in your place I should maintain a discreet silence," he said. "I don't think you would," said Daisy. He inhaled a long breath of smoke. "If I didn't, I should approach the girl herself, find out what she knows, and, with great discretion, put her on her guard. I don't think you would gain much by opening up the matter in any other quarter." "You mean it would be no good to discuss it with Nick?" said Daisy. Hunt-Goring looked at the end of his cigarette. "Perhaps I do mean that," he said. "He would probably prevent it coming to Olga's knowledge if he had set his heart on the match." "He couldn't prevent my telling her," said Daisy quickly. "No?" Hunt-Goring gave utterance to his silky laugh. "Well," he said, "my experience of Nick Ratcliffe is not a very extensive one, but I should certainly say that he knows how to get his own way in most things. Perhaps you have never come into collision with him?" Daisy coloured suddenly, and was silent. Hunt-Goring laughed again. "You see my point, I perceive," he remarked. "Well, I leave the matter in your hands. But, if you really wish to warn the girl, I should not warn Nick Ratcliffe first." He spoke impressively, notwithstanding his laugh. And Daisy accepted his advice in silence. Much as she loved Nick, she knew but too well how a struggle with him would end, and she shrank from risking a conflict. Besides, there was Olga to be thought of. She resumed her sewing with a puckered brow. Certainly, Olga must be warned. There might be no truth in the story, but then rumors of that description never started themselves. And Max Wyndham, Well, she had been prejudiced against him from the very beginning, in spite of the fact that Nick was all in his favor. He was ruthless and unscrupulous, she was sure of it. How he had ever managed to win Olga was a perpetual puzzle to her. Perhaps he really was magnetic, as Nick had said. But she believed it to be an evil magnetism. As a lover he was the coolest she had ever seen. Altogether objectionable, had been her verdict from the outset. And now came this monstrous tale to confirm her previous opinion. Impulsively Daisy decided that Olga must not be left in ignorance. Marriage was too great a speculation for any risk of that kind to be justifiable. She felt she owed it to the girl to warn her, to save her from a possible lifelong misery. These things had such a ghastly knack of turning up afterwards. And Olga was so young, so trusting. "Are you going to take my advice?" asked Hunt-Goring. She looked up with a start. "What advice?" "As to maintaining a discreet silence," he said. His eyes were half closed. She could not detect the narrowness of his scrutiny. "No," she answered. "I shall certainly speak to Olga. It wouldn't be right, it wouldn't be fair, not to do so." Her look was suddenly appealing. "There is a freemasonry among women as well as men," she said. "We must keep faith with one another, at least." Hunt-Goring closed his eyes completely and smiled a placid smile. "Dear Mrs. Musgrave," he said, "you are a true woman." And she did not hear the note of exaltation below the lazy appreciation of his words. End of chapters 13 and 14. Part 2, Chapter 15 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 15. The Spreading of the Flame. Certainly Major Hunt-Goring was the last person Olga expected to meet at the Musgraves' dinner party that night, and so astounded was she for the moment at the sight of him that she came to a sudden halt on the threshold of the drawing-room. "Hello," murmured Max's voice behind her. "Here's a dear old friend." Max's hand gently pushed her forward, and in an instant she had mastered her astonishment. She met the dear old friend with heightened color indeed, but with no other sign of agitation. He smiled upon her, upon Max, upon Nick, with equal geniality. "Quite a gathering of old friends," he remarked. "Quite," said Nick. "Have you only just come out?" "No, I've been out some weeks. I came after Tiger," said Hunt-Goring, with his eyes on Olga, who had passed on to her host. "You won't find any in this direction," said Nick. "Wyndham bagged the last survivor on Christmas Day, and a mangy old brute it was." "I daresay I shall come across other game," said Hunt-Goring, bringing his eyes slowly back to Nick. Nick laughed. "It's not particularly plentiful here. You'll find it a waste of time hunting in these parts." "Oh, I have plenty of time at my disposal," smiled Hunt-Goring. Nick's eyes flickered over him. He also was smiling. "Perseverance deserves to be rewarded," he said. "And usually is," said Hunt-Goring. He held out his hand to Max. "Ah, Dr. Wyndham, I'm delighted to meet you again. You will be gratified to hear that, thanks to your skillful treatment, my thumb has mended quite satisfactorily." Max looked at the hand critically. He did not offer to take it. "I am greatly gratified," he said. Hunt-Goring withdrew it, still smiling. "May I congratulate you on your engagement?" he said. Max's mouth went down ironically. "Certainly, if you feel so disposed," he said. Hunt-Goring laughed easily. "You young fellows have all the luck," he said. "When do you expect to be married?" "On Midsummer Day," said Max. "Really?" Hunt-Goring's laugh was silken in its softness. "Your plans are all cut and dried, then. Yet, you know, there's many a slip, etc." "Not under my management," said Max. He looked hard and straight into the other man's eyes, and turned aside. Nick had already joined his hostess, and was making gay conversation about nothing in particular. Noel came in late, acknowledged everyone with a deep salaam, and attached himself instantly to Olga. With relief she found that he was to take her in to dinner. He was in a mood of charming inconsequence, and under his easy guidance, she gradually recovered from the shock of her enemy's appearance on the scene. "I hear it on the best authority that General Bassett is expected in a fortnight," he told her. "We are going to treat him royally. You ladies will have to work hard."
"Max will be on his way home by then," said Olga, with a sigh.
He laughed. "Well, I shall be left, and I shan't let you grizzle. We must organize a fête week. You and I will be the head of the committee. I'll come round to-morrow, and we'll draw up a plan to submit to old Badgers. Merely a matter of form, you know. He'll consent to anything. We will have a fancy dress ball, for one thing, and a picnic or two, and some races and gymkhanas. Perhaps we might manage some private theatricals."
"Oh, we couldn't possibly," protested Olga. "We could never get anything up in time."
But Noel was not to be discouraged. He proceeded to sketch out a lavish programme of entertainments with such energy and ingenuity that at length he managed to infuse her with some of his enthusiasm, and the end of dinner came upon her as a surprise. Will, Hunt-Goring, Max, and Nick sat down to play bridge when it was finally over, at the suggestion of Hunt-Goring, who displayed not the smallest desire to seek her out. It seemed as though all memory of their former relations had passed completely from his mind. Neither by word nor look did he attempt to recall old times. And gradually Olga became reassured. His fancy for her had quite obviously evaporated. He scarcely so much as glanced her way. Could it have been mere coincidence that had brought him there? She began to ask herself. Stranger things had happened, and he was plainly on intimate terms with his hostess, rather more intimate than Daisy's manner seemed to justify. But then familiarity with women was one of his main characteristics, as she knew but too well. He had not been able to exercise this much at Weir. She suspected that boredom alone had induced him to pursue her so persistently. In any case, it was over. He cared for her no more, and was at no pains to conceal the fact, which she on her part recognized with profound relief. She went with Daisy to the drawing-room, leaving the card-players established in Will's especial den. Noel airily accompanied them, and sang a few songs at the piano, as much for his own pleasure as theirs. He was in a particularly charming mood, and was evidently determined to enjoy himself to the utmost. But he was not minded to give them too much of his society, and presently he slipped away to take a peep at Peggy. "I shan't wake her," he said. But apparently he found his smaller adorer awake, for he did not return. "He's a dear boy," said Daisy. Olga assented warmly. "I shall love him for a brother." Daisy smiled faintly. "Poor Noel. I'm afraid that is scarcely the sort of appreciation he wants." Olga flushed. She was standing near the window, her girlish face outlined against the dark. Very young and slender, she looked standing there, scarcely more than a child; and Daisy's heart went out to her in a sudden rush of almost passionate tenderness. She rose impulsively and joined her. She slipped a warm arm around her waist. Olga glanced at her in momentary surprise, then swiftly responded to the caress. She leaned her cheek against Daisy's shoulder. "You see," she said, "I met Max first." "I see, dear," said Daisy. She hesitated a moment. "And Max is your ideal of all that a man should be?" she asked then. "Oh, no," said Olga. She gave a little laugh. "No, Nick is that, and always has been. I don't think anyone could idealize Max. Do you?" "But you love him?" said Daisy. Olga looked at her with clear, direct eyes. "Oh, yes, I love him. But I don't try to think he is nicer than he really is. Nice or horrid, I love him just the same." "Do you know any horrid things about him, then?" Daisy asked. Olga laughed again. "I knew the horrid part of him first," she said.
Why, I almost hated him once." "And then you changed your mind," said Daisy. The love light glowed softly in Olga's eyes as she answered. "Yes, dear Mrs. Musgrave. He made me." Daisy uttered a sharp, involuntary sigh. "I hope he is all you believe him to be," she said. "But why do you say that?" questioned Olga. "I'm afraid you don't like him." Daisy hesitated. "I am afraid I know too much about him," she said at length. Olga looked at her in surprise. "Has Noel been telling you things?" Daisy shook her head. "Oh, then it's that detestable Major Hunt-Goring," said Olga, adding quickly, "Please forgive me for running down your guest, but he really is a hateful man." "I don't care for him myself, dear," said Daisy. "He has only come here to make mischief," said Olga, with conviction. "I guessed it the moment I saw him. He hates me because she faltered a little, "because I wouldn't marry him. As if I possibly could," she ended fierily, "and as if he would have really liked it if I had." "Oh, is that it?" said Daisy in a tone of enlightenment. Olga nodded. "He's a beast, Mrs. Musgrave. And what has he been telling you about Max?" Daisy hesitated. She was assailed by a sudden misgiving. Was it all a ruse? She did not trust Major Hunt-Goring. She believed him fully capable of vindictiveness, and yet, so subtle had been his strategy, he had not seemed vindictive. He had repeated the story idly in the first place, and finding she took it seriously, he had advised her to hold her peace. No, she would do him justice at least. She was convinced that he had not been deliberately malicious in this case. It had not been his intention to work evil. "Tell me what he said," said Olga. Her tone was imperative. Yet Daisy still hesitated. "Do you know, dear, I don't think I will," she said. "Please, you must," said Olga with decision. "It concerns me as much as it does him." "I am not sure that it really concerns either of you," said Daisy. "It was just a piece of gossip which may or may not have had any foundation." "Still, tell me," Olga insisted. "Forewarned is forearmed, isn't it? And things do get so distorted sometimes, don't they?" "Well, dear," Daisy was beginning to wish herself well out of the matter, "it's not a pretty story. You and Nick may possibly have heard of it. Quite possibly you know it to be untrue. Major Hunt-Goring told me it was sheer gossip, and he would not vouch for the truth of it. It concerned the death of your friend Violet Campion." "Ah," said Olga. She breathed the word rather than uttered it. All the colour went out of her face. "Go on," she whispered. "Go on." "You know the tale," said Daisy. "Tell me," said Olga. Reluctantly Daisy complied. It was whispered that there had been an understanding between them, that the poor girl went mad with trouble, and that, to protect himself from scandal, he gave her a draught that ended her life. Briefly, badly fell the words, spoken in an undertone, with evident unwillingness. They went out into silence, a silence that had in it something dreadful, something that no words could express. It was many seconds before Daisy ventured a look at the girl's face, though her arm was still about her. When she did, she was shocked. For Olga was gazing straight before her with eyes wide and glassy, the eyes of the sleep-walker who stares upon visions of horror which no others can see. As Daisy moved, she moved also, went to the window, stepped straight out into the night. Dumbly, Daisy watched her. She had obeyed her instinct in speaking, but now she knew not what to say or do. Slowly at length Olga turned. She came back into the room. The glassy look had gone out of her eyes. She appeared quite normal. She went to Daisy and laid gentle hands upon her shoulders. "You did quite right to tell me," she said. "It is something that I certainly ought to know." Her face was deathly, but she smiled bravely into Daisy's troubled eyes. My dear," Daisy said in distress, "I do pray that I haven't done wrong. "You haven't," Olga said. "It was dear of you to tell me, and I'm very grateful." She kissed Daisy very lovingly and let her go. There was nothing tragic in her manner, only an unwonted aloofness that kept the elder woman from attempting to pursue the subject. The return of Noel a few minutes later was a relief to them both. He came in full of animation and merriment, precipitating himself upon them with a gaiety that overlooked all silences. As Daisy was wont to say, Noel was the most useful person she knew for filling in tiresome gaps. He did it instinctively, without so much as seeing them. In his cheery company the rest of the evening slid lightly by. Olga encouraged him to be frivolous. She seemed to enjoy his society more than she had ever done before, and Noel was nothing loath to be encouraged. When the card players joined them they were busily engaged in drawing up a programme for what Noel termed the Bassett week, and so absorbed were they that they did not so much as glance up till Nick came between them and demanded to know what it was all about. Max, cynically tolerant, looked on from afar; and Daisy, who had been feeling somewhat conscience-stricken at his entrance, rapidly found herself detesting him more heartily than ever. She was glad when Major Hunt-Goring drifted to her side and engaged her in conversation, and she more nearly resumed her old intimacy with him in consequence than she had done before. The party broke up late, as Olga, Noel, and Nick continued their discussion until their elaborate schemes were complete. By that time Max and his host had retired for a final smoke, and had to be unearthed by Nick, who declared himself scandalized to find anyone still up at such an immoral hour. Olga was standing with Noel dressed for departure, waiting to go, when Hunt-Goring sauntered up to her. "Well, Miss Ratcliffe," he said conversationally, "and how do you like India?" It was the first time he had deliberately accosted her. She glanced up at him sharply, and made a slight instinctive movement away from him. At once, albeit almost imperceptibly, Noel moved a little nearer to her. She was conscious of his intention to protect, and threw him a brief smile as she made reply. "I am enjoying it very much." "Really?" said Hunt-Goring. "And you are engaged to be married, I hear?" Olga did not instantly reply. It was Noel who answered shortly. "Yes, to my brother. No objection, I suppose?" It was aggressively spoken. Noel had quite obviously taken a dislike to the newcomer, a sentiment which Olga knew to be instantly reciprocated by the calm fashion in which Hunt-Goring ignored his intervention. She found him waiting markedly for her reply, and braced herself to enter the arena. "Is it news to you?" she asked coldly. He laughed his soft, hateful laugh. "Well, scarcely, since you yourself informed me of the approaching event some months before it took place." Noel made a slight gesture of surprise, and the colour rose in a hot wave to Olga's face; but she looked steadily at Hunt-Goring and said nothing. He went on, smoothly satirical. "I used to think the odds were in favour of Miss Campion, you know. You will pardon me for saying that I don't think there are many girls who could have cut her out." Olga's face froze to a marble immobility. "There was no question of that," she said. "No?" Hunt-Goring's urbanity scarcely covered his incredulity. "I fancied she took the opposite view. Well, well, the poor girl is dead and out of the running. I consider Max Wyndham is a very lucky man." He spoke with significance, and Noel's eyes, jealously watching Olga's face, saw her flinch ever so slightly. A hot wave of anger rose within him. His hands clenched. He turned upon Hunt-Goring. "If you have anything offensive to say," he said in a furious undertone, "say it to me, you damned coward." Hunt-Goring looked at him at last. "I beg your pardon," he said. Noel was on the verge of repeating his remark when, quick as a flash, Olga turned and caught his arm. "Noel, please, please," she gasped breathlessly. "Not here. Not now." He attempted to resist her, but she would not be resisted. With all her strength she pulled him away, her hands tightly clasped upon his arm. And it was thus that they came face to face with Max sauntering in ahead of his host. He glanced at them both, but showed no surprise.
though both Olga's agitation and Noel's anger were very apparent. "Look here, you two," he said. "Nick and I can't be kept waiting any longer. We value our beauty sleep if you don't. And Mr. Musgrave is longing to see the last of us." "Not at all," said Will courteously. "But Nick has suddenly developed a violent hurry to be gone. My wife is trying to pacify him, but she won't hold him in for long." "Let us go," said Olga. She took her hand from Noel's arm, but looked at him appealingly. "All right," he said gruffly. "I suppose I had better go too." "High time, I should say," observed his brother. "Good night." Noel did not look at him or respond. He turned aside without a word and left the room. Max made no further comment of any sort, but Olga was aware of his green eyes studying her closely. Like Noel, she avoided them. She shook hands hurriedly with Will, and went out to Nick and Daisy. As Max turned to follow her, she heard Hunt-Goring's smiling voice behind him. "Goodbye, Dr. Wyndham. Delighted to have met you again, you and your fiancée. I have just been congratulating Miss Olga on her conquest." Max went out as though the sneering words had not reached him, but his face was so grim when he said good-bye to Daisy that she felt almost too guilty to look at him. She held Olga to her very closely at the last, and saw her go with a passionate regret. Whether she had acted rightly or wrongly she did not know; but she felt that she had wrecked the girl's happiness, and the spontaneity of Olga's answering embrace did not reassure her. End of chapter 15. Part 2, Chapter 16 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 16. The Gap. "Now, my chicken, to roost," said Nick. He turned to give her his paternal embrace, but paused as Olga very slightly drew back from it. They stood in the dining room which they had entered on arrival. Max had lounged across to the mantelpiece, and propped himself against it in his favorite attitude. He looked on, as it were, from afar. "Please," Olga said rather breathlessly, and she addressed Nick as though he were the only person in the room. "I want to ask you something before we say good night." "Something private?" asked Nick. She put her hand to her throat. Her face was ghastly. Her voice came with visible effort. "It concerns Max," she said. Max neither moved nor spoke. He was looking very fixedly at Olga. There was something merciless in his attitude. Nick flashed a swift glance at him, and slipped his arm round the girl. She was quivering with agitation, yet she made as if she would free herself. "Please, Nick," she said imploringly. "I want to be strong. Help me to be strong." "All right, dear," he said gently. "You can count on me. What's the trouble? Hunt-Goring again?" She shivered at the name. "No, no. At least, not alone. He hasn't worried me." She became silent, painfully, desperately silent, while she fought for self-control. Again Nick glanced across at Max. "Pour out a glass of wine," he said briefly. Max stood up. He went to the table, and very deliberately mixed a little brandy and water. His face, as he did it, was absolutely composed. He might have been thinking of something totally removed from the matter at hand. Yet, as he turned round, the air of grimness was perceptible again. He held out the glass to Nick. "I think I'll go," he said. "No." It was Olga who spoke. She stretched out a detaining hand. "I want you, please, to stay. I " She faltered and stopped as Max's hand closed quietly and strongly upon hers. "Very well," he said. "I'll stay. But drink this like a sensible girl. You're cold." She obeyed him, leaning upon Nick's shoulder, and gradually the deadly pallor of her face passed. She drew her hand out of Max's grasp, and relinquished Nick's support. "I'm dreadfully sorry," she said, and her voice came dull and oddly indifferent. "You are both so good to me. But I think one generally has to face the worst things in life by oneself." Nick, I asked you a little while ago to fill in a gap in my memory, to tell me something I had forgotten. Do you remember?" "I do," said Nick. Like Max, he was watching her closely, but his eyes moved unceasingly. They glimmered behind his colorless lashes with a weird fitfulness. Olga was looking straight at him. She had never stood in awe of Nick. "You didn't do it," she said in the same level, tired voice. "You put me off. You refused to fill in the gap." "Well?" said Nick. His tone was abrupt. For the first time in all her knowledge of him it sounded stern. But Olga remained unmoved. "Would you refuse if I asked you to do it now?" she said. "Perhaps," he answered. She turned from him to Max. "You would refuse too?" she said, and this time there was a tremor of bitterness in her voice. "You always have refused." "It happens to be my rule never to discuss my cases with anyone outside my profession," he said. "And that was your only reason?" A sudden pale gleam shot up in Olga's eyes. She stiffened a little, as though an electric current ran through her as she faced him. "It is the only one I have to offer you," Max said. He also sounded stern, and in a flash she grasped her position. They were ranged against her, the two she loved best in the world, leagued together to keep her from the truth. A quiver of indignation went through her. She turned abruptly from them both. "You needn't take this trouble any longer," she said. "I know." "What do you know?" It was Max's voice, curt and imperative. He took a step forward. His hand was on her shoulder. But she wheeled and flung it from her with an exclamation that was almost a cry of horror. "Don't touch me," she said. He stood confronting her, hard, pitiless, insistent. Of her gesture he took no notice whatever. "What do you know?" he repeated. She answered him with breathless rapidity, as if compelled. "I know that you made her love you, that when you knew the truth about her you gave her up. I know that you ruined her first, and deserted her afterwards for me. I know that you terrified her into secrecy, and then, when her brain gave way and there was no way of escape for you, I know that you. Her lips stiffened. She could not say the word. For several seconds she strove with it inarticulately. Then suddenly, wildly, she flung out her hands, urging him from her. "Oh, go, go, go," she cried. "Let me never see you again." He did not go. He stood absolutely still, watching her. But she was scarcely aware of him any longer. For her strength had suddenly deserted her. She was sunk against the wall with her hands over her face, sobbing terrible, tearless sobs that shook her from head to foot. Nick started towards her, but Max stretched out a powerful arm and kept him back. "No, Nick," he said firmly. "This is my concern. You go, like a good chap. I'll come to you presently." "I will not," said Nick flatly. He gripped the opposing arm at the elbow so that it doubled abruptly. But Max wheeled upon him on the instant and held him fast. "Look here," he said. "I'm in earnest." "So am I," said Nick. They faced one another for a moment in open conflict. Then, half contemptuously, Max made an appeal. "Don't let us be fools," he said. "It's for her sake I want you to go. I'll tell you why later. If you butt in now you will make the biggest mistake of your life." "Take your hands off me," said Nick. He complied. Nick went straight to Olga. "Olga," he said, "for heaven's sake, be reasonable. Give him a chance to set things straight." It was urgently spoken. His hand, vital and very insistent, closed upon one of hers, drawing it down from her face. She looked at him with hunted eyes. "Nick," she said, "tell him to go." "I can't, dear," he made answer. "You've made an accusation that no man could take lying down. You'll have to face it out now." "But it's the truth," she said. "It's a damnable lie," said Nick. "Nick." It was Max's voice, measured and deliberate. "Will you leave me to deal with this?" Olga's hand turned in Nick's and clung to it. "You needn't go, Nick," she said hurriedly. "Yes, I'm going," said Nick. "You can come to me afterwards if you like. I shall be in my room." He squeezed her hand and relinquished it. His yellow face was full of kindness, but she saw that he would not be persuaded to remain. In silence she watched him go. Then slowly, reluctantly, she turned to Max. He was standing watching her with fixed, implacable eyes. "Well," he said as she looked at him, "do you really want me to deny this preposterous story?" She leaned against the wall, facing him. She felt unutterably tired, as if she were too weary to take any further interest in anything. Neither his denial nor Nick's could make the tale untrue. "It doesn't make much difference," she said drearily. "Thanks," said Max shortly. And then, as if suddenly making up his mind, he came to her and took her almost roughly by the shoulders. "Olga," he said, "how dare you believe this thing of me?" She looked at him and her face quivered. "You have never told me the truth," she said. "And so you are ready to believe any calumny?" said Max. His hands pressed upon her. His red brows were drawn together. At any other moment she would have deemed him formidable, but she was beyond fear just then. "If you would only tell me what to believe," she said. "And if I won't?" he broke in upon her almost fiercely. "If I demand your trust on this point, as I have a right to demand it on every point, what then? Are you going to give me everything except that?" She shook her head. "No, Max." "What do you mean?" he demanded. She answered him steadily enough. "I mean that unless you can tell me the truth, Max," there was a piteous touch in her repetition of the words, "I can never give you anything." "Meaning you won't marry me?" he said. Steadily she answered him. "Yes, I mean just that." He continued to hold her before him. His face grew harder, grimmer than before. "And you think I will suffer myself to be thrown over?" he said. That pierced her lethargy, quickened her to resistance. "I think you have no choice," she said. Max's jaw set itself like an iron clamp. "There you show your absolute ignorance," he said, "of me and of yourself." "You couldn't hold me against my will," she said quickly. "Could I not?" said Max. Something of fear crept about her heart, hastening its beat. But she faced him unflinching. "No," she said. He was silent. But she had an inexplicable feeling that the green eyes were drawing her gradually, mercilessly, against her will. Yet she resisted them, summoning all her strength. And then she became aware that his hold had tightened and grown close. She awoke to the fact very suddenly, as one coming out of a trance, and swiftly, nervously, she sought to free herself. Instantly his arms were about her. He gathered her to him with a force that compelled. He crushed her lips with his own kisses so fierce and so passionate that she winced from them in actual pain, not sparing her till she sank in his arms, spent, unresisting, crying, against his shoulder. He made no attempt to comfort her. His hold was sustaining, but grimly devoid of all tenderness. Later she knew that he had fought a desperate battle for her happiness and his own, and it was no moment for relaxation. He spoke to her at last, curtly, over her bowed head. "And you dare to think, that I have ever loved another woman?" "I don't know what to think," she whispered, hiding her face lower on his breast. "Then think this," he said, and there was a ring of iron in his voice, "that for no slander whatever will I hold myself answerable, either to you or to anyone else. I shall not defend myself from it. I shall not deny it, and because of it I will not suffer myself to be jilted. Is that enough?" He spoke with indomitable resolution, but there must have been some yielding quality in the last words, for she suddenly found strength to lift her head again and turn her face up to his. "Max," she said imploringly, "I believe I have wronged you.
and I do beg you to forgive me. But, Max, there is one thing that, for my peace of mind, you must tell me. Please, Max, please." She set her clasped hands against him, beseeching him with her whole soul. He looked down into her eyes, and his own were no longer stern, but quite impenetrable. He spoke no word. "I have always known," she said, faltering a little under his look, "always felt that there was something strange about Violet's sudden death. Max, tell me, she didn't make away with herself?" She uttered the question with a shrinking dread that seemed to run shuddering through her whole body. And because he did not instantly reply, her face whitened with a sick suspense. "Oh, she didn't!" she gasped imploringly. "Say she didn't. I think it would break my heart if that had happened." "You must remember that she was not responsible for her actions," Max said. Olga was trembling all over. "Then she did." He avoided the question. "Her life was over," he said, "in any case." "Then she did?" Again sharply she put the question, as though goaded thereto by an intolerable pain. "Max," she said. "Oh, Max, I could bear anything better than that. I don't believe it of her. I can't believe it." "But why torture yourself in this way?" he said. "What do you gain by it?" "Because I must, she answered feverishly. "I dream about her night after night, night after night. My mind is never at rest about her. She seems to be calling to me, trying to tell me something. And I never can get to her, or hear what it is. It's all because I can't remember. And sometimes I feel as if I shall go mad myself with trying." "Olga!" Briefly and sternly he checked her. "You are getting hysterical. Don't you think there has been enough of this? If you go any further you will regret it." "But I must know," she said. "Max, was it so? Did she take her own life?" "She did not." Quietly he answered her, so quietly that for a moment she could hardly believe that he had given a definite reply. She stared at him incredulously. "You are telling me the truth?" she said piteously at length. "You won't try to deceive me any more?" "I have told you the truth," he said. Then she still gazed at him with wide eyes in which a certain horror gradually dawned and spread. "I am sure she did not die a natural death," she said with conviction. Max was silent, grimly, inexorably silent. She disengaged herself slowly from him. Her forehead drew itself into the old painful lines. She passed an uncertain hand across it. As if in answer to the gesture, he spoke, bluntly, almost brutally. "If you will have it, you shall. But remember, it is final. Miss Campion was suffering from a hideous and absolutely incurable disease of the brain, which had developed into homicidal madness. She might have lived for years, a blinded soul fettered to a brain of raving insanity. What her life would have been, only those who have seen can picture. But mercifully for her, rightly or wrongly it is not for me to say, her torment was brought to an early end. In fact, almost before it had begun, a friend gave her deliverance. She died, as you know, suddenly." "Ah!" With a cry she broke in upon him. "It was the painkiller." "It was." He scarcely opened his lips to reply, and instantly closed them in a single unyielding line. His eyes never left her face. As for Olga, she stood a moment as one stunned past all feeling. Then turned from him and moved away. "So it was your doing?" In a curious stifled voice, as if she were scarcely conscious of speaking at all. He did not answer her. The words scarcely demanded an answer. She reached the table unsteadily, and sat down, leaning her elbow upon it, her chin on her hand. Her eyes gazed right away down far vistas unbounded by time or space. "It isn't the first time, is it?" she said. "You did it once before." "I suppose." Her voice dropped still lower. She seemed to be speaking to herself. "As a keeper of the door, you think you have the right?" "Will you tell me what you mean?" he said. She did not turn her head. She still gazed upon invisible things. "Do you remember poor old Mrs. Stubbs? You helped her, didn't you, in the same way?" "I?" said Max. The utter astonishment of his voice reached her. She turned and looked at him. "She died in the same way," she said. "But, great heavens above, not with my connivance!" he exclaimed. She continued to look at him, but with that same far look as though she saw many things besides. "Yet you knew," she said. He made a curt gesture of repudiation. "I suspected, perhaps. I actually knew nothing." "I see," she said, with a faint smile. "She just slipped through, and you looked the other way." "Nothing of the sort," he said sternly. "I did my utmost, as I have always done my utmost, to prolong life. It is my duty, the first principle of my profession, and I hold it, I have always held it, as sacred." "And yet you let violets go," she said. He swung around almost violently and turned his back. "I will not discuss that point any further," he said. She looked at him with an odd dispassionateness. She still seemed to be searching the distant past. "You never liked her," she said at last, slowly. "And she was horribly afraid of you. Afraid of you." A sudden tremor of awakening life ran through the words. The stunned look began to pass. Again the horror looked out of her eyes. "She was so afraid of you that, when she went mad, she tried to kill you." "Ah, I see now." She caught her breath sharply. You were afraid, too." He remained with his back turned upon her, motionless as a statue. "And so Her eyes came swiftly back to the present and saw him only. The horror in them had become vivid, anguished. She rose and stretched an accusing finger towards him. "That was why you ended her life," she said. "It was to save your own." He wheeled round at that and faced her with that in his eyes which she had never before seen there, a look that sent the blood to her heart. "By heaven, Olga," he said, "you go rather far." He came towards her slowly. There was something terrible about him at that moment, something that held her fettered and dumb before him, though, so great was her horror, she would have given all she had to turn and flee. He halted before her, looking down into her face with a curious intentness. "You really believe that?" he said. "You can't conceive such a thing as this, utterly and inexcusably wrong as I admit it to be? You can't conceive it to have been done from a motive of mercy?" She shrank away from him as from a thing unclean. The impulse to escape was still strong upon her, urging her to a wild resistance. She met the pitiless eyes that watched her like a creature at bay. "You never did anything in mercy yet," she said. "There is no mercy in you." "Indeed," he said, and uttered a brief grating laugh that made her shudder. "In that case I'm afraid I can't help you any further. I'm at the end of my resources." Olga drew herself together with a supreme effort, mustering all her strength. "It is the end of everything," she said. "I can never marry you now. I never want to see you again." He met her look implacably, with eyes that seemed to beat down her own. "I have told you that I won't submit to that," he said. She caught her breath with a convulsive movement of protest. Perhaps never before had she so clearly realized the ruthlessness of the man and his strength. "I can't help it," she said. "I can never marry you. Even if we had been married, I could not have stayed with you after this." She saw his mouth harden to cruelty at her words, and instinctively she drew back from him. But in the same instant
His hands closed upon her wrists, and she was a captive. "Doesn't it occur to you," he said, "that you are bound to me in honor, unless I set you free?" He spoke with the utmost calmness, but her heart misgave her. She saw herself at his mercy, an impotent prisoner striving against him, vainly beating out her will against the iron of his. In that moment she realized fully that not by strength could she prevail, and desperately she began to plead. "But you will set me free, Max. You wouldn't, you couldn't, hold me against my will." "Couldn't I?" said Max, and grimly smiled. "There is nothing whatever that I couldn't do with you, Olga, with or without your will." She shivered sharply and uncontrollably, not attempting to contradict him. "And that being so," he said, "it is not my intention to set you free. There is no earthly reason why you should not marry me, and therefore I hold you to your engagement. That is quite understood, is it?" His hold tightened upon her. She saw that he meant every word, and her heart died within her. Her strength was running out swiftly, swiftly. Very soon it would be utterly gone. She cast a desperate glance upwards and made one last supreme effort. "But, Max," she pleaded, "I thought you loved me." His face was set in iron lines, but she thought it softened ever so slightly at her words. Had she pierced the one vulnerable point in his armor at last? She wondered, scarcely daring to hope. "Well?" he said. Only the one word. But somehow, inexplicably, her heart cried shame upon her, as though she had put a good weapon to an unworthy use. She stood before him, trying vainly to drive it home. But she could not. Further words failed her. "I see," he said at last. "You think out of my love for you I ought to be willing to give you up. Is that it?" She nodded mutely, not daring to look at him, still overwhelmed with that shamed sense of doing him a wrong. "I see," he said again. "And if it would be for your happiness to let you go, I might perhaps be equal to the sacrifice." His voice was suddenly cynical, and she never guessed that he cloaked an unwonted emotion therewith. "But take the other view of the case. You know you would never be happy away from me." "I couldn't be happy with you now," she murmured. He bent slightly towards her, as if not sure that he had heard aright. "Do you really mean that?" he asked. She was silent. "Olga," he said insistently. Against her will she raised her eyes and met his close scrutiny. Against her will she answered him breathlessly, out of a fevered sense of expediency. "Yes, yes, I do mean it. Oh, Max, you must let me go." But he held her still. "You have appealed to my love," he said. "I appeal to yours." But that was more than she could bear. The sudden tension snapped the last shreds of her quivering strength. She broke down utterly, standing there between his hands. He made no attempt to draw her to him. Perhaps he did not wholly trust himself. Neither did he let her go. But there was no element of cruelty about him any longer. In silence, with absolute patience, he waited for her. She made a slight effort at last to free herself, and instantly he set her free. She sat down again at the table, striving desperately for self-control. But she could not even begin to speak to him, so choked and blinded was she by her tears. A while longer he waited beside her. Then at length he spoke. "If you really, honestly feel that you can't marry me, that to do so would make for misery and not happiness, if in short your love for me is dead, I will let you go." The words fell curt and stern, but if she had seen his face at the moment she would have realized something of what the utterance of them cost. But her own face was hidden, her paroxysm of weeping yet shook her uncontrollably. "Is it dead?" he said, and stooped over her, holding the back of her chair but not touching her. She made a convulsive movement, whether of flinching from his close proximity, or protest at his words, it was impossible to say. He waited a moment or two. Then, "If it isn't," he said, Just put your hand in mine." He laid his own upon the table before her, upturned, ready to clasp hers. His face was bent so low over her that his lips were almost on her hair. She could have yielded herself to his arms without effort. But she only stiffened at his action, and became intensely still. In the seconds that followed she did not so much as breathe. She was as one turned to stone. For the space of a full minute he waited, and through it the wild beating of her heart rose up in the stillness, throbbing audibly. But still she sat before him mutely, making no sign. Then, after what seemed to her an eternity of waiting, very quietly he straightened himself and took his hand away. She shrank away involuntarily with a nervous contraction of her whole body. For that moment she was unspeakably afraid. But he gave her no cause for fear. He bore himself with absolute self-possession. "Very well," he said. "That ends it. You are free." With the words he turned deliberately from her, walked to the door, passed quietly out. And she was left alone. End of chapter 16. Part 2, chapters 17 and 18 of The Keeper of the Door by Ethel Dell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 17. The Easiest Course. "I won't be a party to it," said Nick. "You can't help yourself," bluntly Max made reply. He lounged against the window while his host dressed. The presence of the stately Khitmutgar who was assisting Nick was ignored by them both. "I can generally manage to help myself," observed Nick. Max's mouth took its most cynical downward curve. "You see, old chap, this chances to be one of the occasions on which you can't. It's my funeral, not yours." Nick sent a brief glance across. "You're a fool, Max," he said. "Thanks," said Max. He took his pipe from his pocket and commenced to fill it with extreme care. There was something grimly ironical about his whole bearing. He did not speak again till his task was completed and the pipe alight. Then, very deliberately, through a cloud of rank smoke, he took up his tale. "It is one of the most interesting cases that have ever come under my notice. I am only sorry that I shall not be able to continue to keep it under my own personal supervision." Nick laughed a crude, cracked laugh. "It seems a pity, certainly, since you came to India for that express purpose. I suppose you think it's up to me to continue the treatment?" "Exactly," said Max. "Well, I'm not going to." Again Nick's eyes flashed a keen look at Max's imperturbable countenance. "I held my peace last night," he said, "because matters were too ticklish to be tampered with. But as to keeping it up—" Max thrust his hands deep into his pockets. "As to keeping it up," he said, "you've no choice. Neither have I. It may be a matter for regret from some points of view, but a matter of the most urgent expediency it undoubtedly is. I tell you plainly, Nick, this is not a thing to be played with. There are some risks that no one has any right to take. This is one." He looked at Nick, square-jawed and determined. But Nick vigorously shook his head. "I am not with you. I don't agree. I never shall agree." Max's cynical smile became more pronounced. "Then you will have to act against your judgment for once. There is no alternative. And I shall go home by the first boat I can catch." "And leave her to fret her heart out," said Nick. Max removed his pipe and attentively regarded the bowl. After nearly a minute he put it back again and stared impenetrably at Nick. "She won't do that," he said. "I'll tell you what she will do," said Nick. "She will go and marry that wild Irish brother of yours." Max continued to look at him. His mouth was no longer cynical, but cocked at a humorous angle. "I say, what a clever little chap you are," he said. "Whatever made you think of that?" Nick grinned in spite of himself. Disagree as he might with Max Wyndham, yet was he always in some subtle fashion in sympathy with him. "I suppose she might do worse," he admitted after a moment. He's a well-behaved youngster as a general rule." "Given his own way, quite irreproachable," said Max. "He's not very rich, but he's no slacker. If he doesn't break his neck at polo, he'll get on." "Oh, he's brilliant enough," said Nick. "I suppose he can be trusted to look after her. He's full young." "He'll grow," said Max. A brief silence fell between them. Max continued to smoke imperturbably. There was not the faintest sign of disappointment in his bearing. He looked merely ruminative. Nick was thoughtful also. He sat and watched his man fasten his gaiters with those flickering eyes of his that never seemed to concentrate upon one point, and yet missed nothing. "What are you going to do about Hunt-Goring?" he asked suddenly. "Do about him?" Max sounded supremely contemptuous. He raised one eyebrow in supercilious interrogation. "Well, he dealt this hand," said Nick. "With Mrs. Musgrave's kind assistance," supplemented Max. Nick made a grimace. "Who told you that?" "No one." Max blew a cloud of smoke upwards. "You're not the only person with brains, Nick," he observed with sardonic humour. "But look here. Your friend Mrs. Musgrave is not to be meddled with in this matter. You leave her alone, and Hunt-Goring too. He's killing himself by inches with opium, so he won't interfere with anyone for long. And she will prove a useful friend to Noel if allowed to take her own way." "You really mean to take this lying down?" said Nick. "It's the easiest course," said Max. "So far as you are concerned." Nick abruptly turned in his chair, but his scrutiny was of the briefest. He did not seem to look at Max at all. Nor did he apparently expect an answer to his query, for he went on almost immediately. "It's damnable luck for both of you. Old man, are you sure it's all right?" There was no subtlety in the question. Nick had long since abandoned subtlety in his dealings with Max Wyndham, a fact which indicated that he held him in very high esteem. Max's response expressed appreciation of the fact. He took his hand from his pocket and carelessly stretched it out. "I am absolutely sure," he said. "Make your mind easy on that point." Their hand grip was silent and brief. It ended the discussion by mutual consent. At once Max changed the subject. "Is that chap your kit, or your valet, or what?" "He is all three combined," said Nick. "Why? Think I work him too hard?" The Indian showed his teeth in a splendid smile, but said nothing. "No, but where's the other fellow?" said Max. "What other fellow?" Nick thrust his one arm with vigour into his riding coat. "The chap I saw here the other night. An old chap. I came along the veranda to tell you there was someone sneaking in the compound, and he shut the window in my face. I presumed he was head nurse or bearer, or whatever you are pleased to call them in these parts." "Oh, that fellow," said Nick. "Quite a venerable old chap, you mean. Rather scraggy, not over clean." "That's the man," said Max. Nick laughed. "Great Scott! You didn't seriously think he was my bearer, did you?" "No, he's an old moonstone seller who comes to see me occasionally. He's not so disreputable as he looks. I find him handy in the matter of bazaar politics, with which I consider it useful to keep in touch." Max received the information with a nod. His green eyes were watching Nick's lithe movements with thoughtful intentness. "How long is this job going to last?" he asked abruptly. "Heaven knows," was Nick's airy response. Max was silent a moment, then, "You will send her away if it gets too hot," he said. Nick took up his riding switch. "It's a tricky climate," he observed, "but I am keeping an eye on the weather. I don't anticipate anything of the nature of a heat wave at present." Max grunted. "Are you sure your barometer is a trustworthy one?" Nick smiled. "I have every reason to believe so." He turned and clapped a kindly hand on Max's shoulder. "All right, old chap. Don't be anxious. I'll take care of her," he said. Max looked at him. "You had better take care of yourself, too," he said. "Trust me," laughed Nick. There came a knock at the door, to which Chasseur responded. It was Olga's ayah. A few whispered words passed between them, then the khitmutgar softly closed it and approached Nick. "Miss Sahib is tired this morning and cannot ride with the Sahibs. She asks that you will go to her, Sahib, before you leave." Nick glanced at Max. "You had better come too." But Max shook his head. "No, I'll be on the veranda if she wants me, but I don't think she will." Nick went to the door in silence, but ere he reached it Max spoke again. "Nick." "Well?" Nick paused, as if reluctant. Very deliberately Max followed him. They stood face to face. "You will remember what I have said," Max said, with slow emphasis. "I'm not very likely to forget it," said Nick. "And you will abstain from interference in this matter." Max's voice was emotionless, but it had a certain quality of compulsion notwithstanding. Nick's eyes darted over him. His whole frame stiffened slightly. "If you think I am going to bind myself hand and foot by a promise, you're mistaken," he said. "I'm only asking you to let matters take their course," said Max, unmoved. "Circumstances may make that impossible," said Nick. "They may. In that case you are free to act as you think fit. But I don't think they will, and, damn it, Nick, it isn't much to ask. It's for her sake." A tinge of feeling suddenly underran his speech. He flushed slowly and deeply, but he stood his ground. As for Nick, he turned again to the door with his switch tucked under his arm. "All right," he said. "I accept the amendment." He was gone with the words, almost as though he feared he had already yielded too far. Probably to no other man would he have yielded a single inch. The interview had ended in a fashion extremely distasteful to him, yet he entered Olga's presence cheerily, with no sign of discontent. "Hello, my chicken. Not riding this morning? Haven't you slept?" He sat down on the bed with Olga's arms very tightly round his neck, and prepared himself to make the best of a very bad business. The night before he had soothed her in the midst of her distress with all a mother's tenderness, but by daylight he discarded the maternal role and resumed his masculine limitations. "Come," he said coaxingly to the fair head pillowed against his shoulder. "You're going to be a sensible kiddie now. You're going to forget all yesterday's nonsense. Max won't say any more if you don't. You've just got to kiss and be friends." Olga little dreamed that thus cheerily he made his last stand for a hope which he knew to be forlorn. She raised her head and looked at him with eyes that shone with the brilliance which follows the shedding of many tears. "It's no good ever thinking of that, Nick," she said, speaking quickly and nervously. "I've been awake all night, thinking. But there's no way out. I can't marry him. I can't even see him again. And, Nick, I want you, please, to give him back his ring." "My dear, you're not in earnest," said Nick. Yes, I am, dear. And I can't argue about it. My head whirls so. Oh, Nick, why didn't you tell me when I asked you to fill in the gap? It's such a mistaken kindness, if you only knew it, to keep back the truth, whatever it may be." Nick groaned melancholy acquiescence. "But can't you forgive him, sweetheart? Most women can forgive anything. And you never used to be vindictive." "I'm not vindictive," she made a swift reply. "It isn't that I want to punish him. Oh, don't you understand? He may have acted up to his lights. And even if he had been anything but a doctor, I think it would have been a little different. But he knew so exactly what he was doing. And oh, Nick, I couldn't possibly marry a man who had done that. I should never forget it. It would prey on me so. Just as if I had been a party to it." A violent shiver went through her. She clung closer to him. The horror had frozen in her eyes to a wide and glassy terror. "Easy, said Nick gently. "We won't get hysterical. But isn't it a pity to do anything in a hurry? You won't feel so badly in a week or a fortnight. Don't do anything final yet. Put him off for a bit. He'll understand." But Olga would not listen to this suggestion.
I must be free, Nick," she said feverishly. "I can't be bound to him any longer. Oh, Nick, do help me to get free."
"My dear child, you are free," Nick assured her. "But take my advice. Don't shake him off completely. Give him just a chance, poor chap. Wait 6 months before you quite make up your mind to have done with him. You'll be sure to want him back if you don't." But still Olga would not listen.
"Oh, Nick, please stop," she implored him. "I've been through it all 100 times already, and indeed I know my own mind. If I were to drag on over 6 months, I don't think I could possibly bear it. No, no. It must be final now. Nick, dear, don't you understand?"
He nodded. "Yes, I do understand, Olga mia. But I think you are making a big mistake. The horror of the thing has blinded you temporarily. You are incapable of forming a clear judgment at present. By and by you will begin to see better. That's why I want you to wait."
"But I can't wait," she said. It is like a dreadful wound, Nick. I want to bind it up quick, before it gets any worse. To hide it, to try and forget it's there. I can't, I daren't, keep it open. I think it would kill me."
There was actual agony in her voice, and Nick saw that he had made his last stand in vain. Yet not instantly did he abandon it. Once more he thrust past her defences, though she sought so desperately to keep him out. "It's not for us to judge each other, is it?" he said. "Be merciful, Olga. Don't you think there may have been extenuating circumstances?" She looked at him with quivering lips and dumbly shook her head. "Listen," he said. "When Muriel and I were flying from Moira, I killed a man with my hands under her eyes. It was a ghastly business. I did it to save her life and my own. But, like you, she didn't look at the motive, only at the deed. And in consequence I became a thing abhorrent in her sight. She didn't get over it for a long time. But she forgave me at last. Can't you be equally generous? Or don't you love him well enough?" Olga's hands clasped one another very tightly. She answered him under her breath.
"I expect that's it, Nick. I don't love him any more at all. It has killed my love."
"Then you never loved him," said Nick with conviction. She made no attempt to contradict him. Only her strained white face seemed to implore him to torture her no further. He saw it, and his heart smote him. "I hate to hurt you, my chicken," he said. "But, dear, you're making such a hideous muddle of your life. I hate that even worse." She flung her arms about his neck. She pressed her lips to his yellow face.
"Darling Nick, never mind about me, never mind," she whispered. "I am doing simply what I must do. I can scarcely think or feel yet. Only I know that I must get free. It isn't that I'm hard. It's just that I have no choice. Your case was different. You had to do it. But this—"
Her words sank, became scarcely audible.
"Nick, could anything extenuate this?"
"God knows," said Nick. He paused a moment, then added, "I sometimes think if the whole truth were known, there would be an extenuating circumstance for every mortal offence under the sun." She did not argue the point. She seemed beyond argument.
"Very likely," she said. "But really I have no choice. You see, we were such friends. Such friends. And then she loved him, while he had nothing but a professional interest for her, till he found her case to be hopeless, and then he lost even that. That's what made it so horrible, so impossible. If he had loved her, even a little, I could have understood. But as it was— Oh, Nick, don't you see?"
Yes, he did see. It was useless to reason with her. She was like a captive bird beating wild wings for freedom and wholly unable to gauge its awful desolation when won. For a second time he had to own himself beaten. For the second time he withdrew his forces from the field. "Well, dear, I'm sorry," was all he said, but it conveyed much. When he quitted her presence a little later he carried with him the ring that Max had given her, and a brief and piteous message to her lover, that he would not try to see her again. Max received both in grim silence, and within half an hour of so doing he had gone. 18. One man's loss. "Oh, damn!" said Noel. He had made the remark several times before that morning, but he made it with special emphasis on this occasion in response to the news that his brother was waiting to see him. Hot and cross from the parade ground he rolled off his horse and turned towards his quarters. The animal looked after him with a faint whinny of hurt surprise, and sharply Noel flung round again. The syce grinned, but was instantly quelled to sobriety by his master's scowl. The horse whinnied again, and tucked a confiding nose under the young officer's arm. "All right, old man, here you are," said Noel. He fished out a lump of sugar and stuffed it between the sensitive lips that nibbled at his sleeve, kissed the white star between the soft brown eyes, whispered an endearing word into the cocked ear, slapped the glossy neck, and finally departed. His face resumed its scowl as he entered the room where Max sprawled in a bamboo chair with his feet on another, and the petted terrier of the establishment seated alertly on his chest. Max smiled at sight of it and stretched forth a lazy hand. "Excuse my rising. I daren't incur this creature's displeasure." Noel took the creature by the neck and removed it. Max's hand remained outstretched, but that he ignored. "What have you come for?" he demanded gruffly. "I should have said, 'What can I do for you?'" observed Max to the ceiling. "If you are thinking of having a drink, perhaps you will allow me to join you." Noel went to the door and grumpily yelled an order. After which he jingled back, unbuckled his sword, and flung it noisily on the table. Max turned his head very deliberately and regarded him. His scrutiny was a prolonged one, and Noel finally waxed impatient under it. "Well, what are you staring at me for?" he inquired aggressively. With a sudden movement Max removed his feet from the second chair and sat up. "Sit down there," he said. The words fell curt and sharp, a distinct order which Noel obeyed almost before he knew what he was doing. He dropped into the chair and sat directly facing his brother, a kind of surly respect struggling with the evident hostility of his expression. His dog, feeling neglected, sprang on to his knees and licked his sullen face. Max uttered a short laugh that was not unfriendly. "Oh, stop being a silly ass, Noel," he said. "What on earth do you want to quarrel with me for? It's the most unprofitable game under the sun." Noel sat stiffly upright, holding the dog at arm's length. "It's no fault of mine," he said. His eyes were obstinately lowered in a mule-like refusal to meet his brother's straight regard. He looked absurdly like a schoolboy brought up for punishment. Max considerately stifled a second laugh. "All right, it's mine," he said. "And I've come to apologize. Understand? I've come to make unconditional restitution of my ill-gotten gains. I'm just off to Bombay to shake the dust of this accursed country off my feet, and to leave you in undisputed possession of the spoil. How's that appeal to you, you sulky young hound?" Noel's eyes shot upwards at the epithet, though the supercilious good humour of its utterance made it somehow impossible to raise any furious protest. The entrance of his servant with drinks helped very materially to save his dignity. He pulled the table to him without rising and began to pour them out. "Lemon?" he asked briefly. "No, thanks. I'll have a plain soda. And if you have no objection, we will thresh this matter out at once, as I have to be off in 10 minutes. I suppose you took in what I said just now?" Noel held out a glass to him, his brown hand not quite steady. "May as well be explicit," he said gruffly. "Quite so. Then my engagement to Olga Ratcliffe is at an end. Is that plain enough for you?" Again the boy's eyes glanced upwards, meeting the imperturbable green eyes opposite for the fraction of a second. "Really?" he said. "Yes, really." Max took a slow gulp from his glass and set it down. Pleased?" he inquired. Noel did not answer. His own drink remained untouched at his elbow. "Whose doing is it?" he inquired. "Hers." "What? Doesn't she care for you, after all?" There was a sudden quiver in the question that belied the studied calm of the speaker. Max took up his glass and drank again. "She can't stand me at any price," he said. "Then what have you been doing?" There was no attempt to disguise the fierceness of the query. Noel started forward in his chair with hands clenched, and his dog slid to the ground. "Take it easy," said Max. "I'm not going to let you into that secret. It wouldn't be good for your morals. Besides, there's no time to go into that now. All I want to say to you is that there's a clear road in front of you, and that odds are all in your favor. Go straight, and I believe you'll win." Noel leaned nearer. His face was a curious blend of eagerness and resentment. "Do you mean you've found out that she'd sooner have me, after all?" he blurted out. Max looked at him, and a queer, half-pitying smile curved his grim mouth. "Yes, I suppose it amounts to that," he said after a moment. "Oh, I say," said Noel. He got up abruptly and walked to the end of the room. Coming back, he gave a sharp gasp, as of one rising from deep water, and the next moment, very suddenly, he laughed. "I say," he said again, speaking jerkily, "is it the sun, or what? I feel as if you'd hit me between the eyes." Max nodded towards the table. "Have your drink, boy, and pull yourself together. You haven't won her yet, remember. You've got some uphill work before you still." Noel stopped at the table and raised his glass. His hand shook palpably, and the smile on Max's face became almost one of tenderness. He watched him in silence as he drank, then lifted his own glass. "Here's to your success," he said. Noel's eyes came down to him. They had the rapt look of a man who sees a vision. "Oh, man," he suddenly exclaimed, "you don't know how I worship her." And then abruptly he realized what he had said, and to whom, and flushed darkly, averting his look. Max got to his feet and faced him across the table. "You've got to worship her always," he said, and in his voice there throbbed some remote echo as of an imprisoned passion deep in his hidden soul. "She'll need the utmost you can offer." Noel looked back at him again, and the shamed flush died away. He leaned impulsively forward, suddenly, boyishly remorseful for his churlishness. Max, old boy, I'm an infernal brute," he declared. "I was actually forgetting that you " "You're quite welcome to forget that," interposed Max grimly. He moved round the table and clapped a friendly hand on the boy's shoulder. "I shall make it my business to forget it myself," he said. "But look here, don't be headlong. She isn't quite ready for you yet. I speak as a friend. Go slow." Noel looked at him, and again the hot blood rose to his forehead. He gripped the hand on his shoulder and held it fast. "I say, Max," he said, an odd sort of deference in his tone. "She doesn't know, does she, what a much better chap you are than I?" The corner of Max's mouth went up. "Don't talk bosh," he said. "I'm not," persisted Noel. "You're doing what I hadn't the spunk to do. I think she ought to know that." Max's smile passed from amusement to cynicism. "Do you seriously think a woman loves a man for his good points?" he said. "No, but you've no right to put her off with an inferior article," persisted Noel. "My good chap, I tell you it was her own choice." Max almost laughed. "But you care for her?" Noel's dark eyes became suddenly intent and shrewd, and the boyishness passed from his face. "See here, Max, I won't take any sacrifices," he said. "I may be a selfish brute, but I'm not quite such a swine as that. You care for her." "Which fact is beside the point," said Max. His fingers suddenly answered Noel's grip with the strength of a restraining force. "If there is any sacrifice anywhere," he said, "it's not offered to you, so make your mind easy on that head. As I said before, she won't have me at any price. If she would, I shouldn't be here now. You see," again his mouth twisted, "I'm not so ultra generous myself. But I don't see why we should both be losers, especially as you had half won her before I came along. So go ahead, and good luck to you." He disengaged his hand and lightly slapped Noel's shoulder as a preliminary to taking his departure. But Noel, with a swift return to boyhood, caught him by the arms. "I don't know what to say to you, old chap," he said, quick feeling in the words. "You've made me feel like a murderer." "My dear chap, what rot!" "No, it's not rot. I've hated you like the devil. I'm beastly ashamed. Beastly sorry. I'll do anything to atone. Anything under the sun. Give me something to do for you, Max, old boy. I can't stand myself if you go like this." He spoke impulsively enough, but there was more than mere impulse in his speech. Hot-headed repentance it might be, but it was the real thing. Max stood still, faintly smiling. "My dear lad, there's nothing you can do for me that you won't do twice as well for yourself," he said. "I'm glad you care for her, and I'm not sorry you hated me for getting in your way. You might let me know when it's time to congratulate. That's all I can think of at the present moment. Yes, one thing." "What?" said Noel. Max's face hardened somewhat. "That fellow Hunt-Goring," he said. "He's the chap I told you of. Keep clear of him." Noel stiffened. "I should like to kill him," he said. "Yes, but you can't. He's more than a match for you. He once had some hold over Olga, something very slight. I never bothered to find out what. But she has broken away, and he is an enemy in consequence. Watch out for him, but don't fall foul of him. He won't worry you for long. He is taking opium enough to kill an ox every day of his life." "Is he, though? Well, no one will weep for him." "Unless it's Mrs. Musgrave," observed Max dryly. "She doesn't like the bounder," declared Noel with conviction. "Look here, sit down again. I've seen nothing of you yet." "No, I can't stop, thanks. I've said good-bye to everyone else, and time is up. Don't go and get smashed up at polo. If she doesn't want you now, she will very soon. Bear that in mind." Noel's dark eyes shone. "The only risks I'm likely to take would be for her safety. I wish to heaven Ratcliffe could be made to see the danger they are in." Max smiled a little. "I've been talking to him. We touched on that point. He knows rather more on the subject than we do." "But he makes light of it," Noel protested. "The place is infested with budmashes, and he rather encourages them than otherwise. I myself kicked an old blackguard of a Moonstone seller, or so he described himself, off his premises only the other night." Max broke into a laugh. "Did you, though?" "Yes. What is there to laugh at? Wouldn't you have done the same? And when I told Nick the day after, he described the old beggar as a friend of his." Max was still laughing. "What a devil of a fellow you are! I've seen the old gentleman myself. I rather think he is a friend. How did he take the kicking?" "Oh, I don't know. He cursed a bit and went. What's the joke, I say?" Noel's voice was imperious. He was always somewhat impatient of matters beyond his comprehension. But Max turned the subject off. "You're such a peppery chap. Always wanting to fight someone. Well, I must be gone. You'll remember not to fight Hunt-Goring." "No, I shan't fight the brute, unless he interferes." Noel followed him to the door, and stood a moment. "I say, Max," he suddenly said, "was this affair Hunt-Goring's doing?" "What affair?" Max spoke as one bored with the subject. But Noel persisted. "Was it thanks to Hunt-Goring that this split with Olga came about?" Max faced about. There was a very peculiar smile in his green eyes. "Well," he said very deliberately, "I don't say Hunt-Goring's influence has been exactly a genial one. But that fact in itself would not have much difference. The main reason is the one I have given you. If you are not satisfied with that, then you will never be satisfied with anything, and you won't deserve to be." He held out his hand. "Good-bye, lad. And again, good luck." Noel wrung the hand. They looked each other in the eyes, and Noel spoke impulsively as his habit was, but with genuine feeling. "Good-bye, old chap. I hope you'll get to the tip-top of the tree and stay there," he added, seeing Max's mouth go down. "But I know very well there's a bigger thing than success in the world, and if I can ever help you to it, by God, old boy, I will." He said it hurriedly, expecting it to be received with irony. But there was no trace of cynicism left in Max's face as he gave him a final grip, and turned away with the one word, "Thanks." When he had gone, Noel returned to the room with sober gait, and paused in the middle of it to pick up his sword. "I wonder if he cares much," he murmured half aloud. He stood by the table with eyes absently fixed, going over in his mind the conversation that had just passed, recalling the leisurely supercilious tones, the semi-ironical kindness with which his brother had revealed the situation. Why had he troubled himself to do so? For a space Noel wondered. And then very suddenly the words, "You've got to worship her always," flashed through his mind. Those words were the key to everything. He realized that fully. And again he was conscious of shame. Yes, Max did care. That was beyond all questioning. He cared enough to do what he, Noel, had wholly failed to do. His love was great enough to efface itself, a form of love, the rarest and the highest, of which he himself was as yet incapable. He could stand between the girl and death without a second's hesitation, but he could not live and sacrifice his happiness to hers. Again the hot blood mounted to his forehead and slowly sank again. And in those few moments Noel Wyndham stepped into manhood, and effaced his soul anew. If she loved him, he would marry her and give her all he had, withholding nothing. She should not be a loser because she had loved him better than Max. He would give her a love as strong and as worthy. He would make her happiness his aim and his goal, his watchword and his prize. No sacrifice should ever be too great for her. He would offer all he had. No, never should she come to repent her preference, to regret the love she had refused. She had chosen him, the lesser before the greater, and she should not find him wanting. She should not be disappointed in him. Never, never now should his love fail her. Impulsive as always, he lifted his sword and kissed the kilt with reverence. "So help me God," he swore. End of chapters 17 and 18.